Wang Shi discovered that after midnight each day, the entire world would come to a standstill for 24 hours, seemingly allowing him to act with impunity. However, this world is not without its complexities, as an infinite world system has descended upon it. Each individual periodically enters this infinite world, drawing cards to acquire abilities, completing system tasks, and struggling for survival. With his unique 48-hour day, Wang Shi appears to possess an air of invincibility upon entering this boundless realm. Chapter 1. The Pause of Time. At the moment the clock struck midnight on his phone, Wang Shi was fixated on the glaring digits. Suddenly, everything came to a halt. The postures of his three roommates were frozen in time. Li Ming, across from him, had his mouth agape, snoring caught in his throat. Zhao Xiao, diagonally opposite, remained in the midst of turning over, his blanket suspended in mid-air. Lu Hao, in the adjacent bed, had his finger poised over his phone screen, the game graphics abruptly frozen. Wang Shi held his breath and slowly sat up in bed. The cicadas outside fell silent, the distant sounds of passing vehicles ceased, and even the wind came to a standstill. The entire world seemed to have been pressed on pause, with only him remaining active. This was not the first occurrence. 3 months prior, Wang Shi had first experienced this phenomenon. That day, he had been cramming for his final exams, glancing at the time just as the clock struck midnight, only to realize the world had become utterly still. Initially, he thought it was an illusion, but after 24 hours when everything resumed, he was convinced of the supernatural nature of his experience. Through repeated trials, he confirmed that he possessed an extra 24 hours each day, during which time would freeze, leaving him as the sole active participant. He gingerly climbed down from his bunk, careful not to disturb his immobilized roommates. Though he knew they would not perceive his movements, his long-established caution compelled him to tread lightly. Am I truly the only one who can move during this time stop? He murmured to himself, his voice echoing in the absolute silence of the dormitory. He could not be certain. This world was anything but ordinary. Since the emergence of the Wuxian Shiji a century ago, the Earth had been populated by Luin Huaxia, individuals capable of traversing various task realms. They returned from the infinite world bearing extraordinary abilities, technology, and resources, thereby reshaping the global balance of power. Wang Shi, reborn in this era, was merely an above-average university student, with parents who were ordinary workers, devoid of any lineage connected to the Luin Huaxia. In this unpredictable world, he dared not reveal his unique ability. Who knew if any Luin Huaxia could sense the anomalies during the time stop? Who could say whether the government had devices monitoring temporal fluctuations? After dressing, Wang Shi gently opened the dormitory door. The hallway was eerily silent, with several late-returning students frozen mid-stride, smiles still lingering on their faces. Wang Shi skillfully navigated through them and descended the stairs. The scenes on campus always evoked a sense of wonder and trepidation within him. Water droplets from the fountain hung, suspended in mid-air. A cat's leap was caught in time, and students racing towards the dormitory looked like statues, frozen in a moment as the clock struck 12 that he first ventured to a roadside stall outside the campus for a complimentary late-night snack. During the time stop, he could indulge in any food without concern for payment. After satisfying his hunger, Wang Shi adeptly slipped into the library, where he immersed himself in a plethora of texts concerning the Luin Huaxia during the stillness of time. Information about the Luin Huaxia was publicly available, yet the finer details were seldom known to ordinary individuals. The government regulated access to such information, leaving only a general understanding that those who became Luin Huaxia were summoned to the infinite world to complete tasks and earn rewards, while failures often face dire consequences. If I could become a Luin Huaxia, coupled with my time-stopping ability. Wang Shi closed the book, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. However, becoming a Luin Huaxia was not merely a matter of desire. The chosen ones were few and far between, and it was said that there was a hereditary inclination towards such selection. For someone like him, hailing from an ordinary family, the odds of being chosen were exceedingly slim. Exiting the library, Wang Shi strolled through the paused campus. This was his favorite time, possessing the vastness of the world without the need to share it with anyone. He entered the female dormitory, an impossibility during normal hours as the matron would immediately stop any male attempting to enter. Yet, in this time-stopped reality, he could walk in unimpeded. In the corridor, several girls were frozen mid-conversation, clad in pajamas with damp hair, as if they had just emerged from the shower. Wang Shi averted his gaze and hastened past them. He had experienced impure thoughts, particularly upon first discovering his time-stopping ability, but the potential risks quelled his impulses. Wang Shi was not one to gamble. He approached a door marked Building 6, Room 603. Inside resided Mo Ningning. Mo Ningning was a prominent figure at the school, not only for her striking beauty, but also for her prestigious lineage as a member of a family of Luan Huasia, living in a luxurious four-person dorm room all to herself. Wang Shi believed he could glean valuable information regarding the Luan Huasia from her. Pushing open the ajar door, he paused. Mo Ningning had evidently just finished bathing, wrapped only in a towel, standing in the center of the room, her damp hair cascading over her smooth shoulders. Water droplets glided down her delicate collarbone, pooling on her fair skin. The towel barely covered her upper thighs, revealing her long legs in full view. She was raising a hand to dry her hair, causing the front of the towel to part slightly, hinting at her alluring curves. The air was infused with the fragrance of body wash, mingling with the unique scent of a young girl. Wang Shi's eyes brightened as he quickly approached the frozen figure of Mo Ningning, until he passed her and stopped at her desk. The young lady of the Luan Huasia family must possess a wealth of valuable items. Scattered across the desk were several notebooks and documents. Wang Shi began to peruse them, completely ignoring the captivating figure behind him, one that would render most boys weak at the knees. The basics of Luan Huasia training manual, analysis of task world classifications, overview of card combinations. Wang Shi's eyes sparkled with excitement. These were precisely the materials unavailable in the library that he meticulously examined Mo Ningning's notes, which contained a trove of precious information about the infinite world, task types, basic rewards, danger levels, and even tips on how to be selected by the infinite world. Indeed, this is valuable. Wang Shi nodded with satisfaction, quickly committing the key information to memory. He noticed that the desk drawer was locked. Searching through the clothes Mo Ningning had discarded, he found the key and unlocked the drawer. Inside were several encrypted documents marked internal family information, strictly confidential. Just what I needed. Wang Shi unceremoniously began to sift through them, committing this priceless information to memory. The entire process lasted over 20 minutes, during which Wang Shi was wholly absorbed in collecting data, not sparing a single glance at Mo Ningning. When he had first acquired his time-stopping ability, he had been keen to observe the various frozen beauties around him, but after 3 months of possessing this power, he found it rather mundane. Having completed his research, he felt tired. While the world's time had ceased, his own continued to flow. Thus, Wang Shi meticulously restored everything to its original state. He gently closed the door, as if he had never been there at all. Descending the stairs, he found a long bench and casually reclined, indulging in a brief slumber to rejuvenate his spirit. Upon awakening, Wang Shi made his way to the campus supermarket. He grabbed some snacks and beverages without paying, as the supermarket had implemented a sweeping price increase last month, inciting anger among the entire student body yet, leaving them with no choice but to comply. Revenge must be exacted with vigor. On his return to the dormitory, Wang Shi deftly scooped up a cat that was soaring in the air and placed it into the arms of a classmate who was hastily rushing towards the dormitory entrance. Just a little prank. This encapsulates the essence of his life during time suspension. He refrained from grand gestures, yet engaged in minor mischief without fail. Occasionally indulging in such antics served as a means to temper his darker inclinations. With a vague sense of awareness, he noted that the additional 24 hours were drawing to a close and returned to his dorm, lying back on his bed. He fixated on the slats of the upper bunk, awaiting the resumption of time's flow. In an instant, the world erupted back into its cacophony. The snoring of his roommates resumed, the sounds of frightened cats and students echoed from downstairs, and the night sky once again resonated with the whispers of the wind and the chirping of cicadas. Wang Shi exhaled deeply. That moment, a chilling voice resonated directly within his mind. Detected adapter, establishing consciousness connection. Wang Shi bolted upright, scanning his surroundings with caution. His roommates appeared oblivious, still lost in their own realms. Infinite World System initiated. Welcome candidate number 1009527 foot. Do you accept the summons to become a reincarnator? Yes/no. Wang Shi's heart raced suddenly. The summons of the infinite world? Had he truly been chosen? Having been reborn into this world for 2 decades, and now possessing 48 hours each day, he had long grown weary of mundane existence. Though his ability to halt time was remarkable, he had never dared to fully unleash it for fear of being discovered by other reincarnators. Moreover, during this time suspension, his own lifespan must also be diminishing. Although the signs of this time halt had only manifested for 3 months, the impact on his longevity was not yet apparent. Yet the thought troubled Wang Shi each time it crossed his mind. And now, the opportunity to become a reincarnator lay before him. He had to consider whether this was the singular chance of his lifetime. If I become a reincarnator, I shall gain power and no longer need to tread so cautiously. The infinite world should also offer means to extend one's lifespan. Wang Shi murmured to himself, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He hesitated not, silently affirming, yes, selection confirmed, initiating transmission. Wang Shi felt a dizzying whirl. The surroundings began to blur and distort. Just before losing consciousness entirely, a smile graced his lips. Infinite world, here I come. Chapter 2 Wilderness Survival and the Resumption of Time. Wang Shi opened his eyes, and the salty sea breeze immediately filled his nostrils, replacing the familiar scent of instant noodles and sweat that lingered in his dormitory. The tactile sensation shifted from the slightly rigid wooden bed to the delicate yet coarse grains of sand. The sunlight was somewhat blinding, prompting him to raise a hand to shield his eyes as he sat up. Before him lay an expansive azure sea, its waves seemingly frozen in the moment just before crashing onto the shore. Behind him stretched a lush and seemingly endless tropical jungle, its tranquility unsettling. Welcome to the Wilderness Survival Beginner Instance. Participants, 1000. Instance difficulty, Tier 1. World Time Flow Ratio, 10. 1. 1 day in the main world equals 10 days in this world. Mission objective, survive until the 30th day and accumulate sufficient survival points. Survival points will be accrued based on your exploration, resource gathering, construction, hunting, and other activities. At the current time point, and every 10th day thereafter, you will receive one card drawing opportunity, from which you may select one of 3 randomly presented cards as a temporary skill. At the conclusion of the 30th day, the bottom 500 participants will be eliminated. The cold, emotionless system prompt echoed in Wang Shi's mind. Just as the notes had indicated, he murmured to himself, revealing no sign of surprise on his face. The internal materials provided by Mo Ningning had prepared him well for this process. Wilderness survival was a beginner instance with a high mortality rate. One must contend not only with the natural environment and wild beasts, but also guard against other reincarnators, ultimately facing the system's brutal selection. Indeed, it promised a challenge. Please draw your initial card. A virtual screen, visible only to him, unfolded before his eyes, presenting 3 cards with their backs facing upward. Please select one. With a thought, Wang Shi flipped the 3 cards in succession. White card, Spark, Effect, gain a supply of high-quality dry tinder and knowledge of fire-making. Comment, civilization begins with fire. Yet this gift seems rather meager. Green card, Tool Master, Effect, master the knowledge and proficiency in creating and using most basic and advanced tools. Comment, a skilled hand can overcome myriad difficulties, a vital tool at the outset. Blue card, Give and Take, Effect, forfeit this drawing opportunity. Permanently elevating the quality of all subsequent draws by 1 tier, can exceed the current world limit. Comment, tell me, what is the one thing that this world has in abundance? Wang Shi's gaze swept over the 3 cards, and he hesitated not at all. The white card was dismissed outright. The green card, Tool Master, was undeniably practical, heralded as one of the ultimate artifacts for survival on the island, significantly enhancing efficiency and comfort. Yet, the blue card, Give and Take, posed a tantalizing gamble. With a total of 3 drawing opportunities, sacrificing the first could yield superior rewards in the subsequent draws, potentially surpassing the world's limits to unveil purple tier skills. He pondered that the notes had mentioned Tier 1 worlds typically only featured blue tier skills, but this ability could directly break that barrier. He had come here seeking excitement. Opting for a green skill and playing it safe would be no different from leading a cautious life in the main world. He was willing to take the risk. A smile crept across Wang Shi's lips. System, I choose Give and Take. Selection confirmed. You have forfeited this drawing opportunity. The subsequent card quality enhancement has been activated. The blue card transformed into a stream of light and entered his being, while the other 2 cards gradually faded from existence. Simultaneously, a small list appeared in the upper right corner of his vision, titled Survival Points Real-Time Ranking, Anonymous, displaying a long string of continuously fluctuating numbers and rankings, with all participants currently at 0 points, ordered by number or random sequence. Beside it, a continuously scrolling, world channel, subtitle caught his attention. Oh, I can see others chatting. Wang Shi glanced at the channel, which had erupted into chaos. Wow, I'm really a reincarnator? Help. Do reincarnators really have to survive in the wilderness? I drew a white skill food package. Is there any senior who can guide me? Ha, I'm green. I'm building a simple shelter. Guys, I'm heading to find a place to build a house. Damn system. Why must the bottom 500 be eliminated? Anyone want to team up? I'm on the East Beach, next to a rock that looks like a shark. Information rushed by at a dizzying pace, brimming with panic, excitement, complaints, and a smattering of cooperative intentions. Wang Shi closed the channel. It was too noisy. The rankings held little immediate value. Remembering his anonymous identifier as 998, he stood up and brushed the sand from his body. The pressing concern was survival and to thrive. He possessed no tools, yet he had a fundamental knowledge of wilderness survival. He began walking along the coastline, seeking a suitable temporary campsite and water source. Soon enough, he discovered a sheltered nook backed by a rock wall, blocking the sea breeze, with a clear stream flowing from the jungle into the ocean not far away. It was a fine location. He spent considerable time using his hands and sharp stones he had collected to laboriously gather dry twigs, broad leaves, and soft grasses. Lacking professional survival skills or the system's bestowed cards, his efficiency was woefully low, leaving his palms sore. He attempted the most primitive method of fire starting through friction. Toiling until the sun dipped below the horizon, his palms nearly raw, before he finally succeeded in igniting a small flicker of flame. Cautiously, he fed it with twigs to keep it alive. What a tiring endeavor. He took a breath, gazing at the dancing flames, though his mind wandered, contemplating how he could have crafted a stone axe by now had he chosen tool master. Nevertheless, he felt no regret. Using a relatively sharp clam shell he had found, he managed to pry open a few oysters, consuming them with the stream water, the briny taste making him grimace. The sky darkened rapidly, and the sounds of insects and the howls of unknown beasts began to fill the jungle. Wang Shi leaned against the rock wall, tending to his small fire, occasionally glancing at the time displayed on the system interface. When the clock finally ticked over to 2400, everything changed. The crashing sound of the waves abruptly ceased. The flickering flames solidified into a still, orange-hued mass. The distant howls of beasts were cut short. The information on the world channel froze abruptly. Even the warmth emanating from his fire appeared to be paused, no longer radiating outward. The entire world, once again, was enveloped in absolute silence. Wang Shi was momentarily stunned. Then an enormous, joyous smile broke across his face. He could not contain his laughter, which resonated distinctly in the space where even sound had been frozen. Time had indeed followed him in. He stood up, moving his limbs, and surveyed the completely still world before him, a profound sense of control swelling within him. In the main world, he had been cautious, fearful of being discovered by hidden reincarnators or special devices. But here, this was an infinite realm brimming with supernatural forces. The system's elimination had emerged, yet his modest ability to pause time seemed hardly outlandish. Most importantly, what did this mean? It signified that while other reincarnators struggled to survive day by day, he would possess an additional 24 hours of absolute safety each day. This signifies that he can explore this perilous island without restraint during this suspended time, gathering resources, surveying the environment, and even observing what other reincarnators are up to. The brilliance in Wang Shi's eyes grew increasingly radiant. How exhilarating. His turn truly begins now. Chapter 3. Survival expert gazing at the world before him, utterly frozen in time. Wang Shi let out a long sigh, his taut nerves finally relaxing. At last, he could rest peacefully. He found a soft sandy spot to lie down, listening to the clear sound of his heartbeat amidst the absolute silence, and soon fell into a deep slumber. In this treacherous island, only this complete stillness of 24 hours could provide him with a genuine sense of security. Several hours later, Wang Shi awoke naturally, feeling invigorated. He stretched and surveyed his surroundings, still the same desolate beach. Time to get to work. Rising to his feet, he began to utilize the remaining hours for exploration. The island was far larger than he had anticipated, with dense woods and intricate terrain. For the time being, he primarily moved along the coastline and near streams. Even a cursory exploration yielded rewards beyond expectations. He discovered numerous fruit trees and marked their locations. He found a small patch of bamboo, a valuable resource, and also identified several potential concealed spots that could serve as long-term campsites. During his explorations, he encountered other reincarnators. Most were in dire circumstances, huddled in makeshift shelters or rocky crevices, sleeping restlessly, their faces etched with fatigue and fear. Food appeared exceedingly scarce, with little in the way of supplies in sight. It seemed those who had drawn less favorable skills indeed faced a tough start. Wang Shi muttered to himself, choosing not to disturb them. He was no saint and had no interest in rescuing the masses. As he ventured behind a dense thicket, the scene abruptly took a humorous turn. A pair of reincarnators, evidently having formed a strategic alliance, were lost in primal passion, yet their movements were frozen like statues, creating an odd and comical tableau. Wang Shi raised an eyebrow, a playful impulse stirring within him. He gathered a few broad leaves and carefully draped them over the couple, fashioning a rudimentary leaf garment to cover their modesty. Just lending a helping hand, no need for thanks, he chuckled softly, departing with satisfaction. He continued to gather resources, laboriously cutting down bamboo and sturdy vines with sharp stones, dragging them back to his makeshift camp. He also discovered several seabird eggs, which he carefully collected. Most fortuitously, he found a snake in a state of paralysis beneath a damp rock face, along with a rabbit's den. Without hesitation, he struck the snake unconscious and captured several rabbits, ensuring a reserve of food. Upon returning to his camp, he began reinforcing his shelter with the materials he had gathered. Lacking survival skills such as tool master or builder master, his efficiency was low, relying solely on time and effort. He sealed most of the rock face's crevices with bamboo, created a waterproof layer on top using branches and large leaves, and laid down dry grass on the ground. At last, a rudimentary shelter sufficient to shield against wind and rain began to take shape. He also hung the snake and rabbit meat, preparing to dry them once time resumed. Having completed all of this, the time for suspension was nearly over. Wang Shi assessed his accomplishments and felt a sense of satisfaction. The moment the clock signaled the end of the 24 hours, the sound of crashing waves surged into his ears. Flames reignited, radiating warmth. The sounds of insects and beasts resumed, while the information in the World Channel continued to scroll, almost simultaneously with the restoration of time. The survival points leaderboard in the upper right corner of Wang Shi's vision refreshed dramatically. His anonymous identifier, 998, saw its numbers surge wildly like a runaway steed. Exploration points, resource acquisition points, construction points, hunting points. Everything he had accomplished during the 24 hours of suspended time was instantaneously calculated by the system. The ranking of 998 soared like a rocket, violently catapulting him hundreds of places upward, boldly claiming the top position under the astonished gazes of all survivors. The World Channel erupted in chaos, more fervent than before. What just happened? Who is 998? How did their points skyrocket so dramatically? Are they cheating? It's only the first day? Big shot. Please take me along. I can keep you warm. I bet their surname is Bay. They must be a super survival expert. Report. This is cheating. The channel buzzed with shock, skepticism, jealousy, and pleas for assistance. Everyone was bewildered by the sudden shift in leadership and the exaggerated increase in points. Wang Shi observed his first place ranking amidst the turmoil in the channel, his lips twitching slightly. It seemed he had perhaps overdone it. He stroked his chin, realizing he might have become a target. However, it was not a significant concern. After all, he was anonymous and had no teammates. In the following days, Wang Shi maintained a unique rhythm. Each midnight, as time stopped, he transformed into the most diligent survivor, venturing out to explore frantically, collect resources, fortify his shelter, set traps, and hunt efficiently and safely to accrue points. When time resumed its flow, he retreated into his increasingly sturdy and comfortable bamboo shelter to handle tasks that did not require him to venture outside, such as weaving vines, crafting simple containers, and planning his next course of action for the time pause. He made a concerted effort to avoid going out during normal hours, minimizing encounters with other reincarnators. While a lone wolf enjoyed freedom, it was also susceptible to being targeted. If his identity was exposed, his prominent position atop the leaderboard could attract unwanted attention. And who knew if others might conspire to eliminate him for his gear? Human intentions are inscrutable. Caution was never misplaced. Each day, at the moment time resumed its flow, his points surged dramatically, firmly maintaining the top position while distancing himself further from the second-place contender. The World Channel transitioned from initial shock to a gradual acceptance and speculation about the identity of 998. Thus, on the fifth day, as the 24 hours of suspended time came to a close once more, and on the sixth day, at the moment the world returned to its clamor, Wang Shi prepared to check the increase in points and the channel's discussions, only to be met unexpectedly by a cold system prompt. The 10-day cycle has arrived. Please draw your second card. Wang Shi was taken aback. 10 days? That couldn't be right. Only 5 days had passed. Instinctively, he glanced at the system interface displaying the task time, marked as day 6. The next moment, realization struck him. His time suspension was an independent 24 hours. And this period seemed to count towards the task time in this world. For others, only 5 days had elapsed, but for him, he had genuinely spent 10 days in this world, and now it was the 11th day. The system determined the card drawing cycle based on the time spent in the task world. This meant that while others drew cards 3 times during a 30-day task period, he, due to each day being 48 hours, had effectively experienced. Wang Shi's heart raced. 60 days? That meant he could draw cards 6 times. Coupled with the quality enhancement from his first card choice of gain and loss, Wang Shi took a deep breath, forcing down his inner excitement and exhilaration. His gaze turning intensely fervent. He looked at the 3 cards, all face down, that reappeared before him, and with a thought, he declared, "System, draw a card." Chapter 4. The Unmatched Desert Island before Wang Shi. 3 cards gradually flipped over, each radiating a distinctly different luminescence. Green card, Master Builder, effect. Mastery of fundamental to advanced civil engineering knowledge, enabling the independent design and construction of sturdy small wooden or stone structures. Comment. A stable residence is essential for a thriving livelihood. Blue card, Field Special Forces, effect. Acquisition of rigorously trained Special Forces level physical prowess, combat instincts, and comprehensive wilderness survival experience. Comment. A humanoid beast, a nightmare of the jungle. A perfect amalgamation of survival and slaughter. Purple card, Gene Ascension, first stage. Effect. Lifting the first layer of your genetic limitations, comprehensively transcending human extremes. Significant enhancements in strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, perception, and recovery. Warning. This choice will invoke the foundational rules of the world, potentially triggering unpredictable chain reactions. Comment. The beginning of the path of evolution? Wait, how did you find it? The purple card. Moreover, it is the purple card that emerged only after the enhancement of give and take, which transcended the limits of the world. Wang Shi fixated on the card, shimmering with mysterious violet radiance. While the green and blue cards were indeed excellent, capable of resolving many of his immediate dilemmas, they merely represented skills and knowledge that could be directly honed or learned. In contrast, this purple card promised a direct transformation of his very being, unlocking the genetic lock. Wang Shi recalled fragments mentioned in Mo Ningming's notes, recognizing that genetic locks constituted the most common power system among reincarnators. As for the uncontrollable changes, precisely, the more chaotic this world, the more intriguing it becomes. System, I choose Gene Ascension. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Shi made his selection. Choice confirmed. Initiating genetic sequence, unlocking. In an instant, the purple card shattered, transforming into a searing torrent that surged violently into Wang Shi's body. Intense agony engulfed him instantaneously, as if every single cell was being torn apart, shattered, and then infused with a new, ferocious energy, recombining. His bones emitted a grating hum under the unbearable strain, while muscle fibers convulsed violently, reshaping themselves. Wang Shi curled up on the ground, teeth clenched, cold sweat soaking his clothes. This pain far exceeded his imagination, nearly obliterating his consciousness. Time became an abstract concept as the inhuman suffering ebbed away, replaced by an ineffable sense of power. Slowly, Wang Shi stood, stretching his limbs. The world appeared strikingly different through his eyes. He clenched his fist lightly, feeling an unprecedented strength coursing through him, as if he could crush stone. His body felt so light that a mere leap could carry him over the tallest treetops, and the fatigue accumulated from previous labor vanished, replaced by a terrifying vitality. Is this the purple card? Wang Shi gazed at his hands, sensing the surging power within him. His physical abilities had likely reached an inhuman level, comparable to the likes of Captain America in cinematic portrayals. Suddenly, a fierce hunger, arising from deep within his cells, struck him. He rushed toward his food storage, disregarding the need to start a fire, devouring everything voraciously. The evolution of his genes demanded immense energy. Within minutes, he had consumed all but 2 pieces of jerky, his last reserve, yet the hunger merely receded slightly. Fortuitously, his high points ensured he would not become the first reincarnator to starve to death due to an upgrade. Wang Shi eyed the remaining jerky, drooling, and resolved that acquiring food would be his foremost task. After acclimating to his drastically enhanced physical attributes, Wang Shi grasped the stone axe he had painstakingly crafted. What once felt like a reliable tool now seemed as light as a toy. For the first time, he stepped out of the shelter during a non-time stop period. The gene evolution persisted through the night, and the island remained perilous and primal beneath the sunlight. Not far into his trek, 2 figures emerged from the jungle, blocking his path. It was the very duo he had encountered on the first day of the time stop. They brandished sharpened wooden sticks. The man appeared more robust while the woman trailed behind, both casting hostile glances at Wang Shi, particularly at the jerky hanging from his waist. "Kid, you seem to be doing well. Hand over your food." The man barked, brandishing his spear threateningly. Wang Shi recognized them, recalling his earlier kindness in offering them leaf clothing, and raised an eyebrow. "I helped you. Is this how you repay kindness?" The pair exchanged bewildered looks, clearly perplexed by his response. The man's expression hardened, and he shouted, less talk. Hand it over. Without warning, he lunged forward with his spear. Had it been the previous Wang Shi, he might have floundered in confusion. But now, under the scrutiny of Wang Shi's dynamic vision, the spear's speed seemed ludicrously slow. He merely sidestepped casually, his right hand shooting out like lightning, seizing the middle of the spear with precision. With a slight exertion, snap. The man felt an irresistible surge of immense power. His grip shattered, and the spear was effortlessly broken in Wang Shi's single hand. What? The man was horrified. Wang Shi did not allow him time to react. He stepped forward, delivering a casual punch to the man's abdomen. Gagging. The man's eyes bulged as his insides churned violently, collapsing to the ground like a shrimp, instantly incapacitated. Was that hand just pointing at me? Wang Shi raised his foot again, and with a crunch, the man's right hand was severed. The woman screamed in terror and turned to flee. Wang Shi picked up the broken spear and hurled it effortlessly. The spear grazed the woman's cheek, leaving a bloody trail before embedding itself violently into a nearby tree. Vibrating intensely, the woman froze in place, her face pale, paralyzed with fear. Wang Shi chose not to utter another word, with several more steps, accompanied by cries of anguish. The man lay dismembered. He approached the woman, now trembling and soiled in her pants from fright. Since she had not directly attacked him, he merely dealt her a few heavy blows, leaving her severely injured. Although he had not directly killed the man, rendering him limbless and leaving him on this savage island was a far more effective deterrent for potential wrongdoers. As Wang Shi departed, the woman lay on the ground for some time before regaining her senses. Shakily, she stood, stripped the man of all his belongings, and vanished into the thicket. Only the man remained helplessly sprawled on the ground, acutely aware of his dwindling life. Wang Shi had not ventured far when a massive boar, its tusks protruding menacingly, charged out of the underbrush, startled by the earlier commotion, its eyes gleaming red as it rushed toward him. In the past, Wang Shi would have had to scramble up a tree or flee. But now, he stood firm, unflinching as he faced the oncoming boar, merely lowering his stance slightly. At the moment the boar was about to collide with him, he sidestepped and delivered a powerful punch to the side of its neck, his arm muscles coiling tightly. Bang! The boar, without emitting a sound, collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Wang Shi shook his slightly numb fist, surveying the hefty creature weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds. Nodding in satisfaction, he gathered sturdy vines to bind the boar's legs and, with a thick wooden stick, effortlessly hoisted it onto his shoulder. On his way back, a venomous snake, concealed among the foliage, lunged at his calf. Wang Shi's perception had transcended its former limits, and he was already aware of the unfolding events. His speed had increased remarkably. He struck first, his right hand becoming a mere shadow as it darted downwards, precisely seizing the serpent by its vulnerable spot. With a slight exertion, there was a sharp crack, and the snake succumbed to slumber, tossed carelessly into the basket upon his back. As he passed the site of the earlier ambush, the man who had attacked was nowhere to be found, leaving behind only a pool of blood dragged by some beast. A remnant of a heavy weight. Wang Shi nodded in acknowledgement. Continuing towards the vicinity of the camp, he set down the wild boar and grasped the lightweight stone axe, delivering a mighty blow to a tree of considerable girth. The sound of splintering would echoed as the tree, which would typically require multiple strikes, was cleaved in one fell swoop, crashing to the ground. However, the axe head shattered upon impact. Should he seek a master craftsman? Observing the fruits of his labor, Wang Shi felt that his survival experience on this desolate island was veering towards an odd trajectory. Chapter 5. The secret of points. The aroma of roasted wild boar wafted through the air, enticing and rich, as fat dripped onto the fire with a sizzling sound. Wang Shi tore off a hind leg, devouring it voraciously, his genetically enhanced body in desperate need of energy. This commotion and fragrance not only attracted a few curious and glimmering-eyed reincarnators, but also a wolf drawn by the scent. 2 reincarnators, believing themselves to be stealthy, crept closer, intent on ambushing Wang Shi as he feasted. However, a stone he casually picked up struck one of them with precision, shattering their kneecap, causing them to collapse in agony. The wolf, intimidated by Wang Shi's glare, tucked its tail and whimpered away, only to be swiftly pursued and felled by a kick to its midsection, becoming the next meal's reserve. After satisfying his hunger with a substantial portion of the wild boar, Wang Shi's appetite was finally quelled. He continued to harness his burgeoning strength to construct a shelter with remarkable efficiency. As dusk descended, time stood still, and everything froze. Wang Shi enjoyed a restful slumber. Upon awakening, brimming with vitality, he opened the world channel. Although everything was suspended, the previous messages lingered. One repetitive announcement captured his attention. Western Hope camp hiring. We have a master craftsman and a master builder, providing tools and sturdy shelter to collectively fend off dangers. Located at the foot of Blackstone Mountain in the west, marked by a crooked tree at the summit. Interested parties, come quickly. Master craftsman, master builder. Wang Shi stroked his chin, recalling the day's tree felling. Although the tree had fallen with a single blow, the axe had broken. Despite his increased strength, the quality of the tools he produced remained subpar, and his shelter was far from comfortable. It was time to seek out these two masters. Resolute, he decided that with his enhanced abilities, his experience on the island must also improve. Without hesitation, he set forth. In the state of time suspension, he was an invulnerable traveler. The journey from his location on the southern coast to Blackstone Mountain in the west would typically require half a day of walking. Yet, with Wang Shi's swift strides, he arrived in under 2 hours. Soon, he found the camp marked by the crooked tree. The camp was modest in size, but had already established wooden fences and several sturdy-looking wooden structures, a testament to the skills of the two masters. Approximately a dozen individuals resided there, most appearing gaunt from hunger, yet better off than those exposed to the elements outside. Wang Shi stealthily infiltrated, quickly locating a wooden house in the core area based on the traces of tools and construction. Inside, 2 individuals slept, and from the scattered semi-finished tools and architectural sketches nearby, he confirmed they were indeed the 2 masters. To his surprise, these masters were 2 seemingly ordinary young women, frowning in their sleep, evidently burdened with stress. How convenient. Wang Shi mused silently, unceremoniously hoisting one under each arm. Their weight was negligible to him. He traversed the still world like a specter, swiftly returning to his cliffside camp. Upon arrival, he casually placed the 2 women atop a pile of dried grass, ensuring they would not catch cold, then disregarded them. He resumed his exploration, seeking additional food resources and further surveying the island while time remained halted. When time resumed, the world sprang back to life. 2 terrified screams erupted simultaneously. Master craftsman Zhang Yu and master builder Li Li jolted awake from the grass pile, bewildered and fearful, gazing at their unfamiliar surroundings, the deep cliff, the crackling fire, and a man calmly roasting snake meat beside the flames. Who are you? Where's this? How did we end up here? What have you done to us? The 2 women clung to one another, their faces pale, voices trembling. Wang Shi, nonchalantly flipping the roasting snake, turned his head slightly. The southern coast. I brought you here. The southern coast. Zhang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? We were clearly at the Blackstone Mountain camp. How could they have traversed nearly half the island without realizing it? Only then did Wang Shi turn fully, his gaze calm as he regarded them. How you arrived is irrelevant. What matters is that you will work for me from now on. Why should we? Li Li, though frightened, mustered the courage to retort. Wang Shi said nothing, merely standing up and approaching the rock face. Taking a deep breath, he delivered a powerful punch. Bang! A dull thud echoed as debris flew, and a clear fist imprint appeared on the rock, with cracks spreading slightly. The 2 women's eyes widened in terror, silenced as if a hand had clasped their throats. With this, Wang Shi shook his hand, admitting that while the rock was harder than flesh, it still stung a little. The 2 women, eyes fixed on the terrifying imprint and the massive wild boar carcass, trembled even more violently, overwhelmed by sheer terror. They had no doubt that this man could effortlessly crush them. We are willing, Zhang Yu stammered, with Li Li nodding vigorously in agreement. Very well. Wang Shi nodded in satisfaction. You are the master craftsman. Promptly create a set of useful tools for me. Stone axes, chisels, harpoons, and the like. You are the master builder. Expand and reinforce my shelter, making it more comfortable. The materials are nearby. Just inform me of your needs. He paused, adding, work, and you shall have food. As he spoke, he tore off 2 pieces of roasted snake meat and handed them to them. The 2 women gingerly accepted the food, taking small bites. The combination of sustenance and fear led them to temporarily acquiesce. A night passed in silence. At dawn, Wang Shi observed as they began to awkwardly yet indeed professionally plan and work. In the upper right corner of his vision, the survival points leaderboard displayed a sudden increase in his own points. Wang Shi momentarily paused, scrutinizing the details. Subordinate member Zhang Yu, tool creation, contribution points, 5. Subordinate member Li Li, building construction, contribution points, 8. Wang Shi instantly comprehended. No wonder those organizations in the World Channel were persistently recruiting. As long as others worked for him, a portion of the generated points would be credited to him. He gazed at the 2 women working cautiously before him, then looked out at the vast island. An uncontrollable thought surged forth. Though his points remained unparalleled, an instinct told him that accumulating more points would be beneficial. When the next time suspension occurred, Wang Shi refrained from further exploration or resource collection. His gaze traversed the distance, fixating on those who had previously exposed their locations in the World Channel, or those reincarnators he had encountered during his explorations. Possessing unique skills, or merely the strength to toil as laborers, his figure darted swiftly through the stillness of the world. A man, who had boasted of his herbal identification skill in the channel, lay asleep in a hollow of a tree. He was taken. The second target consisted of several robust individuals collaboratively constructing a rudimentary shelter. They were taken as well. The third target was also seized. Like a specter passing through, Wang Shi commenced his pure plunder. One by one, he brought back reincarnators, either lost in slumber or keeping vigil, to the vicinity of his cliff encampment, carelessly tossing them onto the open ground. Time resumed its course. Who are you? Where's this? What is happening? Am I not in my own shelter? I shall never be a slave. Wang Shi displayed inhuman strength. Brother, you know me. I have long wished to join you. There were too many people outside just now. I knelt before you. Is there food and shelter provided? As time passed, the tranquility of the island was utterly shattered. An unspoken catastrophe unfolding quietly in the interstices of time. The population around Wang Shi's territory began to swell rapidly, watching his survival points rise automatically. He reclined in a comfortable chair crafted by the master of tools, feasting on wild boar roasted by the chef, while someone behind him served chilled water. A smirk playing on his lips. More laborers were indeed required. Chapter 6. The advantage is mine during the time that did not halt. Wang Shi's cliff encampment bustled with activity. The master of tools, Zhang Yu, along with several others, clanged away, fashioning more refined stone axes, harpoons, and even experimenting with pottery. The master builder, Li, directed more hands, fortifying Wang Shi's personal shelter, making it increasingly sturdy and comfortable, even initiating plans for a communal living area and defensive structures. The unfortunate soul tasked with fetching water for Wang Shi had drawn a green card. Every liquid she poured turned cold. Wang Shi reclined in his exclusive comfortable chair, relishing expertly roasted meat, occasionally glancing at the leaderboard. His points remained unparalleled, and as his subordinates continued their labor, his score steadily climbed. This was beginning to be interesting. Sipping freshly pressed juice served in bamboo, basking in the sun by the shore, he observed his subordinates at work, feeling that the survival narrative on this deserted island was finally on the right track. When the midnight of halted time descended once more, freezing all, Wang Shi instantly transitioned from the enjoying lord to a frenzied lone wolf. He grew dissatisfied with mere collection and hunting. With the terrifying physical prowess granted by his genetic ascension, he began to explore more efficient methods of score accumulation, delving into the jungle to hunt more perilous large game, discovering unmarked regions on the map, and even attempting to excavate subterranean resources. Each time time resumed, his personal points surged dramatically. His predatory raids on the population each dawn had never ceased. His figure became a nightmare, flitting through the island in a realm of stillness, bearing back each stilled reincarnator to his encampment. The scale of his camp burgeoned like a snowball. Wang Shi's frenzied actions, combined with his might, ultimately revealed his identity as 998, inciting collective panic among other survivor alliances. In the eastern part of the island, an alliance hastily assembled from several larger camps convened for an urgent meeting. The campfire illuminated anxious faces. This cannot continue, a scarred leader declared, slamming his thigh. That mysterious 998 is stealing our people daily. If he continues this way, we will have no one left. How can we develop? How can we earn points? The scarred man is right. Another woman concurred. He must be eliminated. Let us concentrate all our forces. Yet a more composed middle-aged man shook his head gravely. It may not be so simple. Not to mention we have yet to discover how he abducts people. One of our brothers was captured by him before, and he relayed a message with his life, claiming that 998 is not human. All eyes turned to him. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. He said, 998 possesses terrifying strength, able to slay a wild boar with a single punch. And his speed surpasses that of a leopard. His camp now houses at least dozens of people, all subdued by his might, devotedly serving him. If we attack, our chances are slim. A silence fell over the tent, fear etched on many faces. Nonsense. The scarred leader suddenly stood up, surveying the crowd, his voice rising an octave. To bolster another's ambition at the expense of our own spirit. No matter how formidable he may be, he is but a single individual. Together, we can muster 300 people from our camps. At most, a few dozen newly captured weaklings, who would be frightened to death. He waved his hand forcefully, his tone resolute. Regardless, the total strength for this battle will be 300 against a mere few dozen. The advantage is mine. The crowd, stirred by his words, rallied in agreement, exclaiming, "Scarred face is right." He scanned the assembly, noticing some inspired by his fervor, continuing, "Wait. It has already been the 10th day. Once the system issues the second card, our brother's strengths will increase. At that time, let us unite and raise his camp to reclaim our people." The meeting concluded with a plan for a united offensive. Yet all of this remained unbeknownst to Wang Shi. He anticipated the arrival of the 10th day and the subsequent opportunity to draw cards. As the time halt arrived as expected, Wang Shi, as usual, awoke from slumber and efficiently hunted and explored, transforming a slumbering unlucky brown bear and several wild wolves into provisions, while clearing an area of dangerous venomous creatures, causing his points to surge once again. He then returned to the center of the camp, quietly awaiting. "The 10-day cycle has concluded. Please draw your card." The system's prompt resonated punctually. Wang Shi's spirits lifted as he prepared to check the card. However, in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. Silence engulfed him. The waves, flames, wind, and the cattle laboring, all that should have resumed after the time halt, remained frozen. Wang Shi furrowed his brow, glancing at the system time. Indeed, a full 10 days had passed, and the second time halt should have concluded. He patiently waited a moment longer, yet the silence persisted. What is happening? The time halt has not resumed. Doubt crept into Wang Shi's mind. He attempted to move his body, encountering no obstruction. He remained the sole sovereign of this still realm. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing his heart to race. Could it be? He calculated swiftly. The time ratio between the main world and this realm is 1:10. A day in the main world equates to 10 days here. My time halt ability can also affect the main world's time. In the main world, every midnight at 2400 hours, time halts for 24 hours. And I currently find myself in this realm with tenfold time flow. Wang Shi's eyes brightened, an astonishing hypothesis forming in his mind. If the main world has reached the stroke of midnight and time has stopped, then in this world with a tenfold time flow rate. While the main world experiences a 24-hour time halt, it translates to a full 240 hours in this replica world, equating to 10 days. He was astonished by this deduction. In the infinite realms, every 10 days, due to the daily time halt in the main world, an extensive 10-day time freeze occurs. Furthermore, in the replica, there is a daily hour halt triggered at dawn based on the passage of time within the replica, lasting for 24 hours. Wang Shi quickly calculated the task duration that others would perceive as 30 days, but for him, it was a different reality. For others, it is 30 days. For him, it is 30 days, with 30 instances of hour halts and 2 instances of major time halts, totaling 80 days. No. If he manages to catch another major time halt in the main world before the final tally, that would be 90 days. Others can draw cards at most 3 times, but if he draws once every 10 days, he could draw 9 times. This does not even account for the additional 60 days of developmental time within the stilled realm. Even Wang Shi, at this moment, felt a bit dazed by this immense discrepancy in time and the advantages bestowed upon him. This truly seems invincible. 90 days against 30 days, 9 draws against 3 draws, the advantage lies with me. A wave of euphoria surged through his nerves like a tsunami, yet he quickly forced himself to regain composure. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, his gaze sharpening and refocusing. Calm down, first and foremost. Regardless of what the future holds, he must seize the present. His attention returned to the 3 cards suspended before him, awaiting his selection. System, draw cards. The 3 cards slowly flipped over. Chapter 7, The Truth of the World. The cards rotated before Wang Shi, their brilliance radiating. Green, green, green. All 3 were the lowest tier green cards. Alas, has my luck run out? Wang Shi grimaced, thankful he had chosen. You gain some, you lose some, initially, transforming the original 3 white cards into green ones. Green card, climbing skills, effect, mastery of professional climbing knowledge and techniques, agility akin to a monkey. Comment, cliffs and precipices feel as easy as walking on flat ground. Green card, weather prediction, effect, ability to ascertain the precise weather details for the next 3 days. Comment, prepare for rain before it falls, knowing the heavens makes it easy to command fate. Green card, fishing technique, effect, mastery of superb fishing skills, equipped with a mysterious bait that never fails. Comment, those willing to fish will never go empty-handed. The ultimate dream of a fisherman. Wang Shi looked at these 3 green cards, feeling somewhat speechless. Climbing, having unlocked a first-level genetic lock. His physical abilities had already surpassed mortal limits. He could easily scale ordinary cliffs without any technique. A mere trifle. Fishing, with the promise of never failing? Wang Shi felt offended. He, Wang Shi, would never go empty-handed even if relying solely on his own fishing skills. Absolutely not. It seems he must settle for this one. Wang Shi reluctantly chose weather prediction. At the very least, he could anticipate whether a typhoon or heavy rain would ensue, which held some practical value. Upon making his selection, a stream of information surged into his mind, vividly presenting the weather for the next 3 days. Clear, clear, clear. Indeed, useless. Wang Shi, reflecting on the weather forecast, felt somewhat at a loss. However, if any inclement weather were to occur, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. Consider it a strategic move. Having concluded the card drawing, Wang Shi shifted his focus back to the prolonged time halt. Did the major time halt supersede the hour halts? Or would there still be an hour halt each dawn? He could not ascertain, but for now, he would plan based on the absolute safety of approximately 9 days remaining. On the first day, he frantically amassed points, hunting, exploring, collecting rare resources. The points surged dramatically. On the second day, he continued to accumulate points, achieving high efficiency, yet the repetitive tasks began to feel monotonous. On the third day, he remained focused on point collection. As he observed his points soaring once more, a sense of numbness washed over him. While the points were considerable, the continuous grind began to wear on him. By the fourth day, Wang Shi could no longer endure it. While the time halt granted a safe and efficient means to accrue points, the prolonged solitude and lack of interaction in this utterly silent world began to take a toll on his mental state. This could not continue. Wang Shi abandoned the massive wild boar he had just hunted, realizing he needed to engage in something different. He resolved to temporarily set aside point accumulation and delve deeply into exploring this frozen island, hoping to uncover something unique. He no longer pursued efficiency, but instead wandered leisurely. When fatigued, he would find a random spot to rest. When hungry, he would consume the jerky he carried or forage for food on site. When tired, he would simply sleep. After all, time had stopped. He scaled high mountains, descended into valleys, traversed dense primal jungles, and walked along subterranean rivers. He witnessed many peculiar scenes frozen in time, birds suspended in flight, fish leaping from the water, and even a few colossal beasts caught in a standoff. After several days, he had traversed most of the island's expanse. Aside from discovering more resources and scenic vistas, he had not stumbled upon anything extraordinary. Until the 8th day, Wang Shi ventured into a central area of the island that he had never explored before. The terrain was rugged, dotted with numerous caves. Before a small flatland, at the entrance of an exceedingly concealed giant cave, he halted. Deep within the cave, a gleam different from the surrounding rock reflected the light. Intrigued, he stepped inside. The light gradually dimmed, yet with his current vision, everything within the cave remained clearly visible. As he delved deeper, the sight before him caused his eyes to widen. Deep within the cave lay a spaceship, quietly resting. It was a streamlined aircraft approximately 10 meters long, composed entirely of a silvery gray metal. Its surface adorned with smooth lines and incomprehensible symbols. Half of its hull appeared embedded in the rock wall from the impact of a crash. Yet the overall structure looked relatively intact. Wang Shi approached to examine it closely, his fingers brushing against the icy metal hull. His gaze fell upon a plaque-like area on the ship, inscribed with unfamiliar characters. Just as he attempted to decipher them, the system's translation function activated automatically, projecting the text directly into his mind. Hong Kong V3 Personal Aircraft. Serial number, XES0771AL. Manufacturer, Kelowna City Airport Consortium. Wang Shi had long realized that the formidable power of the infinite world system was unaffected by time halts. The notion of a civilization capable of manufacturing personal aircraft? This survival replica on the deserted island seemed not to be a mere sandbox world conjured by the system, but rather a genuine realm that once boasted a high degree of civilization. He circled the wreckage of the spacecraft, discovering a massive breach on the opposite side, likely caused by the impact during the crash. Given the time halt state, with no risks involved, Wang Shi unhesitatingly bent down and crawled inside. The interior of the spacecraft was in disarray, various incomprehensible devices strewn about, blanketed in thick dust. Within the cockpit, a long-dried human corpse remained strapped in the seat by a safety belt, frozen in the pose of its last moment of life. Next to the remains, Wang Shi found a leather notebook wedged beneath the control panel. He carefully extracted it and opened it. The handwriting in the notebook was hasty and illegible, composed of unfamiliar characters, as the system once again provided real-time translation. Star Calendar 11692, monsters appeared. Star Calendar 11702, we completely lost all oceans. Star Calendar 11732. The coalition was annihilated. I could only become a deserter. Humanity is finished. Star Calendar 11742. The final escape. They have come. Everywhere is the city of Celadona. I am sorry, father and mother. Fuel leak. I can no longer escape. I can only fight this monster. The entries of the journal were fragmented, steeped in despair and terror, ultimately coming to an abrupt halt. Wang Shi closed the notebook, his gaze sweeping over the chaos of the cockpit and the remains of a corpse, his brow furrowed. Monster invasion, civilization annihilation, he murmured, finally gaining a deeper understanding of the land beneath his feet. This was no ordinary deserted island, but rather the remnants of a civilization's downfall, potentially harboring the so-called monsters mentioned in the journal that had obliterated that civilization. Wait, the protagonist of this journal ended up fighting the monster? How did he come to be on this island? Wang Shi recalled the films he had seen, and a terrifying thought struck his mind. Could the monster referred to by the journal's protagonist be this gigantic island beneath him? Just then, a notification from the system abruptly broke the absolute silence of the stilled world. Detected reincarnator number 998, Wang Shi, has uncovered the truth of the world's background and the cause of civilization's fall ahead of time. Upon final evaluation, task rating will receive substantial enhancement. The message conveyed by the system was undoubtedly excellent news, yet it could not alleviate Wang Shi's mood. He looked down at the earth beneath him, an overwhelming sense of fear rising within him. Is the island we inhabit a monster? Chapter 8. Shipbuilding Plan. Wang Shi exited the cave, weighed down by thoughts as he continuously recalled the spaceship journal and the world's truth confirmed by the system. Is this vast island truly a colossal monster? Such a size, could it not be slain even if I halted time for a year? Wang Shi stomped his foot on the ground, feeling a sense of helplessness. Upon returning to the camp, he swiped through survival points, and the prolonged 10-day time halt finally came to an end. Time resumed, and the system began to account for Wang Shi's actions during those 10 days of stasis. His survival points surged once more, ultimately leaving the second-place contestant trailing by an astonishing tenfold. This once again caused a stir in the World Channel. However, many reincarnators exhibited less astonishment than before, as the system's second draw had commenced. Wang Shi paid no heed to the expressions of disappointment and delight from his subordinates as they drew their cards. For others, it was merely their second draw. But for Wang Shi, who had lived in the stilled world for another 10 days, it was already his fourth. He could only see if the cards issued by the system contained anything capable of dealing with the island's monster. The 10-day cycle has ended. Please draw your fourth card. 3 card shadows materialized, slowly solidifying. Green card, Construction Master, possesses some knowledge of civil engineering and a certain degree of construction ability. Comment, Civil engineering, from beginner to running away with a bucket. Blue card, Master of Swordsmanship, mastery of the ultimate limits of human swordsmanship. Comment, Heart, Body, and skill in unison, severing the enemy before you. Purple card, God of Shipbuilding, mastery of various shipbuilding technologies, identification of various shipbuilding materials, design of various vessels, and acquisition of top-tier ship navigation skills. Warning, selecting this may trigger unknown consequences. Comment, how did you find this? The final card radiated a purple luminescence, mysterious and profound. The all-green lineup from the previous draw seemed merely to accentuate the brilliance of this purple light. Wang Shi softly uttered the word, his eyes suddenly brightening, as all his chaotic thoughts seemed to find their outlet at once. If what lay beneath him was indeed an insurmountable monster, then distancing himself from it would be the most straightforward path to survival. Therefore, why not build a ship? A vessel capable of safely drifting upon the sea? Even if his judgment proved erroneous and the island posed no danger, sailing out to sea, even if just to drift for 30 days until the task concluded, would guarantee a direct return via the system's teleportation. After all, even if he chose to slack off afterward, other survival points could never surpass his. Regardless, this was an absolute escape from the survival rules of the deserted island. Without the slightest hesitation, Wang Shi chose God of Shipbuilding. A massive torrent of information surged into his mind. From the earliest underwater life to the Stone Age's canoes and rafts, to the grand ancient sailing ships, the sturdy steel leviathans, and even the intricate structures of modern aircraft carriers, countless ship designs, material characteristics, construction techniques, and navigational skills were etched into his consciousness as if they were innate abilities. Wang Shi summoned the tool master, took a piece of charcoal, and found a wooden board to sketch the design. The prototype of a sturdy, ocean-worthy wooden sailing ship gradually took shape. He calculated the strength of the keel, the dimensions of the hull, and the area of the sails, each piece of data exceedingly precise. However, soon his movement slowed. His brow knitted tighter. No, going to sea may be simple, but with only these few dozen individuals under my command, even with my assistance, it was utterly impossible to construct a ship that could guarantee absolute safety at sea within the remaining 20 days. The timeline was too tight, and the workload was too immense. Wang Shi rose, deep in thought. If manpower was insufficient, then he must seek more people? Opening the survival points leaderboard revealed that over 900 individuals were still alive. A simple and direct plan rapidly took shape. After a night of rest, Wang Shi awoke, assigning tasks to those in the camp before heading out to search for a shipbuilding site and suitable keel. Wang Shi's aimless wandering during the time halt proved useful. Recalling his previous explorations, he ultimately settled on a bay to the east of the island. There, a gentle foreshore facilitated construction, close to a forest for easy access to timber, and the water depth was sufficient for future vessels to launch. He marked the surrounding high-quality shipbuilding wood and even personally felled a few giant trees with superhuman strength as initial reserves. Then, as time halted everything, Wang Shi commenced his actions. Opening the world channel, which had ceased refreshing, he memorized the locations revealed by the recruitment information. Wang Shi transformed into a bandit within the stilled world. Based on that information and previous explorations during halted time, he accurately located one survivor stronghold after another. Those who were either resting, arguing, or planning for the future, the leaders were effortlessly carried away by Wang Shi. A smile graced his face. The prospect of shipbuilding was promising. The process was quiet, swift, and devoid of any complications. When time resumed its flow, the dozens of team leaders who had been abducted almost simultaneously realized they were no longer in their warm gathering place, but in an unfamiliar bay, surrounded by scattered massive timber, while they themselves were haphazardly piled together like discarded goods. An overwhelming sense of confusion and panic swept over them. What is happening? Where's this? Who did this? An uproar immediately ensued. Panic spread like a plague, and the enigmatic 998 possessed an uncanny ability to seize individuals in an instant, no longer a secret, but widely known. Were we captured by 998? Just as the chaos was about to escalate, a figure slowly emerged from behind a pile of massive logs. It was Wang Shi. His expression was calm, even tinged with a hint of nonchalance, as though he had merely stepped out for a leisurely stroll. Yet, merely standing there, the invisible aura refined through genetic ascension and the intimidation from his recent act of abduction silenced the tumult in an instant. Dozens of eyes, filled with suspicion, fear, anger, and scrutiny, were all fixated upon him. Wang Shi's gaze swept across this assembly of local tyrants. He spoke, his voice not loud, but distinctly overpowering the sound of the waves. I initially wished to coexist with you as an ordinary person, yet all I received in return was dismissal. The leaders were momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. One audaciously stammered, trembling, "Brother, you haven't mentioned what you intend to do. We have had no prior engagement." Wang Shi disregarded their justifications and continued in that monotone voice. "Thus, I shall no longer pretend. I lay my cards on the table. I am 998. Despite their suspicions, the confirmation of this number from his own lips elicited a sharp intake of breath. The legend that dominated the leaderboard had manifested before them in such an abrupt manner. Wang Shi did not grant them time to digest this revelation. He pointed toward the sea and continued, "Beyond the ocean, ahem, I would like you to assist me in constructing a vessel, a ship capable of leaving this island." Chapter 9. The resounding choice. At this moment, Scarface was engulfed in endless terror. Just a moment ago, he had been by the campfire of his encampment, passionately gesticulating to several allied leaders, exclaiming, "The advantage is mine. That 998 is merely one person. United, we could overwhelm him with our numbers. Then, all the resources and points from his camp would belong to us." He closed his eyes and opened them again. The fervent rallying cries still echoed in his ears. But in the next instant, the damp sea breeze filled his mouth. He found himself no longer in the warmth of his camp, but slumped upon an unfamiliar beach, surrounded by thick timber, and the familiar figures of dozens of renowned team leaders sprawled haphazardly around him, including those who had just fervently supported him. Panic doused his fervor like icy water. What had transpired? Without a sound, had they all been abducted from their respective strongholds to this place? Was this within the realm of human capability? He abruptly raised his head and beheld the young man who had stepped forth from behind the colossal logs, his expression placid, his eyes even bearing a semblance of sleepy indifference. Yet Scarface's heart raced as if gripped by an invisible hand, pounding so fiercely it felt as though it might shatter his ribcage. This method could only belong to 998, the one who dominated the leaderboard, discussed in hushed tones, and even plotted against. Scarface's earlier bravado evaporated into nothingness, leaving only primal fear. His throat went dry as he instinctively swallowed, internally screaming, "In truth, I see this, 998, with a regal bearing, emanating an aura of imperial grandeur. It would be an honor if he were to choose my people." Wang Shi's gaze swept over the now silent leaders, seemingly pausing for half a second on Scarface's pale visage. Scarface shuddered, nearly retracting his neck. Wang Shi, unfazed by their varying expressions, directly delivered a message that would shatter their understanding. "I summoned you here to construct a ship, to escape this place." He paused, his voice remaining steady yet imbued with undeniable weight. "The reason is simple. We cannot remain on this island. What lies beneath our feet may not be an island at all, but rather a colossal beast that has existed for an unknown duration." Silence. A silence more profound than that experienced during their abduction. All eyes widened in disbelief as they stared at Wang Shi. The news was too absurd, too horrifying, that for a moment, no one could respond. Scarface felt a chill run down his spine, yet the calmness of Wang Shi's face, coupled with the inexplicable methods he had displayed, rendered this outrageous claim increasingly credible in his mind. What other cataclysmic crisis could compel this top-ranked individual to rally such forces for an escape by ship? Finally, Scarface summoned every ounce of courage he had, trembling as he raised his hand like a student eager to answer a question. "Esteemed leader," he croaked, "why must we leave? Even if it is indeed a beast. Isn't it still dormant? We could simply hide." Wang Shi glanced at him, a smile gracing his lips, causing Scarface to swallow his next words. "Hide." Wang Shi replied with a grin. "Shall we gamble that it will never awaken? Shall we bet on the system's mercy to ensure our safety once the task concludes?" There was another reason Wang Shi did not articulate, namely that he had repeatedly chosen the purple cards exceeding the world's limits. And this wilderness survival might entail other unforeseen changes. He surveyed all present. "I have revealed the truth to you. Believe it or not, it is your choice. For those willing to stay and test their luck, you may leave now. I will not stop you." Leave? Where to? Who would dare depart? Setting aside the veracity of this terrifying message, the mere presence of 998 rendered any movement impossible. The silent yet unseen method that had abducted them all, along with the pressure emanating from a higher life form, served as a direct deterrent. After a brief silence, Scarface clenched his fist and boldly proclaimed, "I choose 998 as the leader. He is the one who deserves our allegiance." With that, he was the first to pull up his system panel. All personnel immediately gather at the designated location on the East Coast. Now, those who disobey shall face death. Almost instantly, the remaining leaders scrambled to comply. "Gather the collection teams. Everyone, bring all tools and rush to the east as quickly as possible. Hurry, come quickly. Don't ask why. If you wish to survive, act swiftly." The world channel was flooded with urgent, panic-laden commands. The reincarnators, who had been discussing the results of the second drawing, were left bewildered. But the unyielding orders from their leaders and the palpable fear in their tone left no room for doubt. Chaos erupted across the island, and nearly 900 survivors began converging towards the shipyard designated by Wang Shi from all directions, like streams flowing together. Wang Shi paid no heed to the few who chose to abandon their teams, preferring to brave the wilderness alone. The numbers were sufficient. In the days that followed, the bay transformed into a vast encampment, a frenzied yet efficient shipbuilding factory. Nearly 1,000 people collaborated, with lumberjacks felling trees, craftsmen polishing, and assemblers constructing. Those with skills such as master of tools and master builder became natural technical backbones, guiding the multitude. Meanwhile, Wang Shi emerged as the absolute core and chief engineer. The effect of the god of ships exceeded expectations, enabling him to pinpoint the critical elements of each structure and expedite the shipbuilding process. As midnight approached, the workers would find that what seemed like just a fleeting moment had resulted in a significant portion of the cumbersome keel being processed, or a batch of urgently needed specific timber appearing at the worksite. No one dared to inquire how 998 achieved such feats. They merely focused on their tasks, attributing this inhuman efficiency to the enigmatic abilities of the top-tier leader. Time sped by amidst the intense labor. The colossal ship's keel had been laid, and sturdy ribs were being erected one by one, gradually revealing the silhouette of a vessel capable of conquering the ocean. Wang Shi's plan was to bring the ship to a state ready for launch within 10 days. The urgency was palpable. No one knew when the monstrous entity beneath them might stir. As the 16th day arrived, amidst the clamor of the construction site, Wang Shi found a relatively quiet corner to sit. The interface for his 5th card draw appeared before him as expected. 3 card shadows manifested. This time, two brilliant beams of purple light emerged. Temporary adaptive evolution. Under various conditions, the body will undergo slow, directed adaptation, gaining substantial resistances and even transient physiological modifications to suit the environment. Once leaving that environment, the effects will gradually dissipate. Warning: selecting this option may result in unknown consequences. Comment: how did you find it? Self-prediction. A vague foresight of segments related to one's fortune or misfortune within the next 3 seconds. Warning: selecting this option may result in unknown consequences. Comment: how did you find it? Fire-resistant skin. Gain extreme resistance to fire and high-temperature damage. Comment: are you ready to mine hellfire or? Wang Shi's pupils narrowed slightly. Such high quality? Or perhaps the more draws one makes, the better the card quality? He recalled fragmented notes from Mo Ningning's family secret journal, which seemed to mention this tendency. However, the vast majority of reincarnators could only draw cards 3 times at most within a task world, making this enhancement trend inconspicuous. Yet he, with the additional time granted by his ability to halt time, had drawn for the 5th time, making this pattern abundantly clear. Without hesitation, he recognized the dangers of venturing into the sea. The ocean itself was a colossal extreme environment. Temporary adaptive evolution was undoubtedly the optimal choice. If he fell into the water, at least he would gain the ability to survive underwater. If he encountered combat, he could swiftly evolve his adaptive capabilities. As for self-prediction, 3 seconds was too brief, mainly useful for self-preservation or anticipating an opponent's moves. However, having already unlocked the first-tier genetic lock, he was invincible on this island. Would he truly rely on self-prediction to confront a monster? System: I choose Temporary Adaptive Evolution. Chapter 10: Shadows of the Deep Sea. Upon selecting Temporary Adaptive Evolution, Wang Shi could distinctly sense subtle and continuous changes occurring within his body. Standing on the beach, the starlight bathed him in its glow. An extraordinary perception informed him that his skin and even deeper cells were attempting to capture these faint photons and convert them into minuscule amounts of energy. Although this energy was far from sufficient to replace sustenance, he was confident that under the sunlight, the efficiency of this conversion would be significantly enhanced. It seemed that if I were merely hungry, I could survive a month simply by basking in the sun and moonlight. Wang Shi murmured to himself, raising his hand to pinch his arm firmly. He immediately felt his muscle fibers beneath the skin instinctively begin to enhance their density in response to the pressure, albeit to a minimal extent. When he withdrew his hand, that feeling of reinforcement receded like the tide, returning to its original state. Quite intriguing. This ability resembled a dormant emergency mechanism, activated only when necessary. Gazing at the ocean under the night sky, a sense of exploration surged within him. The shipbuilding site, under the guidance of Master Zhang Yu and Master Li Li, was operating with admirable efficiency. Nearly 1,000 individuals collaborated, their chants, the sounds of lumbering, and the grinding of tools intertwining to create a vibrant scene. After organizing his upcoming priorities, Wang Shi made his way towards the sea. The water appeared as dark as ink under the night. Normally, even with his enhanced vision from the first-tier genetic lock, he would be unable to see clearly beneath the surface. However, he now possessed adaptability. Without hesitation, he stepped into the frigid seawater, becoming fully submerged. Initially, he experienced the cold sensation and slight asphyxiation from the water pressure. Yet soon, a wondrous transformation began to occur. His visual nerves seemed to self-adjust, dramatically enhancing his ability to capture faint light. The previously pitch-black underwater world gradually became discernible, exhibiting a haunting blue hue. Simultaneously, the rate of oxygen consumption in his lungs significantly decreased, and his bodily functions automatically entered a low-energy state. Occasionally surfacing for air, Wang Shi acclimated to the shallows for half an hour, meticulously observing every subtle change in his body. He estimated that he had adapted to holding his breath for up to an hour. Even more astonishingly, he felt a slight tingling sensation on either side of his face, near his neck, as though some structure was attempting to form beneath the skin. Could it be gills? The notion struck him as absurd, yet eerily plausible. The potency of this temporary adaptive evolution far exceeded his expectations. With the ability to operate underwater, what began as mere testing transformed into exploration. He glided deeper into the darker depths of the ocean like a fish. The further he descended, the greater the water pressure became, yet his body adjusted in tandem. Some discomfort arose, but it had not yet reached the limits of his temporary adaptation. The underwater landscape gradually came into view, revealing not the expected gravel or rocks, but rather colossal, rough mountains cloaked in thick layers of sediment and seaweed. This mountain range, juxtaposed against the relatively flat sandy areas, sculpted the ocean floor's topography. He reached out to touch the mountains, feeling their hardness and coldness, entirely unlike the texture of rock. Could these be the limbs of a monster? Wang Shi's heart sank slowly. He swam forward along this bizarre underwater terrain. An unimaginably massive creature's outline began to take shape in his mind, eliciting a chilling sense of dread. Occasionally, he glimpsed enormous, trench-like ravines resembling mountainous folds, unfathomably deep and shrouded in darkness. Was the island floating above merely the back of this creature? The previous conjecture was confirmed before his eyes, bringing not clarity but a deeper sense of oppression. He immediately ascended to the surface, returning to the air. Climbing ashore, the night breeze brought a refreshing chill. Yet the thrill ignited by his deep-sea discovery lingered within him. At the same time, he reassessed his survival capabilities. It seemed there was no longer a rush, wringing the seawater from his clothes. He gazed at the brightly lit construction site, bustling with activity in the distance, contemplating. With the genetic lock as a foundation, coupled with this extraordinary adaptability, even if the ship was not completed, I could simply find a deep-sea trench to hide in and survive until the 30-day task concludes. This meant he had secured an absolutely reliable escape route for himself. Once again, he cast his gaze upon the industrious figures, his heart a mixture of emotions. Nearly 1,000 individuals were laboring tirelessly for a potential crisis and a possible lifeline. A significant portion of this was due to the truth and absolute force he had brought forth. Additionally, participating in shipbuilding also earned survival points, providing many with a secure opportunity to accumulate points through ship construction. Had Wang Shi not been present in this reincarnator's novice dungeon, these individuals would likely have spent the 30 days in mutual suspicion and competition, with the last 500 being exterminated by the system, while the top 500 embarked on a stable reincarnator's life. However, now, due to his repeated drawing of the transcendent purple cards, the task may undergo an unforeseen alteration. Originally, the top 500 individuals expected to survive might perish due to the awakening of monsters or other unknown events. TSK, Wang Shi lightly clicked his tongue. He was never the kind of selfless saint. Self-interest and survival were his primary principles. Yet, on the other hand, he was not a purely cold-blooded creature. If a calamity was brought about by others, but he had to bear the consequences, he could retaliate fiercely. Conversely, if trouble stemmed from his own actions, and he caused innocent individuals to suffer, it would leave him feeling unsettled. Never mind. The ship was already half-built. Halting now would be even more detrimental. At least he could offer them a chance at survival. Whether they could seize it would depend on their own efforts. With this thought, his mindset lightened considerably. He no longer fixated on every detail, but resumed a somewhat laid-back demeanor, mostly serving as the chief engineer to point out critical issues, while spending the remainder of his time strolling around the construction site, observing the bustling workers. After all, he already had an escape route. Yet, on the 17th day, as the ship approached completion, a sudden and violent earthquake struck the island. Chapter 11. The Tide of Mutated Beasts. The earthquake arrived abruptly and dissipated swiftly. The ground shook violently for merely a dozen seconds before returning to tranquility. Materials tumbled at the construction site, and the newly erected sections of the ship emitted a disconcerting groan, yet fortunately did not collapse. However, the physical destruction caused by the earthquake paled in comparison to the ensuing psychological pressure. An indescribable, oppressive weight, heavy as if tangible, enveloped the entire island, making the air feel thick and suffocating. All reincarnators, regardless of their strength, felt their hearts race at that moment, as if they had caught the gaze of a supreme predator. Then, a system notification from the infinite world echoed in the minds of all survivors. Warning: due to special circumstances, the survival task on the deserted island has undergone an alteration. New mechanism. Mutated creatures have descended. Killing mutated creatures will yield substantial survival points. Final rule change. On the 30th day, the bottom 500 in the survival point ranking will no longer be eliminated. Final reminder: survive. After a brief silence, the construction site erupted into chaos. No more eliminations? Coupled with the faint sense of oppression in the air and the news of mutated creatures, the system's insinuation was that the final number of survivors would not require further culling. Wang Shi stood atop a high ground, his brow furrowed. The mutated creatures mentioned by the system were undoubtedly the monsters related to the truth of the world. This rule change resembled a form of mercy, or rather, compensation for the impending great danger. Surviving had become the sole objective. Did everyone hear that? Wang Shi shouted loudly, his voice cutting through the panic of the scene. If you want to live, build the ship faster. Now, there's no need to worry about elimination. We just need to set sail. No further motivation was necessary. The instinct for survival drove each individual. The pace of shipbuilding surged to a frenzied level, with some even disregarding structural integrity. Yet, this reckless speed could not be sustained for long. A few hours later, from the forest's edge came the chilling screams and bone-chilling roars. Monsters! There are monsters! Help! Wang Shi's pupils constricted, and he barked. All those who chose combat-related skills, gather in front of me immediately. Hurry! The command was swiftly relayed by several leaders. Soon, over 100 figures converged, some wielding crude bone knives and stone spears, while others bore sharp gazes and muscular physiques that set them apart from the rest. Field Special Forces, Swordsmanship Master, Enhanced Strength. These represented the entirety of their current combat power. Form a defensive line, block them, and buy time for those behind to continue building the ship. Wang Shi unsheathed his bone knife and charged toward the source of the chaos. The so-called mutated creatures had emerged. They varied in form, some resembling enlarged, grotesque insects with fierce exoskeletons, while others appeared as twisted amalgamations of various creatures, towering between 1 to 3 meters. The only commonality among them was their crimson eyes and frenzied aggression. With a roar, the defensive line crashed into the horde of beasts. Flesh and blood flew. Wang Shi confronted a nearly 3-meter-tall creature resembling a giant lizard. His bone knife struck against its neck scales, leaving only a white mark. The giant lizard roared and swung its tail, moving with incredible speed. The moment Wang Shi attempted to block, he felt a jolt through his arm and was knocked back several steps. So tough? He spat. The numbness in his arm dissipating quickly as his muscle density seemed to adjust instinctively during the struggle. Once more, he swung his bone knife, this time targeting the previous white mark. Once, twice, thrice. His speed increased, and his strength subtly grew, becoming increasingly adept at evading the creature's attack patterns. Temporary adaptive evolution was still in effect. Though it required time, it was indeed pushing him toward a level capable of confronting such monsters. Finally, on the 5th precise strike to the same spot, the bone knife snapped with a crack, but it successfully breached the scales, inflicting a wound. Without hesitation, Wang Shi discarded the broken knife and closed in, unleashing a burst of first-stage genetic lock power, delivering a powerful blow to the creature's neck wound. The monster let out a wail, staggering back. Wang Shi, seizing the advantage, unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, even using his teeth, all targeting the area around the wound. Minutes later, the massive beast collapsed in a thunderous crash. He gasped for breath and surveyed the surroundings. The defensive line was grim. The sound of screams echoed endlessly, with individuals continually being knocked down, dragged away, or torn apart. Dozens of mutilated corpses littered the ground. Hold the line. Retreat means death. Wang Shi roared, picking up a broken piece of timber from the ground and smashing it against an approaching canine creature. Panic spread. 2 reincarnators completely broke down, screaming as they dropped their weapons and sprinted toward the sea. Wang Shi's expression turned icy. Without hesitation, he left the battlefield in pursuit of the 2 deserters, catching up to them and striking down with his makeshift club. 2 dull thuds echoed, and the fleeing individuals collapsed to the ground without uttering a word, falling into unconsciousness. A profound silence enveloped the battlefield. All who witnessed this scene felt a chill creep into their hearts. Wang Shi stifled the slight discomfort of his first kill. Shaking off the blood from the club, his voice cold. Deserting in battle disrupts our morale. Death is the consequence. Those who wish to live, fight. The bloody suppression proved effective. The remaining combatants, eyes ablaze with fury, steadied their defensive line and engaged in a fierce struggle against the relentless tide of monsters. Behind them, the shipbuilders gritted their teeth, tears in their eyes, driving the wood with renewed fervor, each strike infused with desperation and hope. The battle raged from the afternoon until nightfall. The defensive line shrank time and again, leaving over 100 bodies on the ground, some monsters, but more were humans. Wang Shi lost count of how many he had slain, feeling an unprecedented fatigue and soreness throughout his body. He had switched weapons several times, now wielding a sharp limb forcibly removed from an unknown creature. Scarred Face and several others were desperately fending off a 3-meter-tall armored creature. His blade proved ineffective, and with a single pincer strike, it sent his weapon flying, leaving him on the verge of losing his head to a monstrous bite. Just then, the world suddenly fell silent. Blood splattered, bones shattered, grotesque monsters, expressions of despair, and the utmost fear etched upon the scarred face. Everything froze in an instant. Time struck midnight. Time halted. Wang Shi remained in the act of throwing, the sharp appendage having just slipped from his grasp. He paused momentarily, and then, like a deflated balloon, his taut muscles and nerves gradually relaxed. He took a long, Deep breath, expelling a cloud of murky air. Why am I exerting myself so desperately? Wang Shi murmured, allowing the half-thrown monstrous limb to linger suspended in midair. Without a glance at the nearby battlefield and the frozen lives, he turned and walked towards the relatively clean campsite behind him. He retrieved a water pouch from the supplies, took a few hearty gulps, then grabbed some jerky and fruit, unceremoniously sitting on the ground to devour them. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he found a soft pile of hay, lay down directly, and closed his eyes. In the frozen battlefield, the monster's fangs were mere centimeters from the scarred man's throat. Beads of sweat and blood hung suspended in the air, and the faces of everyone were frozen in expressions of madness, fear, or despair. Meanwhile, behind this scene of carnage, the possible source of it all lay in the haystack, breathing steadily, prepared to sleep. The extremes of movement and stillness, the boundary between life and death, were forcibly stitched together by time at that moment, creating an eerily surreal tableau. Given the circumstances, it was best to sleep first. Chapter 12. The source of the mutated beasts in the world where time had stopped. Wang Shi slept soundly on the haystack. Hours passed, and upon opening his eyes again, the mental fatigue had evaporated, and the aches from the fierce battle had significantly subsided. He stood up, stretched lazily, and his joints emitted a faint cracking sound. Looking around, everything remained frozen: blood droplets, grotesque monsters, and the desperate or crazed expressions of people, all akin to the most realistic sculptures in a museum, recounting the brutality of the moment before time halted. "Let us get down to business," Wang Shi muttered and began to take action. His first task was to assist the battle-worn soldiers at the front lines, such as the scarred man who had nearly lost his head to a monster's bite. Wang Shi approached, seized his collar, and dragged him away from the monster's maw as if he were a sack of grain, tossing him into the relatively safe zone behind the defense line. 1, 2, 3. He worked with remarkable efficiency, relocating a dozen or so individuals teetering on the brink of death to safety. After completing this task, he dusted off his hands and turned his gaze to the frozen monsters. Then came the harvest. These mutated beasts, terrifying to the average person, posed no threat in the halted time. Wang Shi strolled leisurely across the battlefield, casually picking up a sharp object, and simply and brutally plunged it into the eyes of these mutated creatures, subsequently crushing their brains. When time resumed, they would naturally perish. The previously fierce battle had transformed into a mere act of reaping. Alas, it's this time stop that prevents me from showcasing my true strength. Wang Shi lamented theatrically as he continued his harvest. Soon, the monsters on the battlefield were entirely cleared away. He glanced back at the shipyard, where everyone remained frozen in their frantic labor, the hull of the ship already taking a remarkably complete shape, requiring no further intervention from him. Curiosity took hold. During his previous explorations, he had never encountered these monsters before. From where did they originate? Acting on impulse, Wang Shi departed the beach, heading towards the direction from which the monsters had surged, delving into the island's forest. Eventually, he arrived at the island's center. The sight before him made him catch his breath. A vast, deep gorge, resembling a grotesque scar, tore through the earth. This must be the result of the earlier earthquake. The edges of the gorge were rugged, and new, varied forms of mutated beasts were crawling out, their movements frozen in mid-climb or mid-leap, densely packed, sending chills down one's spine. Here was the source of the beast tide. Wang Shi's eyes sparkled with realization. Wasn't this a natural scoring ground? During the earlier battle, he had discovered that killing these mutated creatures yielded extraordinarily high scores. A creature standing 3 to 4 meters tall provided points nearly equivalent to his total from 2 days of normal hunting and gathering. Though he had long since claimed the top spot in survival points, based on the scattered notes in Mo Ningning's journal and his own deductions, it was likely that the final rewards would be linked to the total score. Thus, he resolved to accumulate more points. With a grin, he unhesitatingly commenced his one-sided slaughter. The gorge transformed into his private hunting ground. He wove through the frozen beast horde, targeting only those of high value, effortlessly dismantling them. When Wang Shi felt a touch of ennui, he paused to assess his score, which had reached an astonishingly high figure. In fact, the total points of all the surviving individuals combined would scarcely amount to a fraction of his. That should suffice, he nodded in satisfaction. With several hours of time left, his gaze turned towards the deep gorge. What lay beneath? Wang Shi sought out resilient vines, secured them to the gorge's edge, and carefully began to descend. The deeper he went, the dimmer the light became, yet it had little effect on his enhanced vision. The surrounding rock walls and suspended boulders were adorned with various forms of monsters, resembling a bizarre three-dimensional gallery. Upon reaching the gorge's bottom, he felt a viscous, slippery sensation underfoot. Looking down, his pupils constricted slightly. The gorge's floor was not the rocky or earthy terrain he had anticipated, but a vast expanse of dark red. Still liquid substance. Blood. A broad pool of blood. As he looked up, he observed new monsters emerging from various crevices in the rock walls on either side of the gorge. Their bodies coated in the same dark red liquid, dripping down to merge with the blood pool beneath him. An astonishing hypothesis formed in his mind. These so-called mutated creatures were not independent entities at all. They resembled parasites, or perhaps some form of white blood cells. The gorge itself was not a result of an earthquake tearing the land apart, but rather a rupture of the skin of this colossal island beast. The pool of blood at the bottom was the creature's blood, or more accurately, the tissue fluid brought forth by these parasites as they emerged from the giant beast's body, attacking the external pathogens present on its surface. This notion sent a shiver down Wang Shi's spine. If this were the case, the earthquake was likely just a tremor from the island beast. He had always believed that the deep-sea escape route he discovered was his ultimate safeguard. But now it seemed that if this colossal creature, spanning hundreds of kilometers, truly awakened or turned over, swimming far enough might not guarantee safety from the sea. The unknowable mutations of these purple cards had spiraled out of control. He murmured to himself, subconsciously rubbing his arms. It was not out of fear, but rather a primal sense of insignificance in the face of a being far beyond his comprehension. The bizarre nature of the situation seemed to exceed his initial estimations. Chapter 13. I must be cursed standing in that chilling red gorge. A wild and enticing thought surged uncontrollably within Wang Shi. What would happen if he were to slay this island beast? Would the system immediately declare the task complete? Would it reward him with an unimaginable bounty of points, or perhaps unveil some earth-shattering super equipment? The notion burgeoned within Wang Shi's mind like wild grass. Yet, as he raised his gaze to the suspended fabric of time and space, calculating the dwindling moments, he was compelled to temporarily suppress this fervent impulse. There was insufficient time for frivolous ventures. He resolved to return. He murmured to himself, relinquishing the urge to further explore, and swiftly retraced his steps. At the instant time halted, a peculiar stillness enveloped the coastal defenses. Those monstrous entities, which were poised to rend the survivors apart in the next heartbeat, suddenly shattered without warning, collapsing to the ground, transformed into rigid corpses. Meanwhile, the individuals cornered by despair, awaiting their demise with closed eyes, discovered that the lethal onslaught had not descended upon them. They blinked in bewilderment, witnessing the abrupt demise of the creatures beside them, and their own bodies inexplicably relocated to a place of safety. What transpired? How did the monsters perish? I was just over there. Who saved me? A chorus of incredulous murmurs erupted, all eyes involuntarily drawn to the figure of Wang Shi, who had just strolled back from the battlefield's periphery. Almost simultaneously, the leaderboard of survival points flickered violently in the minds of all survivors. The top score, 998, began to oscillate at an astonishing speed, skyrocketing. Ultimately, the figure stabilized at an exaggerated number, one that had likely never been witnessed in the annals of reincarnators. The score of the second place seemed trivial in comparison, barely constituting a fraction. Even the cumulative points of all remaining survivors paled in significance beside his singular score. A profound silence descended upon the battlefield. In light of the inexplicable demise of the formidable monsters and their own mysterious transportation to safety, a clear realization dawned upon each individual. It was he, in a fleeting moment beyond their comprehension, who had orchestrated it all. An ineffable sense of reverence flooded the hearts of every survivor. They regarded Wang Shi as though he were a deity or perhaps a monster traversing the earth. Wang Shi paid no heed to their complex gazes, merely casting a calm glance over the battlefield. Stop dawdling. Those who are able, assist in tending to the wounds and clearing the area. The monsters will not return for the time being. Let us hasten to continue our shipbuilding. His words roused them from their stupor. The relief of surviving and their unwavering trust in Wang Shi transformed into a more potent drive. This battle had claimed over 200 lives. Yet the remaining 600 survivors unleashed all their potential, fervently dedicating themselves to the final construction efforts. Through the night and into dawn, as the first light of the following day broke, a rather rudimentary, yet structurally intact, large wooden sailing vessel lay quietly upon the shore. Its simplicity bore many unfinished details. Yet no one voiced discontent. As long as it could set sail, as long as it could endure the remaining 12 days until the system's reckoning. It was their Noah's Arkansas. Just then, unsettling commotions and roars emanated from the depths of the forest. A new array of mutated creatures was drawing near. Wang Shi's heart stirred, and his earlier audacious idea surged back. He stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "The ship is ready. Everyone, lower it into the water immediately. Those capable of fighting, follow me and hold them off." "Boss," Scarface couldn't help but shout, "this is far too dangerous. No more chatter. Push the ship," Wang Shi commanded. Already wielding a blade-like appendage he had pried from a monster, charging towards the forest's edge. The others, unable to defy him, choked back tears, exerting their last ounce of strength as they shouted in unison, pushing the heavy vessel into the sea. At the forest's edge, Wang Shi, accompanied by a few dozen still capable of combat, formed the final line of defense. However, this time, the oncoming horde of monsters seemed considerably weaker. Lacking those particularly massive individuals, Wang Shi, wielding a long staff, darted through the throng of beasts, each strike resulting in the fall of a creature, showcasing remarkable bravery. Yet, he was acutely aware of the reality. The most formidable of the large mutated beasts had already been vanquished during his time stop, and the pressure now was significantly less than the previous night. "Get on the ship," he shouted while valiantly holding off the assault, not daring to glance back. The combat teams began desperately climbing aboard. "Boss, hurry up." The ship began to drift from the shallow water, and the anxious shouts from those aboard echoed. Wang Shi swung his staff, sending 2 or 3 approaching canine monsters flying, seizing the moment to turn back and gesturing to those on the ship, urgently declaring, "Someone must stay behind. You all go first. Don't worry about me." With unwavering resolve, he charged deeper into the throng of beasts, vanishing into the forest's edge. A somber tableau unfolded aboard the ship. Scarface struck himself hard across the face, his voice tinged with anguish. "I truly deserve this. I was just thinking of confronting the 998 boss." Someone cried out towards the forest, "We will survive. We will carry your spirit with us." More individuals, with reddened eyes, silently vowed towards the direction Wang Shi had disappeared. The emotions of gratitude and indignation spread among those on the ship. And what of their saint, Wang Shi? He plunged into the jungle, deftly outrunning the majority of pursuing monsters. Occasionally, he dispatched the few that clung too closely, converting them into additional points. Observing that the ship had sailed far from the shore, reduced to a mere speck, he ceased his performance. All done. He casually discarded the monster's blade, clapped his hands, a smile of triumphant ease replacing any semblance of solemnity. He had never intended to board that rickety vessel. After uncovering the truth of the island in the deep sea and witnessing the pools of blood in the canyon, a bolder plan had gradually taken shape in his mind. He would test whether he could slay the island's monster. With ordinary means, even if he stood still for a year, he could not breach its defenses. Even with time stopped, 24 hours would not suffice for him to accomplish anything against this island. However, he possessed a greater time stop in the main world. A 24-hour time stop equated to a staggering 240 hours in this subworld, a full 10 days. 10 uninterrupted days of output, focusing on a single point. What if? What if this beast had a core or a weakness? Now, for the ordinary reincarnators, it was already the 18th day since entering the subworld. In 2 days, Wang Shi's extended time stop would commence. Though this notion seemed fantastical, its allure was undeniably potent. Rather than drift at sea for 12 days awaiting an uncertain system reckoning, he would seize the chance for an extraordinary possibility. As for the danger, with temporary adaptive evolution and genetic ascension as a foundation if all else failed, he could simply dive into the deep sea and wait until the mission concluded. No matter how one calculated it, there was nothing to lose. Resolute in his decision, he delayed no longer, effortlessly evading the sporadic monsters, and plunged into the icy waters. The sea enveloped him, and temporary adaptive evolution activated instantaneously. The familiar tingling sensation coursed through his skin, his underwater vision rapidly adjusting, and his lungs' demand for oxygen diminished drastically. Wang Shi floated on the surface, casting a glance back at the immense, menacing silhouette of the island, akin to a primordial beast, a smile involuntarily curling at his lips. He envisioned the potential bountiful rewards and sense of achievement following a successful kill, nearly laughing out loud, before steadying his resolve and submerging into the depths. Chapter 14. Delving into the beast's body. Above the surface, the rudimentary vessel swayed with the waves, gradually distancing itself from the nightmarish island. On board, Scarface and the other reincarnators gazed at the receding shoreline, their emotions a tumultuous mixture. Some felt gratitude for surviving, others mourned their fallen companions. While many found themselves collectively gazing towards the depths of the island, the direction from which their hero had last vanished, their eyes filled with respect and sorrow. In the minds of those who revered him, Wang Shi, at this moment, resembled a nimble fish, skillfully navigating the profound depths surrounding the island. The water was murky and the pressure immense, yet for Wang Shi, it felt as comfortable as returning home. His temporary adaptive evolution had perfectly attuned his body to the deep-sea environment. His cheeks had even evolved gill structures, effortlessly filtering oxygen from the water, while his enhanced eyes could capture the faintest glimmers of light. His objective was clear: to discern the true form of the island's monstrous entity and locate its head. It was imperative to find its cranium. As he swam, he touched the vast, rugged seabed that continuously ascended, contemplating his thoughts. Regardless of the creature, the brain remained the core. If I can directly destroy your brain, no matter how formidable, you shall perish. He glided along the outline of this colossal being, sensing the contours of the terrain, striving to identify head-like features within this grand structure. This task was exceedingly time-consuming and required immense spatial imagination. Time silently slipped away during his exploration. When Wang Shi resurfaced, the system's notification resonated in his mind as anticipated. Survival days have reached 20. Please make your 6th card selection. The time struck midnight on the 20th day. Time once again stood still. The waves, the wind, and even the ripples he had just created froze in the air. 3-card shadows gradually materialized before him. Blue card, agility enhancement, significantly enhances physical agility, neural reflex speed, and bodily coordination. Comment: among all martial arts, only speed is invincible. Purple card, god of architecture and tools, mastery of various construction methods and tool-making techniques from primitive to modern, proficient in all material properties. Comment: give me a fulcrum, and I can recreate a civilization. Purple card, perception gene evolution, a branch of the genetic ascension route. Grants extraordinary perception of intangible factors such as danger, opportunity, and malice, reinforcing the 6th sense at the genetic level, achieving an almost prescient vague intuition. Comment: a sudden awakening. Wang Shi swiftly scanned the 3 cards. Agility enhancement represented a solid foundational improvement, yet did not greatly assist his current needs. God of architecture and tools might have been an option had it been drawn initially, but selecting it now would deviate entirely from his combat trajectory. Hence he dismissed it outright. His attention was wholly captivated by the 3rd purple card. Perception gene evolution, a sudden awakening? He murmured the commentary, finding it intriguing. More importantly, this card explicitly indicated it was a branch of the genetic ascension, 1st level, he had previously selected. Specialization in this route undoubtedly held greater potential. Without further hesitation, he commanded the system to select perception gene evolution. The moment the choice was made, a wondrous sensation flooded his perception system. The world seemed unchanged yet utterly distinct. He closed his eyes, clearly sensing the immense life force emanating from the distant island, a palpable pressure that was both daunting and awe-inspiring. This was not merely a skill that could be actively unleashed. Rather, it was a comprehensive enhancement and elevation of his entire perception system, particularly his intuition regarding potential dangers. It was not the sporadic awakening he had experienced before, but a profound enhancement of his 6th sense. Wang Shi nodded in satisfaction. This was crucial for the adventures that lay ahead. Following this, the 20th day arrived. The main world halted for 24 hours, translating to an extended pause of 240 hours within the infinite realm. In the 2 days preceding this grand pause, through exploration, he had finally developed a relatively clear hypothesis regarding the location of the island monster's head, situated beneath a specific area in the northeastern section of the island. Wang Shi returned to the island's shore, his body emerging from the water, the gill structures on either side of his cheeks gradually closing and vanishing. His skin reverting to its original state, accompanied by a slight tingling sensation. It was still more comfortable to rely on terrestrial habits. He touched his cheek, acclimatizing himself. Without a moment's rest, he proceeded directly towards the immense canyon at the island's center. The canyon remained menacing, the solidified tide of beasts cascading like a black waterfall from the fissure. Wang Shi descended to the valley floor with familiarity, treading upon the thick, dark red pool of blood. His gaze sharpened, scanning the rocky walls on either side, quickly locking onto a crustacean creature partially emerging from a nearby hole. He approached, grasped the creature's hard shell with both hands, and forcefully yanked it from the aperture, casting it aside. The human-sized opening was revealed, its edges composed of a resilient, pulsating dark red flesh, from which viscous tissue fluid continuously oozed. A passage, or perhaps a blood vessel? Wang Shi was uncertain. Yet he could sense a faint yet distinct allure emanating from deep within the passage, aligning with his perception of the cranium's direction. The perception gene was activated. This was the place. He detached the sharpest claw from a nearby solidified creature resembling a mantis, testing its heft in his hand. Then, taking a deep breath, he hesitated no longer and plunged into the soft, resilient, slime-filled passage. The walls of the passage were exceedingly slippery, presenting tremendous resistance, and darkness enveloped him entirely. However, at this moment, Wang Shi's perception gene evolution proved immensely valuable. His sense of direction became remarkably clear, and an instinctual sixth sense guided him with precision. He disregarded the discomfort of the viscous touch and the peculiar pressure surrounding him, gripping the sharp-boned sickle like a wedge, resolutely advancing deeper into the island monster, towards the hypothesized location of its head, progressing with determination through the arduous journey. Chapter 15. Inside the Island Darkness. Viscosity. Oppression. These were Wang Shi's most immediate sensations as he traversed the interior of the island monster. The passages within the colossal creature varied in width, in broader sections. They resembled subterranean caverns, allowing him to perform somersaults. In narrower areas, he could only crawl and occasionally had to carve a path with his knife. Occasionally, the passage would be completely obstructed by mutated creatures also caught in the time halt. Wang Shi had to stop, clearing these rigid obstacles as one would a clogged drain, tossing them behind before continuing onward. Several times, he encountered dead ends or obviously looping paths, and without hesitation, he would tear through the flesh walls with his bone sickle, forcefully carving new routes. Hunger and thirst assailed him, prompting him to forage on the spot. He would seize relatively tender portions from a mutated creature, slicing with the bone sickle, grimacing as he chewed and swallowed the tough, fishy morsel that provided sustenance. When parched, he scooped up the continuously oozing, nutrient-rich tissue fluid. Drinking it down, its texture was slick, yet it replenished his hydration. The temporary adaptive evolution also proved effective for his digestive system, swiftly adjusting to accommodate the consumption of these mutated flesh and blood. Time lost its significance within the monster's body. He had been laboriously journeying for 8 days. The internal structure of this giant creature exceeded his initial imagination in both grandeur and peculiarity. He had entered an immensely expansive cavity, its ceiling too high to discern, with the floor littered with countless semi-formed mutated creature egg sacs, frozen at the moment of their birth, exuding a chilling vitality in the silence. He had scaled the towering skeletal structures, as formidable as mountains, their surfaces adorned with pulsating neural networks, and faint biological light was captured in stillness. He once inadvertently wandered into an immense chamber of searing heat, where viscous blood cascaded like a waterfall, frozen in time, yet emanating an overwhelming force that could annihilate worlds. He traversed through filtering organs adorned with sharp crystalline jungles, wading through pools of digestive acids, dissolving unknown substances. The island beast was colossal, so vast it instilled a sense of despair. Wang Shi was repeatedly grateful for the existence of time suspension. Had everything not been frozen, the pressure, heat, toxins, and omnipresent immune systems would have obliterated him in an instant. He sensed that the stasis of time and space was subtly adjusted by his subjective will. Otherwise, absolute stasis would have rendered him unable to see or breathe. Finally, on the 8th day, he found himself suspended in an exceptionally viscous, nearly stagnant tissue fluid. Absolute darkness enveloped him, yet his perception gene evolution roared with unprecedented intensity, conveying a crystal-clear message. Ahead lay an endless expanse of deeply folded massive flesh, the brain of the island beast. An exhilarating joy surged within him. 8 arduous days of relentless struggle, of consuming flesh and quenching thirst, were now rewarded. He gripped the bone sickle, slick with mucus, as the power of his first-level gene lock began to surge, ready to strike. But in that very moment, a warning sensation from deep within his genes abruptly seized his movement. Danger. The sixth sense granted by perception gene evolution was on high alert. Wang Shi's actions froze instantaneously, cold sweat soaking his back. He forcefully suppressed the urge to destroy, panting heavily as he fixed his gaze on the brain so near at hand. Why? Why could he not act? His mind raced, quickly coming to a realization. There were only 2 days left until this time suspension ended. Even if he began to destroy it now, how much damage could he inflict in 2 days? Even if he caused harm, before time resumed, he would certainly not escape far. This creature exceeded 100 kilometers in length. It did not need to attack intentionally. Even an unconscious roll or convulsion from mere discomfort could unleash tsunamis, earthquakes, and unimaginable shockwaves, obliterating him and every living being within dozens of kilometers of its interior. Seeking refuge in a trench would be futile. Alas, Wang Shi sighed softly, a hint of unwillingness swelling within him. The treasure lay before him. Yet he could not seize it due to the timing being unripe. But time was on his side. He could return during the next grand time suspension. He fixated on the outline of the brain, imprinting every detail of his surroundings, the trajectory of the passage, the texture of the flesh walls, and the sense of space firmly in his mind. He memorized this bloody path carved over 8 days. Ultimately, he resolutely turned back. The return journey was significantly swifter, as his memories were clear and did not require exploration. He retraced his steps with fervor, forcefully breaking through any blockages. At last, just before time resumed its flow, he emerged from the fissure at the island's center, returning to the sea, expending all his strength to swim furiously away from the island, only daring to stop after swimming several kilometers, lurking in the icy depths. Just as he steadied himself, unable to even glance at the system's 7th card draw prompt, a thunderous roar erupted. It was an indescribable sound that did not travel through the air but directly shook the ocean and the earth. Like a colossal bell of primordial times being struck, a dull, yet overwhelmingly powerful resonance penetrating all mediums, striking him at the core. Immediately, the seabed and surrounding waters trembled violently. It was not an earthquake, but as if an invisible giant hand had suddenly shaken the entire space, centered around the distant island. An invisible, yet terrifying shockwave expanded spherically. The seawater was frantically compressed and propelled, forming catastrophic undercurrents. Although Wang Shi had escaped several kilometers away, he still felt as if he were being struck head-on by an invisible giant hammer. His internal organs felt misplaced, and a metallic taste filled his throat as he coughed up blood, which dissolved into the sea in a crimson mist. Gritting his teeth, he utilized the resistance of the water to retreat frantically, being pushed back several thousand meters before the horrifying tumult gradually subsided. In the distance, the immense island's silhouette seemed to slightly adjust its posture before once again slipping into a profound silence. It was as if the cataclysmic disturbance was merely an unconscious roll in its sleep, a slight stir caused by internal discomfort. Wang Shi floated in the frigid waters, wiping the blood from his lips, still shaken, his complexion pale. Yet the next moment, fear was replaced by intense exhilaration. He remembered the route. The next and final grand time suspension would be the moment of harvest. Chapter 16. Kill. System error? It seemed that since he chose purple card perception gene evolution, this instance had firmly anchored him on the path of genetic ascension, with subsequent card draws leaning in that direction. After the second grand time suspension concluded, during the 7th card draw, he selected purple card neural reaction and agility. The moment the cards fused, he felt a lightness envelop him, as if the world had transformed into slow motion before his eyes. The response speed of his muscles and nerves was astonishingly rapid, allowing him to feel as though he could dodge bullets after they were fired. Surviving to the 25th day, during the 8th card draw, he once again reinforced his foundation by choosing purple card cell vitality enhancement. A surge of vibrant life instantaneously filled his limbs, and he felt that even if he were to be cut, the wound would heal within a minute, while his stamina replenished at an outrageous rate. This made him feel significantly safer, and Wang Shi was thoroughly satisfied. In the days that followed, he completely concealed himself, like a beast waiting for the opportune moment, silently lurking in the deep sea, absorbing the meager energy through adaptive evolution, awaiting the final moment's arrival. On the 30th day, at midnight, just as the system was about to initiate the settlement, that familiar, absolute power once again enveloped everything. The waves froze, the gentle breeze stilled, and seabirds were suspended mid-flap. Indeed, it still exists. Wang Shi's heart soared with joy. His time suspension capability was absurdly high, forcing this final grand time suspension at the critical point of the mission's conclusion. The 9th card draw interface emerged. Perhaps due to spending most of the last 10 days submerged in water, the options clearly bore a watery essence. He quickly locked onto a perfectly suited purple card god of swimming. An influx of knowledge and instincts regarding currents, techniques, bursts, and endurance flooded into his body. The god of swimming, combined with his existing, temporary adaptive evolution, created a powerful synergy. In that instant, he felt like the master of the ocean, the swiftest lightning in the water. Heaven was aiding him. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his full power and re-entered the body of the island beast. The god of swimming bestowed upon him speed, while perception gene evolution granted him direction, and other card skills supported his stamina. In merely one day, he traversed along the path etched in his memory with terrifying speed, precisely positioning himself before the vast, starry expanse of the island beast's colossal brain. It was time to awaken from the slumber. Wang Shi grinned, drawing forth the bone blade honed from the strongest monster's limbs. The destruction commenced. This was a prolonged torment, akin to an ant gnawing at an elephant. The resilience of brain tissue is astonishing, evoking a sense of despair in its sheer volume, devoid of any resistance. Wang Shi transforms into the most obstinate of viruses, wielding his bony blades, relentlessly hacking, slashing, digging, and prying at the quivering mass of flesh before him. The powers bestowed upon him by genetic ascension grant him inhuman strength, speed, and endurance. Whenever hunger strikes, he tears off a piece of brain tissue and devours it. When thirst arises, he swallows the viscous liquid surrounding him. Tirelessly, his eyes reflect nothing but utter annihilation. For 3 entire days and nights, he toils. When he finally ceases his assault, what lies behind him is an indescribable wreckage. The once vibrant and colossal brain tissue has been reduced to a thoroughly pulverized mass, oozing a chaotic sludge, measuring in kilometers. Observing his creation, Wang Shi feels a thrill of satisfaction mingled with a tinge of trepidation. The creature's vitality defies logic. Merely dismantling its brain raises the question, what if it possesses more than one cognitive organ? He glances at the time. There are still 6 days left in the Great Pause. Resolutely, he sets off once more, utilizing his enhanced perception to locate the enormous, pulsating heart resembling a small mountain. In the following 4 days, he launches a frenzied assault on the energy core of this island-dwelling beast. When Wang Shi finally bursts forth from the chaotic remains of the colossal creature, returning to the sea, only 2 days remain. Unhindered, he activates Swimming God, and his body seems to transform into water itself, slicing through resistance as his speed reaches its zenith. The attributes of genetic ascension perfectly support this explosive burst, while temporary adaptive evolution continually fine-tunes his form to diminish every ounce of drag. Like a startled sailfish, he carves a long trajectory through the western seas. Occasionally halting to swallow a few large fish whole, he resumes his frenzied journey. In the span of 2 days, he forgoes sleep and truly rockets over 1,000 kilometers. When an entirely unfamiliar coastline appears in the distance, he momentarily stares in disbelief. A new continent? Or perhaps another colossal island? Just as this thought arises, and before he can examine it closely, the frozen world resumes its flow. The Great Pause concludes. Almost simultaneously, the system's cold notification echoes in his mind. Survival on the deserted island instance time has ended, commencing settlement now. Wang Shi's form begins to grow ethereal, as the perception of the material world swiftly unravels. In the final moment before departing the world of survival on the deserted island, he seems to hear a distant, anguished howl filled with infinite pain and madness, accompanied by the terrifying tremor of some colossal entity collapsing, causing the entire ocean to lament. The space before his return to the main world is chaotic, devoid of any discernible direction. The system's settlement continues. Survival points are being tallied. Before Wang Shi, the already astronomical points display begins to fluctuate wildly. The slaying of the island giant seems to have triggered a deeply hidden reward mechanism that should not have been activated. The points are not merely adding up, but undergoing some exponential, absurdly explosive growth. The numbers surge uncontrollably, increasing at a dizzying pace, so swiftly that they become nearly indistinguishable. The magnitude of the value instantaneously exceeds the limits of the system display. The points display before Wang Shi abruptly transforms into a long string of flickering, chaotic crimson gibberish. Warning: data overflow. Abnormally high points source detected. Initiating verification process. No external cheating methods found during verification. Second verification of points acquisition logic is self-consistent. Recalculation failed due to data overflow. Error. System logic conflict. Error code: EOVKF lamp W001. System error is being repaired. Please wait. Wang Shi, initially grinning at the prospect of an astonishing reward, watches in disbelief as the glaring red gibberish and incessantly refreshing verification prompts, along with the final, frozen error status, cause his smile to freeze in place. It seems he may have pushed the bounds too far. Chapter 17. Ultimate Privilege. Within the infinite chaos, there exists not an absence of matter. If one were to pull back their perspective, they would discover a magnificent edifice at the center of this space, which bears countless worlds. Inside this building, filled with numerous independent small spaces, each responsible for a so-called main world. In one room adorned in a modern minimalist style, yet cluttered with snack wrappers and beverage cans, a girl clad in loose pajamas, her hair disheveled, is sprawled across a floating chair, drooling in slumber, oblivious to the world. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm blares without warning, red lights flashing in her room. Ugh, it's so noisy. The girl groggily waves her hand, attempting to swat away the non-existent alarm clock, but the alarm persists, growing increasingly urgent. What now? Which fool is causing trouble again? Rubbing her eyes, she reluctantly sits up, and several holographic screens materialize before her. Upon catching sight of the data on one screen, her drowsiness vanishes instantly, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? Are you kidding me? She leans closer to the screen, nearly pressing her face against it. Survival on the deserted island? Newbie instance. Kill record. Island giant Raken. Tier 4 top-tier background boss. Slayer, Wang Shi. A novice? Her slender fingers frantically swipe across the screen, pulling up detailed records. As causal monitoring points to an absurd yet irrefutable fact, this individual named Wang Shi indeed single-handedly dispatched that towering creature that served as the world's backdrop during the mission. What about the battle records? The girl quickly investigates, only to discover that most of the data concerning Wang Shi is inaccessible due to a broken logical chain. How is this possible? This is insane. She rakes her fingers through her tangled hair, her expression one of despair. And how did he acquire so many purple cards? How did he manage that? He must be cheating. System, conduct a deep scan. Investigate his soul imprint. Trace his causal lines. Waves of invisible scans sweep over Wang Shi, who awaits in the settlement space. Deep scan complete. No external enhancements detected. No anomalies in causal line retrieval. Soul analysis shows no parasites, no inheritance marks. Points acquisition logic reevaluation conforms to basic rules. Conforms? What nonsense. The girl slams her fist on the table, frustration boiling over. This is completely unreasonable. The battle records are gone. He must be hiding something. Yet I can't find anything. I'm still just an intern. If this continues, I might lose my job. Her silver teeth clench tightly as she glares at the eerily calm face of Wang Shi on the screen, her cheeks puffing in indignation. According to the rules, if no issues are found, a reward must be granted. However, the problem is that the points are so high they overflow. The normal maximum SSS level reward cannot possibly contain this void. What can I possibly give him? I can't just hand over the entire newbie instance. Muttering in agitation, a sudden light flickers in her eyes as she hatches a brilliant idea. Right, there's that ultimate reward. So many people covet it. And I've never given away my quota. Each administrator has only one transcendent slot. Let him have it. World 10010 is so safe. Enjoy it. Perfect. She feels like a genius, swiftly finalizing her plan and submitting her proposal for execution by the system core. In the settlement space, Wang Shi stares at the chaotic red gibberish and error messages before him, his heart racing with apprehension. Suddenly, all the garbled text and alarms vanished in an instant, and the system notification sound echoed once more. Yet, for reasons unknown, there seemed to be a faint hint of humanity in that cold electronic tone. Error has been forcibly skipped. Proceeding to final rating. Based on your overall performance in the deserted island survival scenario, the final rating is SSS. The SSS rating is a special hidden rating, and this time a special reward scheme will be activated with the following rewards. First, you may select 3 cards from all the cards that appeared in this mission world as a reward. Note, Give and Take is a one-time rule card and cannot be selected. Wang Shi felt a surge of joy in his heart. He knew that the highest rating was SSS, and he had not anticipated the existence of SSS. Regarding the 3-card rewards, he hesitated not at all. With Give and Take excluded, he would undoubtedly choose from the purple cards. The only purple card system in this world pertains to the Gene Ascension route, which must be solidified and deepened. I choose Purple Card Gene Ascension, First Stage, Purple Card Perception Gene Evolution, Purple Card Temporary Adaptation Evolution. These 3 cards instantly transformed into 3 streams of light, merging into his body. The abilities that had vanished upon leaving the deserted island survival scenario returned once more, and the future appeared promising. Reward 1 has been fully issued. The system notification continued, with that hint of humanity becoming more pronounced. In light of your unprecedented SSS rating, by the highest decision of the system, you will receive the ultimate privilege. From now on, you will not be actively summoned to enter the infinite world to carry out tasks. You may return to the main world and enjoy a peaceful and tranquil life. Congratulations. Initially, Wang Shi nodded in satisfaction, intrigued by the ultimate privilege and the prospect of enjoying life. However, the next moment, he abruptly realized something. Wait, I will no longer be actively drawn into the infinite world? He furrowed his brow, meaning that he would not have to participate in the infinite world every 3 months like other reincarnators? This was somewhat different from his expectations. Although the infinite world posed certain dangers, it was also replete with opportunities and the potential for growth. Just as he had begun to find some enjoyment, he was being retired? System, is there any way to negotiate this privilege? He attempted to inquire further. Yet, the system provided him no opportunity. Settlement completed, returning immediately. An irresistible force enveloped him, and the chaotic space before him rapidly blurred and receded. Just as the thought crossed his mind, his figure had completely vanished from the settlement space. Only the girl hiding in the room gazed at the screen displaying the successful return notification, humming with satisfaction, saying, "Done. Let you cheat. From now on, just stay obediently in your main world." But soon, the girl became filled with apprehension. Alas, that was my trump card intended to bribe a fifth-tier person to do my bidding. Meanwhile, Wang Shi, banished back to the main world, stood in his familiar university dormitory, feeling the surging power within him, somewhat dazed. Is this it? Have I been banned by the system? Chapter 18. Mo Ningning called Wang Shi stood in the center of his familiar dormitory, the silence of midnight enveloping him. The electronic clock displayed that exactly 3 days had passed since his disappearance, neither more nor less. For reasons unknown, the other 3 beds in the dormitory had been cleared, leaving only bare bed frames that exuded a sense of estrangement. Wang Shi was immersed in this subtly otherworldly emotion when, after a few minutes, a series of clear and rhythmic knocks interrupted his thoughts. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Wang Shi instinctively inquired. There was no response from outside. Instead, the door was pushed open, and 3 individuals entered. At the forefront was a girl who caused Wang Shi to momentarily freeze. She was clad in a well-tailored black trench coat, accentuating her tall and graceful figure. Her long, jet-black hair was tied back into a neat high ponytail, exposing a smooth forehead and bright, charming features. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and focus, exuding a professional and capable aura, coupled with a hint of polite smile. It was none other than the campus celebrity, Mo Ningning. Following her were 2 solemn-looking men dressed in dark formal attire, their demeanor contrasting sharply with hers. Wang Shi's heart skipped a beat, and a thought flashed through his mind. Trouble has come? He immediately recalled that prior to entering the infinite world, out of curiosity and a sense of exploration regarding reincarnators, he had stealthily infiltrated the girl's dormitory. In a state of time stoppage, he had perused some notes and materials regarding reincarnator families left on the desk of this senior, who hailed from a reincarnator family. Naturally, as a normal male, his gaze had also inadvertently swept over some personal items, including Mo Ningning, who had just bathed, her hair still dripping with water. At that time, he thought the time stop was very discreet, but now it seemed that the individual had come with 2 agents from a special department. Wang Shi's expression swiftly transitioned from shock to calm. He did not shy away but instead met Mo Ningning's gaze. Though his heart raced, his mind was rapidly contemplating various possibilities and countermeasures, such as how to utilize time stoppage to escape if he were imprisoned. Wang Shi, Mo Ningning spoke. Her voice crisp and pleasant, her tone formal and direct. "It's me," Wang Shi replied, his voice steady, betraying little emotion. Mo Ningning paid no heed to his fleeting emotional change and stated matter-of-factly, "According to records, you inexplicably disappeared from your dormitory 3 days ago at the same time. Your roommates subsequently reported you missing. Based on past experiences, we concluded that you had been summoned by the infinite world system. It appears you have completed your first task and returned alive." Wang Shi silently exhaled in relief, though his expression remained neutral as he nodded. "I see. I just came back. You are?" "We are staff members from the Reincarnator Affairs Management Bureau stationed in this city," Mo Ningning succinctly introduced. "I am the head of this district, Mo Ningning. According to relevant regulations, all reincarnators returning from the infinite world must register and report to ensure the state is informed and can provide guidance and assistance when necessary, thus maintaining social stability." The 2 men behind her produced several credentials, verifying their identities. "I thought they were here to arrest me. Turns out it's just a census," Wang Shi mused. "Understood. What do you need me to do?" he responded, appearing cooperative and composed. One of the men produced a stack of forms for Wang Shi to fill out. After completing them, he swiped Wang Shi's identification card to register his basic information. Another man stepped forward, retrieving a silver tablet-like device from a briefcase. The center of the screen featured an indentation for a fingerprint. "We now need to test your energy level. Please place your palm on it and relax." Wang Shi complied. The device emitted a soft glow, and the data on the screen began to scroll rapidly. Mo Ningning stood nearby, seemingly casual but actually explaining to Wang Shi, "The reinforcement system of the infinite world, while complex, has a general classification of ranks. The first rank is still within the realm of ordinary humans, at most touching the limits or acquiring some common knowledge." At this moment, the screen of the device flashed blue light, and the man beside it glanced at the data, a look of surprise crossing his face as he looked up at Mo Ningning, saying, "Mo Team Leader, the testing is complete. Energy levels are stable, and the vital signs far exceed the first rank baseline, indicating he is a newcomer to the second rank reincarnator. In Mo Ningning's bright eyes, a genuine surprise flickered for an instant. She scrutinized Wang Shi anew. The formulaic smile on her face faded slightly, replaced by a hint of curiosity. You've stabilized at the second tier after just one novice task? That is quite rare. Could you elaborate on your experience? Wang Shi had anticipated this question, and a subtle expression of survivor's relief graced his features as he replied with a calm demeanor. I was fortunate. At the onset, I drew a blue card named, You Win Some, You Lose Some, sacrificing my first opportunity to enhance the quality of subsequent draws. Later, by chance, I obtained a purple card that significantly improved my physical abilities, which allowed me to survive. He deliberately omitted crucial details about time stopping, score grinding, and ultimately slaying the colossal beast, merely stating that he had acquired a purple card without specifying which one it was. You win some, you lose some? The astonishment in Mo Ningning's eyes deepened. Your luck is indeed extraordinary. It takes considerable audacity to forego a card so early on, as it could lead to severe disadvantages. Yet you managed to gamble on, you win some, you lose some. Quite impressive. After a moment's contemplation, her demeanor shifted to a more formal tone. Wang Shi, your potential and luck are commendable. Our Reincarnators Affairs Bureau is eager to recruit newcomers like yourself. Given your foundation, you can bypass the usual practical assessments and merely need to pass a basic competency test and interview to join directly. Would you be interested in learning more? Wang Shi's smile faltered. The prospect of joining the Bureau meant undergoing tests like those for civil service? Yet, his knowledge of this world was insufficient for him to make hasty decisions. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied succinctly, Thank you for your consideration, but I have just returned and need time to adapt and reflect. Please allow me some time to think. Joining the official ranks? He harbored too many secrets. The ability to stop time, his exaggerated score, his experience of being banned by the system. Each one would be difficult to explain if scrutinized. He preferred to maintain control over his own fate. Mo Ningning observed him, a fleeting glimpse of curiosity flashing in her eyes, though her expression remained professional as she nodded. Very well, I respect your choice. Registration is complete. Should you change your mind or encounter any issues, you can reach us through this number. She handed him a concise card with contact details and a forum URL for reincarnators. Thank you, Wang Shi replied, accepting the card with a calm demeanor and stowing it away, fully aware that, barring dire necessity, he would not utilize this contact. However, the Reincarnator exclusive forum would indeed prove invaluable to him. After bidding farewell to Mo Ningning and her companions, Wang Shi closed the door and leaned against the cold door panel. Exhaling deeply, with his fingertips, he delicately held the unique card, carefully tucking it into the bottom of his drawer alongside several ordinary campus cards and scraps of paper, rendering it inconspicuous. The tautness in his nerves began to ease, and an overwhelming fatigue washed over him. In the final phase of survival on the deserted island, he had scarcely slept for days and nights. With matters as they stood, sleep was essential. He lay down on his bed fully clothed, drawing the curtain, and as soon as his eyes closed, he succumbed to a deep slumber. He slept soundly until noon the next day when he finally awakened languidly. Revitalized, the first thing Wang Shi did was retrieve the card. He intended to explore the Reincarnator forum, entering the URL into his browser. He was met with a prompt to download an app named Tomato Free Novel. A novel application? Wang Shi paused, perplexed. The entrance to the Reincarnator forum disguised as such an ordinary, even somewhat tacky, application. After confirming he had not misentered the URL, he clicked to download it. Upon installation, the icon bore a bright red tomato, and the interface resembled many free reading applications he had encountered, filled with exaggerated novel recommendations. As he proceeded to register an account, he found the process significantly more cumbersome than typical applications. It required binding to a mobile number, followed by a mandatory real-time facial recognition scan and the upload of his ID cards front and back for verification. This stringent process offered him a measure of reassurance. It indeed bore the hallmarks of an official protocol. Once all information was verified, his account was successfully registered. Upon clicking to log in again, the interface on his phone dramatically transformed. The flashy novel promotional ads vanished in an instant, replaced by a clean, austere UI featuring deep blue and black tones. The original tabs for bookshelves, short dramas, and monetization were supplanted by modules for news, tasks, transactions, and forums. The true visage of the Reincarnator world finally unfolded before him. Wang Shi inhaled deeply and clicked on the forum section. A deluge of posts appeared instantaneously, with titles ranging wildly, filled with various abbreviations and jargon. He patiently perused the content, akin to a parched sponge eagerly absorbing the fundamental knowledge of this community. From several informative and casual threads, he pieced together an overview. There were approximately 1 million reincarnators globally, which precisely matched the ID number assigned to him by the system when he first entered the infinite world, 1009527. Among the million reincarnators, most were seasoned second-tier individuals who had undergone several tasks, establishing their strength, while first-tier newcomers comprised a smaller fraction. Third-tier strongholders were already quite rare, with only sporadic appearances in the forum. As for fourth and fifth tiers, they were virtually inactive, emerging only to post announcements. Perhaps they possessed their own independent and more advanced communication channels. He also noted that reincarnators of the second tier and above were further subdivided into 4 sublevels: initial, intermediate, advanced, and ultimate, to delineate the differences in strength more precisely. There was no need for such subdivisions among first-tier individuals, as they were all still groping in the realm of mere mortals. Wang Shi assessed his own situation against this categorization. The 3 purple cards he possessed from first-tier dungeons, Gene Ascension, Perception Gene Evolution, and Temporary Adaptive Evolution, had collectively enhanced him, placing him within the initial segment of the second tier. This realization provided him with a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. The forum's trading section particularly piqued his interest. It circulated various peculiar items, intelligence, and even included information on hiring and team formations. The common currency for transactions was a point system known as reincarnation coins, jointly issued and guaranteed by 3 fifth-tier strongholders. With stable value, Wang Shi spotted something he desired: special items that could forcibly pull the user into designated task worlds. Among them, the price for a second-tier world invitation was a staggering 100,000 reincarnation coins. He glanced at his empty account balance and silently closed the trading interface. In the ensuing half-month, Wang Shi's life fell into a rhythm. By day, he was an ordinary university student, attending classes, dining at the cafeteria, and occasionally passing time in the library. Campus life was tranquil, as if the harrowing battle on the deserted island had merely been a fleeting dream. Yet, during class hours or in fragmented moments, he immersed himself in the world behind the Tomato Novel app, voraciously exploring every corner of the Reincarnator Forum, familiarizing himself with the rules, anecdotes, and dangers of this extraordinary society hidden beneath the surface. Occasionally on campus, he would encounter Ma Ningning. She still bore the same capable demeanor, yet after several encounters, Wang Shi perceptibly noticed a subtle gravity nestled between her brows, as if she were ensnared by some vexing official dilemma. Wang classmate, Ma Ningning would nod in greeting, her demeanor calm, showing no particular concern. Ma Senior. Wang would always respond courteously, never speaking more than necessary, nor would he ever initiate an inquiry. He would steer clear of the troubles stemming from official departments. His entire focus was devoted to resolving his ultimate privilege. The system no longer summoned him. But that did not mean he wished to remain eternally trapped in the main world, indulging in a semblance of peace and tranquility. The existence of forums and the trading section, with its array of peculiar items, illuminated a pathway for him to take the initiative. However, the price of 100,000 reincarnation coins barred him from entry. He needed to first earn his initial fortune. That night, as the midnight bell tolled punctually, the clamor of the world was muted once more, and all was rendered motionless. Wang Shi sat up in his bed, his gaze sharp. He donned a dark sports outfit and swaggered out of the dormitory, adhering to his usual practice of first indulging in a late-night snack before swiftly disappearing into the night like a shadow. He was not aimlessly wandering. In the forum's task section, he had meticulously sifted through options over the past few days and ultimately accepted a simple task that was not far from him, albeit peculiar, offering a reward of 1,000 reincarnation coins. The issuer went by the name of Wang Shi. The task's details were vague, merely requiring the recipient to place an item at a specific location, ensuring it remained concealed. As for the issuer's intentions, were there risks hidden within the task? Would it affect others? Wang Shi did not care. As long as there was money involved, it was all that mattered. Do not disturb uncle while he makes money. Under the night sky, the city lay still as a painting, with him as its solitary wanderer. Soon, Wang Shi retrieved the task item from the back seat of a car. It was a strangely shaped sculpture. To complete the task, he merely needed to place it in a designated location in the west of the city. Was it truly that simple? Money was indeed easy to earn. Wang Shi gazed at the buried, peculiar sculpture, nodding in satisfaction. During the time-stopped period, everything remained frozen, and no one noticed Wang Shi burying the eccentric sculpture in the west of the city. Chapter 20. Getting paid for work in the forum's private messaging. A user with the ID Zhang Xing sent a smiling emoji. The task was completed quite well. Wang Shi glanced at it and casually replied, getting paid for work. He closed the private message interface and looked at the newly credited 1,000 reincarnation coins in his account, feeling elated. Such tasks, devoid of any technical complexity and relying purely on the advantage of time suspension, were akin to money falling from the sky. Over the following half-month, similar tasks appeared several times. Still from Zhang Xing, the content was largely the same, discreetly placing odd little objects in various corners of T-City. Sometimes it was a stone slab etched with patterns, at other times, a glass bottle containing an unknown liquid, and most recently, a twisted, withered branch. The reward remained consistent at 1,000 reincarnation coins, modest, yet stable. Wang Shi became adept at this. Each time time stopped, he transformed into a ghost of the city, leisurely exiting the campus before accurately locating the task site and burying those eerie items in the earth, wedging them into the seams of abandoned mailboxes, or sticking them in the shadows of certain bridge arches. After several tasks, his reincarnation coin balance had surpassed 5,000, although the target of 100,000 remained distant. Watching the numbers steadily grow, Wang Shi envisioned purchasing a ticket to the directed world, unable to suppress a hum of delight. At this pace, accumulating enough for the ticket did not seem out of reach. Leaning against his dormitory bed, he mused that Zhang Xing was indeed a good person. He was not devoid of curiosity. Those items appeared unorthodox, and Zhang Xing seemed to be a mysterious figure, likely just an intermediary with ulterior motives. But so what? The money was real, and safety was assured. Completing transactions in an absolutely still world meant that even the highest authorities could not trace him. He merely needed to ensure his account balance increased. As for whether Zhang Xing sought to destroy the world or summon some malevolent deity, it was of no concern to Wang Shi. If the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to bear it. For now, he only wished to quietly amass wealth, then return to that infinite world where he could grow stronger. Damn it. In the office of the Reincarnator Affairs Management Bureau, T-City District 3, Ma Ningning slammed her fist onto the desk, producing a dull thud. The surrounding team members fell silent, none daring to provoke her at that moment. The capable composure she typically maintained had vanished, replaced by a heavy fatigue and anger etched upon her brow. What had them so frazzled was a sinister cult organization known as the Reincarnation True Sect. Their highest doctrine was twisted and cruel. They believed this world to be filthy and that human bodies were weak and incapable, asserting that only death marked the true beginning of reincarnation, enabling one to become a true reincarnator and attain liberation, reborn into higher realms. To this end, they reveled in orchestrating various death events. Recently, they had received intel that this group planned a significant operation in T-City. Ma Ningning led a raid and after much effort, managed to capture several peripheral members. Under intense interrogation, she could only extract fragmented information. They required specific peculiar items as the core to establish a massive formation in the city. What kind of formation? What were their targets? She had no idea. What was more frustrating for Ma Ningning was that based on the sporadic clues, they had finally identified several items that could possibly be the target peculiar items. They even attempted to use one as bait to set a trap, but what happened? Each time, around midnight, the bait item would vanish without a trace, as if it had evaporated from existence right before their eyes. No energy fluctuations, no signs of personnel approaching, and the surveillance footage appeared entirely normal. The items simply disappeared inexplicably. Once could be an accident, but twice, thrice, this was nothing short of blatant mockery. "Captain, please calm down," a team member whispered. "Calm down. How can I calm down?" Ma Ningning's voice was strained, her anger palpable. "Those lunatics want to commit slaughter on my turf, and we can't even figure out how they smuggled the materials for their formation." She took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain her composure. As one of the few third-tier reincarnators in T-City, responsible for security in District 3, she could not afford to lose her footing. Ma Ningning resolved with a sharp gaze, "Bring out that blood-marked bone we confiscated from our last operation. This is the last time I will fish. I refuse to believe we can be thwarted again. This time, I will coordinate with the third-tier captains from other regions to monitor the entire process. I refuse to believe that anyone can steal anything under such surveillance." The night grew deep. In a street park in District 3 of T-City, silence reigned. An irregularly shaped bone, naturally adorned with blood-red markings, was carelessly concealed beneath an outdoor stone bench. Centered around this stone bench, countless pairs of eyes lurked in the shadows within a radius of several hundred meters. Ma Ningning took up her position, with two other third-tier captains borrowed from other divisions holding their breath in anticipation. Various covert probing techniques enveloped the blood-marked bone like an invisible radar net, ensuring that any fluctuations in energy or even the slightest movement of air would not escape their perception. Time ticked away, second by second. The last pedestrian hurried home, leaving only the rustling sound of the evening breeze passing through the leaves. Mo Ningning's muscles were taut, her eyes wide open, every ounce of her mental energy acutely focused. Midnight was approaching, and she was eager to see what kind of bizarre entities would emerge. At the moment when the hour, minute, and second hands coincided at the top of the clock face, the entire world fell silent. The falling leaves hung suspended in midair, the swirling dust froze in time, and the flowing light effects on the distant billboards solidified into rigid patches of color. The wind ceased, the chirping of insects stopped, and everything, including Mo Ningning and her colleagues' heightened awareness and determination, was forcibly paused, frozen in their final state. In this absolute silence, a boy clad in dark sportswear, with half a skewer of grilled sausages in hand, strolled into this heavily sealed area with a casual swagger, almost audacious in his gait. Chewing on something, he glanced around at the stillness as if he were wandering through his own backyard. Then his gaze landed on the vigilant girl, her eyes wide open in concentration. He paused for a moment, stepped a little closer, and tilted his head to scrutinize her focused and earnest countenance, mumbling indistinctly, "Oh, Mo Ningning, Sr.?" Chapter 21. Reactions of both sides. The newcomer was Wang Shi. With the half-eaten sausage in his mouth, he leaned in front of Mo Ningning's frozen face, almost able to count her eyelashes. "Well, Mo Ningning looks quite pretty when she's serious," he murmured, stepping back 2 paces and beginning to circle the stone bench leisurely. As he turned, he noticed something was amiss in the surroundings. In the shadows of the bushes, behind parked cars, and on the balconies of nearby residential buildings, even among the street vendors selling pancakes, figures were frozen in various lurking poses, resembling wax statues, far more numerous than he had anticipated. They appeared to be in plain clothes, but bore various inconspicuous, yet highly professional instruments he could not name. Goodness, everyone is lying in wait. Wang Shi swallowed the last bite of his sausage, casually stuffing the bamboo skewer into the pocket of a nearby motionless pedestrian's coat. What a grand setup. All from the Bureau of Affairs. He crouched down and effortlessly retrieved a pale beast bone stained with blood from beneath the stone bench. It felt icy to the touch and carried an ominous tremor. Only upon holding the object did Wang Shi belatedly grasp its significance. Zhang Xing had instructed him to bury these peculiar items. Yet the Bureau of Affairs had gone to such lengths to ambush him. Was this not aiding the villains in their destruction, directly confronting the authorities? He weighed the blood-stained bone in his hand, recalling the 1,000 reincarnation coins he would earn upon completing the task. Wang Shi smirked, tucking the bone into his pocket. There was no choice. This time he was in it for the money. At worst, out of respect for his senior, he would refuse Zhang Xing's task later. With this thought, the fleeting sense of guilt dissipated entirely. He even waved cheerfully at Mo Ningning's frozen profile, saying, "I'm leaving." He then sauntered off, his gait as relaxed as when he arrived, heading towards the designated next placement location at the edge of District 3, a substation. After a considerable pause, the rustling of leaves resumed with the evening breeze, and the light effects on the distant billboard returned to their flowing state. Mo Ningning felt her heightened concentration suddenly dissipate. The blood-stained bone that she had firmly locked onto beneath the stone bench had vanished without a trace. The surroundings were eerily silent, and aside from her memories, there was no evidence to prove that the strange object had been there just a second ago. The hearts of all the ambushers sank. Simultaneously, 2 Tier 3 captains darted to the stone bench, their faces ashen. One scrutinized every inch beneath the bench, while the other abruptly looked up, their sharp gaze sweeping the area, their awareness sweeping out like a storm. Nothing was found. No residual energy, no spatial fluctuations, no signs of invisibility, nor trails left by high-speed movement. That object had seemingly been erased by an invisible hand right under the noses of the 3 Tier 3 reincarnators and dozens of elite team members. How could this be? One captain's voice was dry, filled with incredulity. Mo Ningning stood rooted in place, her fists clenched, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. She finally understood the feelings of her colleagues who had failed previously. This was not a matter of skill. It was akin to encountering a ghost. The gravity of this means made the other captain look gravely at Mo Ningning. "Mo, this is likely beyond our capacity to handle. To be able to silently and effortlessly remove something under our surveillance, it must be the work of a Tier 4 entity. When did the reincarnation cult acquire Tier 4 capabilities?" Mo Ningning's voice carried a chill. If the adversary truly had Tier 4 involvement, the severity of the situation escalated entirely. The only course of action to ensure the safety of the citizens of T-City was to seek higher assistance. Immediately, she composed a report, inhaling deeply to suppress the feelings of defeat and coldness, urgently requesting the dispatch of multiple Tier 4 experts for support and defense. The next morning, the sun shone warmly. Outside a high-end garden cafe in the city center, two well-dressed men sat facing each other. One was engrossed in financial news on a tablet, while the other leisurely flipped through a physical book, a steaming cup of coffee resting beside him. To any observer, they were merely two elite individuals enjoying their leisurely morning. However, unbeknownst to all, a silent exchange of thoughts was occurring rapidly between them. That bloodstained bone was clearly a trap, and it succeeded? What exactly is that? Time waits for no one. The item is already in place, but its success only raises suspicions. The Bureau of Affairs would not risk such a setup without certainty of success. Unless it was self-scripted. That, time waits for no one, is likely bait thrown out by the Bureau to gain our trust for the task. Those nodes he had set up earlier were probably tampered with. I said it before, posting tasks on forums to find help is simply foolish. Do you really think everyone in the Bureau of Affairs is incompetent? Plans must change. All array nodes must be completely redone. To ensure absolute certainty, we must consult the teachings and dispatch a saint to personally oversee the formation in response to any potential hidden moves from the Bureau. Feasible. The exchange of thoughts paused for a moment. The slightly older middle-aged man nodded gently, his gaze momentarily vacant, as if connecting to something distant. After a brief interval, his eyes regained their spark, and the thoughts were transmitted again, carrying a hint of resolve. Wang Shi cannot be allowed to remain as a puppet. Activate the contingency plan. After he completes the formation, he must be destroyed. On the other side of the city, a delivery man clad in a yellow uniform was waiting for the traffic light on his electric bike. His body suddenly trembled slightly, his expression momentarily dazed. Then, as if receiving some directive, he numbly pulled out his phone, swiftly performed a few actions, and then nonchalantly twisted the throttle, merging into the flow of traffic. Almost simultaneously, in a dormitory, Wang Shi was happily browsing the trading section, preparing to see if Wang Shi had posted any tasks. Although he had already decided to refrain from opposing the authorities out of respect for his senior. However, it is imperative to understand that this Wang Shi is a cherished companion, a dear friend, a brother whom I have never met. First, let us see if there is a possibility of increasing the funds. Yet, upon clicking on Wang Shi's profile, a notification sounded. Your friend Wang Shi has deactivated his account. The smile on Wang Shi's face instantly froze. He abruptly straightened in his seat, unable to believe it, refreshed the page, and clicked on the gray avatar again. It was truly gone. His benefactor, his reliable source of income, his ladder to the dream of 100,000 has vanished in an instant. Wang Shi gazed at his balance, which had just crossed 6,000, and then at the distant target of 100,000. A wave of despondency and frustration surged within him. He slumped in his chair, staring at the ceiling, nearly on the verge of tears. Alas, without Wang Shi, where could he find tasks that are lucrative, uncomplicated, and close to home? Chapter 22. The calm before the storm. Now that Wang Shi had deactivated his account, Wang Shi must seek a new source of income. He quickly set aside his gloom, for there were still some tasks available in the forum, albeit with a bit more trouble. Alas, it has come to this. Let us first have a meal. The midday sun was somewhat blinding, and as Wang Shi exited the cafeteria, he unexpectedly encountered the hurried Mo Ningning. She was no longer clad in the black trench coat seen last night, but had changed into more casual attire. However, her ponytail seemed less meticulously arranged than usual, and her eyes bore an unmistakable veil of fatigue. Yet, upon seeing Wang Shi, she instinctively paused, attempting to muster a relatively bright smile. Wang Shi, Mo Shuejia. Wang Shi nodded, observing her demeanor, and the slight pang of guilt he felt for seeking financial gain resurfaced. Have you thought it over? Mo Ningning's tone was as light as she could manage. Yet her words came out more hastily than usual. Our bureau truly needs fresh blood, especially someone as promising as you. As for the exam, I can lend you my previous materials on the assessment. Wang Shi felt a stirring in his heart and seized the opportunity to inquire, Shuejia, is there any item in the bureau that allows one to enter a specific infinite world? Mo Ningning's eyes widened momentarily with surprise before comprehension dawned upon her. There are such items, but they are exceedingly rare, and the conditions for exchange are quite stringent. She scrutinized Wang Shi with a look of mild confusion. Why would you want one? Normally, one is forcibly conscripted every 3 months. The risks are already considerable. Who would willingly dive into the fire? Unless, of course, they are those who pursue power to madness, or resource hunters who target lower-risk worlds that yield specific materials. desperately bringing back items to sell for reincarnation coins. Such individuals tend not to live long. Wang Shi contemplated this. It appeared that while few chose to enter infinite worlds voluntarily, they did exist, providing him with a modicum of reassurance. However, he soon realized that if he joined the Bureau, every time he entered an infinite world, his actions and duration would be scrutinized, and it would be challenging to justify his frequent and proactive involvement. Exchanging for directional items would leave a record, making it too easy to expose his peculiarities. "Thank you for your kindness, Xuejia." Wang Shi shook his head, his tone sincere. "I will think it over. I am accustomed to freedom and fear I may not adapt well to the confines of a system." This was a clear rejection. A flicker of disappointment crossed Mo Ningning's eyes, but she quickly masked it, sighing, "Very well, everyone has their own aspirations." However, her expression turned slightly serious. "Recently, T-City may not be peaceful. If, and I stress if, you sense anything amiss or dangerous, do not be brave. Head straight to our District 3 branch, understood?" Her words were delicately phrased, yet the concern was genuine. Wang Shi observed her forced composure, barely concealing her anxiety, and felt a twinge of guilt. He had played a significant part in assisting Zhang Xing. "Understood. Thank you, Xuejia." Wang Shi nodded, his tone growing more obedient. Mo Ningning waved him off and then swiftly departed, the hem of her coat tracing a graceful arc as she vanished at the end of the campus path. In the following week, the atmosphere in T-City seemed to tighten like a taut string. The number of patrolling officers on the streets noticeably increased, and occasionally, individuals with an unmistakably different demeanor could be seen among them. Discussions regarding the reincarnation true sect proliferated in the forum's dedicated section, although they were swiftly deleted by the administrators. Nonetheless, the looming sense of oppression was palpable. Wang Shi remained largely unaffected, continuing to scour the forum's task board for opportunities. With Zhang Xing gone, his grand plan could not falter. One day, he finally stumbled upon a task that appeared promising. The issuer, identified as the Li Jin Gang 2A, was seeking temporary team members to enter a fixed first-tier world. The reward was 2,000 reincarnation coins and the right to gather certain resources within the task world. Team up? Wang Shi's eyes brightened. This implied that the risks were relatively manageable, and most importantly, it was free. It felt like a windfall. Although it was merely a first-tier world, the rewards would certainly not compare to higher tiers, but gaining entry would still yield some foundational rewards, plus the chance to snag some local specialties to sell. All in all, it was a profitable venture, especially with the guaranteed commission of 2,000 reincarnation coins. "Li Gu, you live up to your reputation." Without hesitation, Wang Shi accepted the task. After discussing with the employer, the Li Jin Gang 2A, and revealing his second-tier status, the latter readily agreed. The assembly was set for Saturday afternoon at an abandoned amusement park in the western suburbs. Wang Shi had little preparation to undertake. His strength would suffice in a first-tier world. He casually packed a backpack with some water and food, ready to embark. At the same time, at the District 3 branch of the Reincarnation Management Bureau on the other side of the city, the atmosphere was tense. Mo Ningning stood tall before a capable team, facing three individuals whose presence was as profound as an abyss. Dressed in seemingly ordinary combat attire, the mere act of standing still rendered the surrounding air stagnant, an invisible pressure causing Mo Ningning and her team members to instinctively soften their breaths. Support from the East China Battle Zone had arrived, and it comprised three formidable fourth-tier experts. One of the men, a stern-looking middle-aged figure, stepped forward, casting his gaze over the assembly. His voice was calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. "The intelligence has been confirmed. The reincarnation cult is conducting a dangerous ritual in the eastern part of the city. This is their moment of vulnerability. Now is our optimal time to eradicate them." His gaze settled on the three team leaders. "You are more familiar with the local situation. Proceed with the assault while we follow suit." The middle-aged man offered no further words, simply gesturing for them to depart. Chapter 23. The Battle in the City and Wang Shi's anticipation. Wang Shi, with a lightweight backpack slung over his shoulders, had scarcely stepped out of the school gates when a deep, thunderous sound erupted from the eastern part of the city, as if something colossal had been forcefully struck, sending tremors through the ground beneath his feet. He paused momentarily, turning his gaze toward the eastern sky, where an unusual luminescence flickered and vanished. What is happening? Are they demolishing buildings? Regardless, it was in the east of the city, and it had nothing to do with him. Wang Shi hastened his pace towards the abandoned amusement park in the western suburbs. The world is vast, but the pursuit of wealth reigns supreme. He had no intention of arriving late and leaving a poor impression on his new employer. In the east of the city, within a section of industrial area that had been cleared and sealed off, at this moment, This place has devolved into a battlefield devoid of humanity. Above, terrifying waves of energy ravage like a tsunami. Three figures collide and separate at an almost imperceptible speed, each clash erupting in deafening roars. The dissipated energy occasionally sweeping across the ground, effortlessly carving deep furrows, while abandoned factories collapse like mere building blocks. Humph. The Affairs Bureau has indeed laid a trap. Dispatching three fourth-order beings. A figure shrouded in dark red energy sneered, his attacks remaining fierce and relentless, showing little sign of panic despite being on the defensive. With a glint of cold confidence hidden deep within his gaze. This was none other than a fourth-order saint of the Luanhui Jinjiao. How dare these heretical fiends act with such impunity on the sacred land of Huaxia? A fourth-order powerhouse from the Affairs Bureau retorted coldly, his fists exuding an overwhelming force as he advanced step by step. Another fourth order from the Affairs Bureau moved with an elusive grace, akin to a specter, constantly searching for weaknesses in the enemy's defenses. Both sides were secretly weighing their options. The Affairs Bureau was astonished by the enemy's solid foundation and peculiar strength, which did not appear to stem from forced enhancement. Their prolonged assault yielded no success, making them feel an unsettling sense of foreboding. Meanwhile, the heretical saint fought while retreating, seemingly stalling for time, waiting for something. Not far from this fierce confrontation, a fourth-order powerhouse of the Affairs Bureau stood suspended in midair. He did not directly engage in the assault, but formed seals with his hands, emanating a gentle yet vast power. Layers of invisible barriers spread outward from him, precisely neutralizing and absorbing the lingering destructive energy waves released from the three fourth-order combatants, preventing them from extending outwards and affecting nearby residential areas. Most of his focus was devoted to this task, yet his vigilant gaze scanned the surrounding void, ever watchful for potential threats. Meanwhile, tens of miles away, in the western outskirts, Wang Shi arrived at the designated meeting point, a long-abandoned, rusted amusement park. The massive Ferris wheel stood still beneath the mottled sunset, the paint on the carousel peeling to reveal decayed wood beneath, and the air was thick with desolation and silence. According to Li Jingang Tue, it was best to find a secluded and secure location when entering the infinite world, as returning to the present world could lead to ambushes from enemies. The distant rumblings from the east of the city and the occasional tremors from the ground formed a bizarre contrast to the stillness surrounding him. What is going on? Where is everyone? Wang Shi glanced at the time and surveyed his surroundings. Aside from himself, there wasn't a soul in sight. He found a relatively clean bench to sit on and patiently waited. As seconds turned into minutes, his employer, Li Jingang Tue, still had not appeared. In the eastern battlefield, the stalemate among the high-tier combatants did not last long. The Affairs Bureau, after all, held an absolute numerical advantage. The two fourth-order powerhouses intensified their assault, gradually cornering the heretical saint, compressing the dark red energy field. The battle below was decidedly one-sided. The morale of the heretical members plummeted as they began to scatter under the relentless assault of the elite team from the Affairs Bureau. Akin to headless flies attempting to flee the encirclement, not a single one can escape. Chase! A captain from the Affairs Bureau shouted fiercely. Amidst the chaotic melee, Mo Ningning's gaze was sharp as an eagle, locking onto a bloodied figure clad in a priest's robe. This was a third-order leader of the heretics. Not weak by any means, but currently gravely injured, desperately using the remnants of crumbled walls for cover while attempting to flee westward. Nowhere to run. Mo Ningning cried out, her trench coat billowing as she pursued like lightning. She could not allow such a high-ranking leader to escape, for it would spell endless trouble. The chase quickly took them away from the main battlefield, heading towards the relatively remote western outskirts. Within the abandoned amusement park, Wang Shi's patience finally wore thin. He took out his phone and opened the forum app. Indeed, there was an unread message from Li Jingang Tue, timestamped just 10 minutes prior. Brother, I'm sorry. The eastern city is in chaos. The heretics are going wild, and I heard that fourth-order monsters are rolling up their sleeves to brawl. The roads are filled with checkpoints. My small frame cannot withstand this, fearing I might be mistakenly harmed. I'm backing out of the mission. But I'll take you to make money next time. I'm out. Wang Shi gazed at the rough yet oddly timid message, which even included an emoticon, and his lips twitched. Why does this Li Gus sound so strange? He muttered to himself, dismissing it as he stood up, brushing the dust off his pants, feeling a bit dejected about the wasted trip. However, on second thought, his employer had a point. The eastern city was embroiled in chaos, and though this place was remote, it should at least be safe and unaffected. Yet, just as he sought to comfort himself, a loud bang echoed from nearby. A bloodied figure, teetering and exhausted, crashed through the decayed ticket booth, stumbling into the open area of the amusement park. Almost immediately, another swift figure followed, a fierce gust of wind slicing through the air, carrying an icy intent to kill. Heretic, surrender. Mo Ning Ning's voice rang out with a resolute finality, her long knife gleaming coldly as it pointed at the fleeing enemy. The injured heretical leader, in a panic and with nowhere to escape, spotted Wang Shi standing beneath the Ferris wheel, looking utterly bewildered. Wang Shi stared at the two figures that had suddenly burst in. Mo Ning Ning, exuding lethal intent, and the bloodied man in priestly garb, his mind momentarily blank. Huh, Wang Shi. Get out of the way. Mo Ning Ning, closing in fast, recognized the figure standing dumbly beneath the Ferris wheel as Wang Shi, and panic surged through her. Her long tang knife hummed ominously, yet she hesitated to unleash its full power due to the risk of collateral damage. The heretic, though severely weakened and disordered, was still a third order, and the vast disparity between ranks was not something a newly initiated second-order novice like Wang Shi could withstand. Damn it, I've exposed Wang Shi. Mo Ning Ning mentally cursed, realizing that her instinctive shout had revealed her connection to him. The heretical leader would undoubtedly attempt to seize Wang Shi as a hostage. The Luan Hui Jinjiao leader, hearing Mo Ning Ning's call, immediately considered taking Wang Shi hostage as well. Huh, foolish. He could no longer escape. His energy was nearly depleted. But he still possessed a final desperate measure, a precious life-saving technique he was reluctant to use unless absolutely necessary. This unexpected young man, clearly acquainted with the relentless female assassin behind him, was a stroke of divine intervention. Young man, embrace the cycle. I do this for your own good. The heretical disciple rasped, extending his claw-like fingers to seize Wang Shi's neck. He intended to capture him, forcing Mo Ning Ning to think twice, thus securing a glimmer of survival. However, Wang Shi had already made a move to evade. The moment his gaze fell upon the scene, the warning signs from perception gene evolution pricked his nerves like steel needles, simultaneously enhancing his dynamic vision, allowing him to barely catch the trajectory of his opponent's not-so-peak speed. Despite their grievous injuries, damn it, Wang Shi exerted every ounce of his strength, instinctively leaning back with a desperate roll, narrowly evading the lethal grasp. The sharp wind of the attack grazed his scalp, severing a few strands of hair. Simultaneously, the temporary adaptive evolution began to operate quietly, under the looming threat of death. His muscle fibers made subtle adjustments, resulting in a barely perceptible yet crucial enhancement in his speed. How dare he act so ferociously? Taking advantage of this fleeting moment, Mo Ning Ning had already surged forward. Her long blade traced a cold arc, aiming directly at the arm of the malevolent figure, forcing him to defend himself. A resounding clash echoed as metal met energy shields. The true sect follower staggered back, a deep, bone-exposing wound now gracing his arm, his breath faltering further. He cast a glance at the fierce Mo Ning Ning, advancing with her weapon, then quickly shifted his gaze to the nearby Wang Shi, who was still floundering in shock as he attempted to rise. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. There was no turning back. The hostage plan had failed, and prolonging the situation would lead to certain death. He had to resort to his last resort. A flicker of pain crossed his features, yet he unhesitatingly abandoned his attack. Reaching into his bosom to swiftly produce a card of peculiar material, its edges shimmering with an ominous black light. As the card emerged, the surrounding air thickened, becoming cold and oppressive. It was indeed a worthwhile trade for a new star captain of the Bureau to re-enter the cycle. The true sect follower let out a sinister laugh, channeling his last remaining strength into the card, then hurled it towards Mo Ning Ning and the still recovering Wang Shi. Mysterious World, Tier 3, Force Teleportation Card. The card erupted in midair, transforming into a swirling vortex of pitch darkness that devoured light. It bore no attractive force, but emanated an intensely oppressive black radiance. What is this? Though Mo Ning Ning did not recognize the object, the overwhelming power of space and the chilling aura of evil it exuded made her instantly aware of its dreadfulness. This was far from benevolent. In this critical moment, she had no time to think, summoning her fighting spirit to shield her body. Yet, her peripheral vision caught sight of Wang Shi. Time seemed to slow. Wang Shi, attempting to flee, was evidently too late to escape the encroaching black light and spatial distortion. What should he do? He was only at the second tier. The instinct to protect the populace widened Mo Ning Ning's pupils, but there was no time for more effective action. She turned abruptly, recklessly lunging towards Wang Shi, channeling her fighting spirit, attempting to shield him from the impending black light and spatial fluctuations with her slender, yet resolute back. Senior Yu? Wang Shi felt an immense force envelop him as Mo Ningning tightly embraced him. The faint scent of blood mixed with a hint of cool fragrance filled his nostrils. In the next instant, the world spun chaotically. The pitch-black vortex emitted boundless darkness, completely engulfing the two who were tightly entwined. The great power dissipated, and the abandoned amusement park returned to silence, save for the heavily breathing true sect follower, who had long since hidden himself, clutching his wound, his complexion pale as paper. He lamented the loss of a precious Tier 3 world directional card, but consoled himself that it had fulfilled its purpose by sending two individuals back to the cycle. Shaken, he gazed at the spot where they had vanished, a flicker of relief crossing his face. Though the losses were substantial, they were, at least for the moment, safe. Just then, a resonant hum erupted. A vast, soul-chilling wave surged forth from the center of T-City. A black pillar shot skyward, instantly darkening a portion of the sky. With countless distorted and anguished soul apparitions flickering within the light, forming various runes, and creating a colossal magical array that enveloped the entire city. The terrifying energy fluctuations caused the earth to groan. A hidden fourth-tier follower of the true sect had finally completed the final arrangements and made their move. The furious roars of 3 fourth-tier bureau members echoed faintly even in the western suburbs. True sect, do you dare? The severely injured third-tier cultist was initially taken aback, but soon his face erupted with a fervent, almost frenzied devotion. He struggled to rise, disregarding his injuries, and prostrated himself towards the pillar of light at the city's center. Using all his strength to bellow the distorted doctrine, praise the cycle of flesh and suffering, the mortal cage. Praise the cycle of death, the transcendence, death as the return. Praise the cycle that shatters this frail body, burning this filth. Praise the cycle that welcomes the holy guide, rebirth. His voice was hoarse yet wild, echoing in the desolate amusement park, filled with an eerie and fervent zeal. Meanwhile, Wang Shi and Mo Ningning, consumed by the black light, were thrust into a violent spatial transfer towards an unknown world. Chapter 25. The Second World. Cognitive anomaly. The intense sensation of spatial tearing abruptly vanished, replaced by solid ground underfoot, yet accompanied by a wave of overwhelming dizziness. Wang Shi felt as if the world were spinning, his stomach churning violently, nearly causing him to retch. He managed to steady himself, only to discover that he was still tightly embraced by Mo Ningning. Her warm body was almost entirely pressed against him, the faint scent of blood mingling with a hint of her cool fragrance continually invading his nostrils. Mo Ningning seemed to have just regained her senses after the shock of the teleportation, realizing the overly intimate position they were in. She released him abruptly, as if scalded. Stepping back half a pace, her fair ears rapidly flushing a visible shade of red. I was merely acting on instinct, I apologize. Mo Ningning quickly turned her head away, feigning calmness as she adjusted her disheveled collar, attempting to mask the moment's fluster and embarrassment. Her instinct to protect him was purely a matter of duty. Yet such proximity was still foreign to her. Wang Shi also felt a bit uncomfortable, clearing his throat. Before he could survey his surroundings, a cold, emotionless system prompt echoed simultaneously in both their minds. World loading confirmed. Welcome to the Cognitive Anomaly instance. Participants, 220. Instance difficulty, Tier 3. World time flow rate, 30. 1 day in the main world equals 30 days in this world. Mission objective, survive for 1 year in this world or destroy the anomaly, a Tier 3 world. The discomfort on Wang Shi's face was instantly replaced by shock. That lunatic shouting about reincarnation tossed me into a Tier 3 world? He was utterly bewildered. Wasn't he supposed to be completing missions for extra rewards? How did he end up thrown directly into a Tier 3 instance? This leap was absurd. Meanwhile, deep within an indescribable, incomprehensible chaotic space, in a small room filled with a youthful ambience within a grand complex, a petite figure clad in a fluffy rabbit onesie, clutching a bag of chips, sat cross-legged before a massive light screen, scanning the myriad struggling reincarnators in different task worlds with bored eyes. Suddenly, a jarring alarm blared, and a star-shaped avatar in the corner of the screen began to flash wildly. Huh. The girl, with a chip in her mouth, blinked in confusion and leaned in closer. 100-9527 reincarnata? How did this brat get in again? Didn't I just grant him ultimate privileges? She pulled up Wang Shi's real-time data, her small face immediately scrunching in dismay. Wow. A freshly entered second-tier energy level, daring to directly enter the Tier 3 extreme difficulty cognitive anomaly? And with another person? What is the difference between that and a death wish? Such audacity to enter here? As an intern administrator of the infinite world system, she found herself quite troubled by this seemingly extraordinary individual whose true nature she could not discern despite her attempts to monitor him closely. However, her actions were limited. The system's underlying logic prohibited direct interference or the blacklisting of specific reincarnators. Tilting her head and biting her fingernails, she briefly wrestled with a dark thought. Should she perhaps subtly manipulate the odds during the next card draw, ensuring he draws a worthless white card that leads to his immediate demise? This would provide clarity on whether he truly was problematic. Yet, as soon as this notion surfaced, she shook her head, dismissing the sinister idea. No, that would be too malicious, and if discovered, it would spell her ruin, draining her luck and virtue. Ultimately, she sighed and murmured, "Let it be, let it be. I shall view this as mere entertainment. Even if you possess an advantage, I am curious to see how you will escape this time." She crunched on potato chips, enlarging the surveillance footage of Wang Shi, watching with keen interest. The enigmatic unknown world stretched out before them. The sky was a perpetual, dusky yellow, devoid of sun or stars, the air thick with the faint scent of rust and dust. Surrounding them were the twisted, dilapidated remnants of a city, as though molded by some immense force, enveloped in a chilling silence. The system's alert echoed, at the current time point, and every 30 days thereafter. You will receive an opportunity to draw cards, selecting one from 3 random cards as a temporary skill. 3 cards, their backs inscribed with arcane patterns, gradually materialized before Wang Shi and Mo Ningning. Wang Shi's eyes brightened, instinctively reaching out to select one. This was essential for his empowerment and survival. Wait, Mo Ningning's voice, laced with undeniable gravity, halted him as she grasped his wrist firmly. Confused, he turned to her. Her expression had returned to its usual calm and focus, though a hint of pink lingered at her ears. Wang Shi, hold on. Let me explain. Her words flowed rapidly, her sharp gaze scanning the eerily silent surroundings. The situation is dire. First, this instance usually requires a team of 20. Now it is just the 2 of us. This implies that all dangers and pressures will rest solely on our shoulders, leaving us with an extremely low margin for error. Second, the task demands survival for a year, and the system has explicitly warned that cards can only be drawn every 30 days. This is not a benefit, it is a stark warning. It indicates that the world's danger will increase exponentially over time. The longer we wait, the more terrifying it becomes. We must swiftly locate and destroy the so-called weird core, and we cannot afford to entertain any thoughts of surviving for a year by mere luck. She inhaled deeply, regarding Wang Shi with utmost seriousness. Third, and most crucially, you must grasp the fundamental difference between the second and third tiers. The second tier merely signifies a preliminary engagement with extraordinary powers, still revolving within the realm of the mundane. The third tier, however, denotes a mastery of certain extraordinary powers, resulting in a qualitative shift. To illustrate, a reincarnator who has just stepped into the third tier can easily defeat 10 peak second tier opponents in direct combat, let alone someone like you, who has just entered the second tier. Wang Shi felt a chill run down his spine, his complexion paling. He understood there was a disparity in tiers, but he had not anticipated it to be so vast. Mo Ningning continued, reflected in the cards. The pinnacle of first-tier worlds is represented by blue rare cards, the second tier by purple epic cards, while the third-tier world offers the possibility of golden legendary cards. A single golden legendary card could potentially possess the power equivalent to the sum of 10 purple cards. This presents a tremendous opportunity for you, if drawn. It might grant you the strength to brush against the threshold of the third tier in a short time. However, opportunities are often accompanied by extreme danger. This world is far too advanced for you. Therefore, heed my words. For the initial card draw, do not covet high quality. Prioritize skills that ensure survival, evasion, and reconnaissance. Survival must take precedence. She tightened her grip on her Tang Dao, standing tall, exuding an aura of calm authority befitting a third-tier powerhouse. As for combat, she cast a determined glance at Wang Shi, declaring, "Leave that to me." Wang Shi nodded solemnly, committing each of Mo Ningning's words to memory. It was evident that she, as a third-tier individual, quickly discerned the crucial information. He took a deep breath, clearing his mind of distractions, and focused entirely on the 3 suspended cards. The decision of whom to align within this strange world rested upon this initial choice. He extended his finger, carefully selecting one of the 3 cards. As Wang Shi's thoughts shifted, the 3 cards slowly rotated, revealing 3 violet beams of light that displayed their respective images and information before him. Purple card, Archer, effect, significantly enhances the damage and accuracy of bow weapons, mastering extraordinary long-range shooting techniques beyond mortal limits, as well as all knowledge pertaining to the crafting of bows and arrows. Additionally, you will receive a longbow and 10 magic-breaking arrows. Choosing this card will initiate the path of ranged specialization, increasing the probability of drawing archer-related enhancement cards in future draws. Commentary: 100 steps, a perfect shot. A reliable ranged option, keeping danger at a safe distance. Awakened, the hunt begins. Purple card, Berserker. Effect: greatly enhances strength and physical defense, granting a bloodthirsty rage state where the more severely injured you are, the higher your attack power and speed temporarily become. You will also receive a pair of two-handed axes, along with all knowledge pertaining to crafting two-handed axes. Choosing this card will initiate the path of melee frenzy, increasing the probability of drawing Berserker-related enhancement cards in future draws. Commentary: blood and roars. Tear apart everything in your path. Ultimate power leads to ultimate destruction, leaving nothing in its wake. Purple card, Stealth Assassin. Effect: significantly enhances stealth, invisibility, and silent movement abilities, granting a backstab effect that deals immense damage when attacking from behind. You will also receive a pair of poison daggers, along with all knowledge pertaining to crafting daggers and short swords. Choosing this card will initiate the path of shadowy deception, increasing the probability of drawing assassin-related enhancement cards in future draws. Commentary: the Dancer in the Shadows, a harbinger of death, the perfect master of infiltration. That is me. Wang Shi quickly scanned the effects of the three cards, formulating a strategy in his mind. The initial cards of the third-tier world were indeed extraordinary, also linking to subsequent card draw paths. He whispered to himself, his gaze flitting across the three cards. The Berserker was the first to be dismissed. Without hesitation, he ruled out that option. The senior had warned him that this world was fraught with danger. Charging ahead with reckless abandon as a novice in the second tier would likely lead to his demise. His gaze wandered between the Stealth Assassin and the Archer. The Assassin possessed excellent survival capabilities with stealth, which indeed offered safety, but should he be discovered or forced into combat, close-quarter fighting would be far too perilous. He glanced at Imo Ningning beside him, who was gripping her Tang Dao, her aura steady. Moreover, it was clear that she was proficient in melee combat. Selecting another melee option would result in overlapping functions, making their team composition unbalanced. With clarity of thought, Wang Shi no longer hesitated and pointed decisively at the purple card depicting an elegant longbow. This would be it, the Archer. Safety first, ranged combat over melee. As his fingertip made contact, the card transformed into a stream of light, surging into his being. A surge of unfamiliar knowledge and instinct instantaneously imprinted itself in his mind. How to stabilize the bow, how to perceive the wind direction, how to calculate the trajectory of a projectile, and how to anticipate the movements of a target. These exquisite techniques of long-range shooting appeared to be innate. Simultaneously, an ancient-looking longbow, shimmering with a faint azure glow, materialized in his grasp, its touch warm and imbued with strength. A quiver also manifested at his side, neatly containing 10 meticulously fletched arrows, their tips glinting with a frosty sheen. The foundational knowledge of crafting and maintaining such a bow and arrows surfaced as well. He instinctively plucked the bowstring, producing a deep, resilient hum. The sensation was quite pleasing. Wang Shi weighed the longbow in his hands, an inexplicable confidence welling within him. The temporary adaptive evolution seemed to be influenced as well, beginning to specially enhance the muscles of his hands. This initial bow appeared capable of maximizing his strength, and the techniques bestowed upon him instilled a sense that he could hit any target with precision. He silently calculated. Based on the information previously shared by Imo Ningning and the common knowledge gleaned from forums, the limit of the second tier is the perfect fusion of 10 purple epic cards. He already possessed 3 purple cards: Gene Ascension, Perception Gene Evolution, and Temporary Adaptive Evolution. Now, with the addition of this temporary Archer, he effectively had the benefits of 4 purple cards, firmly placing him at the midpoint of the second tier. While he acknowledged that he could not compare to third-tier monsters, at least he could assist his senior in distracting the enemies. Wang Shi nodded to himself. The initial panic gradually replaced by a peculiar sense of control. He discreetly glanced at the corner of the system interface displaying the time. Remain calm, steady, he thought to himself, as the oppressive feeling brought on by the unknown third-tier world quickly transformed into a composed anticipation. The small time stop and the grand time stop were his greatest assurances in this world that far exceeded his level, enabling him to seek opportunities and even potential advantages. Meanwhile, Imo Ningning had also made her choice. The phantoms of the 3 cards before her had vanished. She frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with the options. They were merely conventional enhancements, offering limited assistance for her current needs. She softly addressed Wang Shi, then gripped her tang knife, her gaze sharp as she scanned their surroundings. We cannot remain in this open area for long. Our position is too conspicuous. We must swiftly find a defensible location as a temporary stronghold before further exploring this world. Agreed. Wang Shi immediately nodded, securing the longbow on his back, seeking a vantage point that would also facilitate his capabilities. Mo Ningning cast him a surprised glance, seemingly taken aback by his swift adaptation and immediate tactical consideration. She nodded, saying, "Follow me, and stay vigilant." With that, she took a deep breath and cautiously stepped forward into the depths of the distorted, silent steel ruins, her knife blade glinting coldly in the dim light. Wang Shi followed closely, his fingers lightly resting on the quiver, the heightened precognitive abilities granted by perception gene evolution, allowing him to sense any unusual movements around him. His heart remained calm, even tinged with eagerness. He awaited the nightfall, anticipating that absolute moment that was uniquely his. Chapter 27. Enigmatic illusions. The two moved cautiously between the twisted, collapsed steel jungle, one in front of the other. Surrounding them were shattered concrete blocks, exposed rebar, and remnants of rusted vehicles, hinting at what was once a thriving modern metropolis, now reduced to silence and decay. Wang Shi remained alert, observing his surroundings while silently absorbing the new knowledge imparted by the archer card. Occasionally, he would pause, raise the longbow, nock an imaginary arrow, and aim at a distant shattered window frame or a distorted road sign, simulating the sensation of shooting. This feeling was indeed quite delightful. He murmured to himself, his fingers gliding over the cool, resilient bow. At some point, a faint grayish-white mist began to permeate the air. Initially sparse, it quickly thickened, reducing visibility and enveloping the ruins in a shroud of haze and uncertainty. Wang Shi, keep close to me. This fog feels unusual. Mo Ningning, walking ahead, slowed her pace, her grip tightening on the tang knife, which trembled slightly, as if sensing something amiss. "Thank you, Senior, but I can see clearly," Wang Shi replied, as perception gene evolution significantly lessened the impact of the mist on his vision. Simultaneously, temporary adaptive evolution was subtly at work, attempting to help his body adjust to the eerie energy of the mist, though with limited success. After proceeding a short distance, they finally emerged from the fog into a relatively open expanse of ruins. Mo Ningning halted and turned around. Her expression was somewhat peculiar, lacking her usual calm focus, instead bearing a hint of softness. "Wang Shi," she spoke softly, her voice lacking its usual chill, now infused with gentleness. What is it, Senior?" Wang Shi paused, gazing at her in confusion. Mo Ningning did not respond immediately, only gazing at him with a complex expression, before slowly articulating, "Do you know why I have always wanted you to join the Affairs Bureau?" Wang Shi was taken aback, instinctively replying, "Is it not because I possess potential? That is part of the reason." Mo Ningning gently shook her head, her ears tinged with a faint blush, her voice dropping further. "More importantly, I have actually been watching you for quite some time. I noticed you during your freshman orientation." Wang Shi blinked, slightly bewildered. Was this topic shift a bit too abrupt? Mo Ningning appeared to summon her courage, stepping closer, her gaze locking onto his. "I find you quite special, unlike anyone else. Thus, I wish to keep you by my side." Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes glistening with a shyness and boldness Wang Shi had never witnessed before. She leaned in closer, almost pressing against him, a faint, unfamiliar fragrance wafting into his nostrils. "Senior, are you all right?" Wang Shi felt his heart racing, his mind clouded. Yet, simultaneously, a voice within him reasoned, "Given my unparalleled charm, akin to that of the most esteemed readers, it seems quite natural to attract her attention. I am fine." Mo Ningning's voice grew increasingly tender, her gaze dreamy, one hand gently resting on his chest while the other awkwardly began to unfasten the buttons of his outer garment. "I just suddenly feel a bit cold, Wang Shi. Could you move a little closer?" The warm fragrance enveloped him, sweet words lingering in his ears, and Wang Shi felt his mind buzzing. The dam of rationality threatened by an unexpected wave of serendipity, his arms instinctively wanting to lift. Just as he was caught in this dizzying moment, on the verge of losing his composure, a sudden, muted thud echoed as a blade pierced flesh. A cold, blood-stained tang knife tip abruptly emerged from the center of Mo Ningning's chest. Warm liquid splattered onto Wang Shi's face. The tenderness that had graced Mo Ningning's expression instantly froze, contorting into an extreme visage of horror and agony as she incredulously gazed down at the blade protruding from her chest. Wang Shi was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, his spirit momentarily shaken as he stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. Behind the fallen Mo Ningning stood another figure, equally bearing her name, armed with a Tang Dao, her gaze as cold as frost, as she slowly sheathed her blade. Her demeanor was steady, her eyes sharp as an eagle, exuding a chilling aura of lethal intent, starkly contrasting with the tender semblance of the previous Mo Ningning. Simultaneously, the surrounding scene wavered slightly, the mist once again enveloping their vision. Was it truly an illusion? Alas, my beauty, which reigns supreme in the school, may indeed be genuine. But the comparison to the esteemed reader must surely be fabricated. How could I have failed to notice such an obvious flaw? Wang Shi patted his chest, exhaling a long sigh as the earlier confusion and restlessness dissipated. Clearing his throat, he quickly regained his usual composure. Ahem, this creature performed remarkably well, as if possessing a skill that could influence my mind, nearly leading me astray. He smacked his lips, still savoring the sensation from moments ago, though his gaze had returned to clarity and vigilance. How did this thing replace you, senior? I felt as though you had never left my sight. The true Mo Ningning, observing his expression of realization tinged with a hint of regret, found herself both amused and exasperated. The reprimand she had intended to voice was swallowed back. With a flick of her hair to conceal her slightly flushed ears, she spoke with a trace of lingering fear. This is the illusionary charm. Its power is not formidable, but it can create phantoms to confuse the mind, particularly amplifying certain thoughts within you. This mist likely possesses a blinding effect on the spirit as well. And considering you are only at the second tier, your methods are too limited to discern when it replaced me. She pointed to the body on the ground that was swiftly dissipating into a swirling gray mist, stating, "This third-tier realm is more troublesome than I anticipated. In fact, I only realized you were missing when I returned to search for you, inadvertently encountering it disguised as me, preparing to strike at you. We must exercise greater caution." Wang Shi nodded, evidently having shaken off the influence of the illusionary charm. "Understood, senior. Next time, I will surely shoot it with an arrow at the first opportunity." Without hesitation, in his mind, he mused, "This is merely the beginning. I have witnessed its towel form. Were it not for this mist's impact on the mind, humph." Mo Ningning, observing his swift return to normalcy, felt a sense of relief. However, her brow furrowed as she pondered. The mist has yet to dissipate. And if another illusionary charm appears, I may not be able to protect you in time. But both this mist and the charm target the mind, so we shall employ physical means to prevent them from replacing us. Upon hearing this, Wang Shi quickly grasped Mo Ningning's intent and formulated a plan in his mind. Chapter 28. Time stops again as Wang Shi prepared to suggest finding something to tether them together. He felt a gentle hand grasp his wrist. Startled, he looked up at Mo Ningning. She maintained a serious expression, her vigilant gaze scanning the dense mist surrounding them, calmly explaining, "By holding on like this, we shall avoid the previous situation of being swapped without awareness. Safety is paramount." Her movements were decisive and efficient, embodying an undeniable sense of purpose, as if this were merely a standard tactical choice. All right. Wang Shi acquiesced, allowing her to lead him onward. The warmth of her palm was comforting. The pressure just right, not too tight to restrain him, nor too loose to cause discomfort. The pair traversed the suffocating silence of the mist, moving in tandem. After walking several paces, the only sounds accompanying them were their heartbeats and footfalls, surrounded by an oppressive stillness. A subtle atmosphere, distinct from the tension of battle, silently permeated the space between them. Mo Ningning's pace seemed to slow slightly, her back still straight. Yet Wang Shi keenly sensed her fingers tightening momentarily around his wrist before relaxing again. After a brief interval, Mo Ningning halted abruptly, gently releasing his hand. Clearing her throat, her gaze remained partially absorbed in the mist, though a faint blush appeared on her ears. This method seemed somewhat inconvenient for movement. Wang Shi stifled a chuckle internally. Maintaining a serious facade, "Senior, how about we find a rope or cloth strip? We could tie it to our wrists. This way, we remain connected without hindering our movements. And should a situation arise, we can quickly untie it." Mo Ningning nodded slightly, concealing her embarrassment, acknowledging that this was indeed a more practical suggestion. "Do not overthink it. I was also influenced by the mist earlier, which led me to propose a poor idea." As she spoke, she drew her Tang Dao, deftly cutting two appropriately sized strips from the hem of her trench coat, tying them together. They each secured one end of the long strip around their wrists, leaving some distance for movement. "This is much better." Mo Ningning tested the arrangement and nodded in approval. With the issue of identity authentication resolved, they resumed their journey. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, as several illusionary charms stealthily approached through the dense fog, shifting their forms in an attempt to employ the same trick. However, bolstered by the stability provided by the connecting strip and Mo Ningning's heightened vigilance, the moment these creatures drew near, they were swiftly vanquished by her precise blade. The two trudged through the nearly impenetrable mist for nearly half a day, their minds taut with tension and their physical strength waning. At last, the fog before them began to thin, the outlines of the surrounding landscape gradually coming into focus. As they finally stepped out of that oppressive gray area and back into a relatively clear view of the ruins, they both involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. Untying the now slightly worn strips from their wrists, they felt a wave of fatigue wash over them. Wang Shi flexed his sore wrist, casting his gaze around until he spotted an entrance not far away, partially collapsed, resembling a bomb shelter. "Senior, that looks promising. Should we rest there for a while?" Wang Shi suggested, pointing toward it. After a day of vigilant movement through the fog, it was indeed necessary to find a safe place to recuperate. Mo Ningning scrutinized the area for a moment, confirming there were no apparent dangers, and nodded. "Very well. We shall take turns resting to regain our strength." The interior of the bomb shelter was small, filled with dust, yet structurally sound enough to serve as a decent temporary refuge. The two cleared a small space and sat against the cold concrete wall. After a brief silence, Mo Ningning spoke first, her voice regaining its usual calmness. "Our primary objective now is survival. We need to find food and water. Additionally, there may be survivors. If we can locate local NPCs, we might obtain crucial information regarding the mysterious core. Moreover, since this instance is titled Cognitive Mystery, it is likely that many elements capable of influencing cognition, like the illusionary charms and that mist, abound, so we must remain cautious." "Understood." Wang Shi nodded, recognizing that exploring the surrounding terrain was equally vital to ascertain the situation of this cursed place and identify potential sources of danger. They briefly discussed the order of watch, deciding that Mo Ningning, who was in relatively better condition, would take the first half of the night while Wang Shi rested. Leaning against the wall, Wang Shi closed his eyes, though he did not immediately fall asleep. The day's strange occurrences required some time to process. Time passed quietly. At the moment the hour hand struck midnight, a familiar sensation of stagnation transcending the rules enveloped the entire world. Inside the bomb shelter, dust hung suspended in the air. Sitting near the mouth of the cave, armed and vigilant, Ma Ningning maintained a posture of intense concentration, resembling a flawless sculpture. Wang Shi, who should have been asleep, quietly opened his eyes and nimbly rose to his feet. He approached Ma Ningning, leaning down to observe her serious and resolute profile, which remained steadfast even in the frozen moment of time. A few images involuntarily flashed through his mind. The scene in the dormitory where time stood still. The senior sister wrapped in a towel after a shower, utterly unguarded. The abandoned amusement park, where she recklessly leapt to shield him with her back. And just moments ago, the fleeting figure disguised by the illusory charm, her gaze dazed and yearning to draw near, only to be pierced through the chest by a blade. These images intertwined, igniting within Wang Shi a renewed spirit of defiance. Since entering this third-tier world, he had indeed been protected. Yet, this did not imply that he wished to remain in such a state indefinitely. Being shielded by the senior sister was not his style. A confident smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Passive endurance was not in his nature. Wang Shi had achieved his current standing through sheer will, not luck. "Time freeze. Let me witness your limits." He stepped out of the air raid shelter, standing atop the ruins. Before him lay a world utterly frozen in time. Yet if it were not for the stillness of the wind, he might have doubted the existence of the time freeze. Silence was the sole theme. Wang Shi inhaled the frigid, seemingly solidified air, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. "Now it is my turn," he murmured to himself, imbued with a sense of certainty in his control over the situation. The time freeze was his absolute domain. Here, he was the hunter. Restoring his dignity was secondary. More importantly, he aimed to leverage this unique advantage to seize the initiative for their subsequent actions. Let it begin here. Without hesitation, he moved forward, his agile form blending into the frozen ruins as he embarked on his silent reconnaissance. Chapter 29. Fortune smiles upon all at midnight. All was suspended. Wang Shi stealthily slipped out of the air raid shelter, re-entering the time-stopped space that belonged to him. With no immediate goal in sight, he wandered like a leisurely stroll in a park, aimlessly navigating the frozen ruins. Wang Shi brushed aside the solidified mist before him, traversing the foggy area until his vision cleared considerably. Not long after, he stumbled upon a phantom entity. In its frozen state, it revealed a portion of its true form, a mass of dim, vaguely writhing energy, its edges obscured, with a distorted human silhouette faintly discernible. far more abstract and grotesque than when it had disguised itself as Ma Ningning. Oh, is this its true form? Curiously, Wang Shi leaned in for a closer look before unslinging his longbow. Perfect, time to test my archery. He knocked an arrow, aiming at the mass of energy, drawing the bowstring taut before releasing it. Whoosh! The arrow flew forth, accompanied by a faint rush of air, only to abruptly halt in midair a couple of meters from the bow. Wang Shi approached, effortlessly retrieving the arrow from the frozen air, feeling a peculiar resistance along the shaft. In a time freeze, once an arrow is released, regardless of my subjective belief that it would continue forward, it too is halted. Yet, this counts as a skill. I can shoot to my heart's content during the time freeze and wait for it to conclude. Wang Shi envisioned the scene of shooting a quiver full of arrows during the time freeze, nodding in satisfaction. He gazed at the solidified entity before him, contemplating, then inverted the arrowhead and forcefully thrust it into the indistinct outline. With a soft thud, he casually kicked the lifeless phantom aside and continued his exploration. For the next several hours, Wang Shi meticulously searched through the vast expanse of ruins. He rummaged through collapsed supermarket shelves and pried open distorted lockers, indeed unearthing some treasures, several cans of meat, slightly crushed yet perfectly sealed, and some plastic bottles of water. However, even though these bottles were unopened, they had evaporated to about half their capacity due to the passage of time, their surfaces coated in solidified dust. TSK, while they may be somewhat past their prime, they are still better than nothing. Wang Shi gathered these supplies, hiding them behind a pile of rubble, neither too close nor too far from the air raid shelter, intending to retrieve them once time resumed. This would help conceal my time freeze. Wang Shi pondered. He did not wish for Ma Ningning to discover his ability to freeze time, as she was an official, and he had a prior transgression involving time freeze voyeurism, which posed too great a risk of exposure. Reflecting on their last experience on the deserted island, it seemed he had been rather reckless. The time freeze had been too overt. Fortunately, he had been alone at that time, so it wasn't a significant issue. He silently admonished himself, deciding to be more cautious this time. The following dawn, as the time freeze concluded, the world resumed its flow. Wang Shi and Ma Ningning embarked on a new day's exploration. Not long after, Wang Shi excitedly pointed to the pile of rubble, exclaiming, "Senior sister, look over there. It appears there is something." Ma Ningning approached cautiously, using her knife to sift through the debris, revealing the hidden cans and bottles of water beneath. A rare smile gracing her face. Wonderful. Food and water, though they seem to have been stored for quite some time. Haha, my luck is quite remarkable, isn't it? Wang Shi triumphantly picked up a can and brushed off the dust. Ma Ningning inspected the seals, nodding. The seals are intact. They should still be edible. Our physical resilience far exceeds that of ordinary humans, and our stomachs can handle these expired foods. After simple filtration, this water can last us several days. She looked at Wang Shi, her gaze filled with affirmation. Your observational skills are indeed sharp. We owe this to you. In the ensuing half-month, similar scenes played out repeatedly. Each day after the midnight time freeze, Wang Shi transformed into a scavenger and collector. He not only became intimately familiar with the area surrounding the air raid shelter, but gradually expanded his search radius, consistently bringing back spoils, perhaps a few packets of damp compressed biscuits, perhaps rusted yet still accessible cans of fruit, and on one occasion, a small box of unopened military energy bars. During the day, he always managed to fortuitously lead Ma Ningning to discover these supplies he had strategically placed beforehand. As occurrences multiplied, even Ma Ningning began to find it incredible. Wang Shi, your luck is somewhat outrageous. After another discovery of a box of bottled water hidden behind a crumbling wall, Ma Ningning could not help but exclaim, gazing at him as if he were a walking lucky star. You ought to change your name to Wang Hongyun. Wang Shi chuckled, his composure unwavering. This is because my eyes are precise measures. It all comes from careful observation, in addition to gathering supplies. Another primary task for Wang Shi during the time freeze was to cleanse the environment. Armed with arrows, he moved like a silent assassin through the frozen mist and ruins, specifically seeking out those phantoms that had revealed their true forms. The entities posed virtually no resistance in the time freeze. As long as he used enchanted arrows or simply pierced their energy cores with sharp objects, he could easily eliminate them. Over the course of half a month, the number of phantoms he had slain had reached dozens, if not nearly 100. Yet, Wang Shi found it peculiar that, aside from the phantoms, he had yet to encounter any higher-level entities in this world. This also led to a strange phenomenon. During their explorations by day, aside from desolation and silence, they encountered virtually no tangible dangers. In what was expected to be a perilous world of Tier 3, an unusual tranquility prevailed in the early stages. This abnormal calm intensified the vigilance of the seasoned Imo Ningning. One evening, while resting at their temporary stronghold, Imo Ningning furrowed her brow and remarked, "Wang Shi, something feels amiss. The difficulty of this world is Tier 3, with a task requiring survival for a year, and the system advises a card draw every 30 days. This indicates an escalating danger, possibly even a sudden and drastic increase. The greater the calm in the beginning, the more formidable the storm brewing in the latter stages. We must not let our guard down because of these few days of smooth sailing. We must quickly uncover the clues to the strange core." Wang Shi nodded in agreement while nibbling on an energy bar. He understood more profoundly that this apparent safety was a result of the time stop he had employed. The true danger likely lay ahead. A fortnight passed quietly. At midnight on the 15th day after entering the instance, when the time stop concluded once more, the familiar system notification echoed in Wang Shi's mind. 30 days have elapsed. Please draw your second temporary skill card. The time stop had been effective. On the surface, it appeared as 15 days, but considering the time stop, he had already experienced 30 days. The system was prepared to grant the second card draw. Wang Shi glanced back. It was his turn to guard the first half of the night, while Imo Ningning rested against the wall not far away. It was best to be cautious. He decided not to reveal his advantage of drawing cards earlier. Holding his breath, he carefully approached a corner of the air raid shelter and took a deep breath. 3 cards, each adorned with intricate patterns, materialized silently before him. With a thought, the cards rotated to reveal their faces. Chapter 30. Father is here. The 3 cards slowly turned to unveil their true forms. Green card, Eagle Eye, effect, Mastery in Range Specialization. Slightly enhances long-distance vision and dynamic visual tracking, improving the accuracy of ranged weapons. Commentary, limited effect, yet crucial. Blue card, Beginner's Heart Zen, effect, slightly increases mental resistance, providing a degree of defense against low-intensity cognitive pollution and mental interference. Commentary, a tranquil heart remains unfazed even when the sky falls. Gold card, Draw Your Sword. Effect, a special variant of ranged specialization. Though ranged, it conceals a heart for close combat. When attacking at close range with a ranged weapon, gain 100 damage splash, 100 damage boost, 100 attack speed increase, 100 agility enhancement, and 50 life steal. Commentary, historically, archers excel in close combat. A gold card, Wang Shi's heart raced, and his breathing quickened. He knew the rarity and power of gold cards, but witnessing such an outrageous effect left him in awe. Damage, attack speed, agility, all doubled, along with splash damage and half-life steal. Although the restrictions were stringent, requiring the use of ranged weapons for close combat, this enhancement was sufficient to transform any ranged reincarnator into a close combat king. No wonder Imo Ningning said that a single gold card could allow one to touch the threshold of Tier 3. The effect was overwhelmingly comprehensive. He murmured to himself, his gaze lingering on Beginner's Heart Zen. In this bizarre world of cognition, the allure of mental resistance was undeniable, but it was merely a blue card. A living gold card was right before him. There was no need for hesitation in making his choice. It shall be you. With a mental command, he selected Draw Your Sword. The golden card flowed into him like a warm current, awakening a latent power within, lying in wait to be triggered. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Wang Shi kept his discovery to himself. He did not wish to expose his early card draw, planning to wait until the 31st day of the instance to utilize the official second card draw opportunity, thus presenting the card to Imo Ningning in a manner that concealed his time stop advantage. In the subsequent days, during the hourly time stops, Wang Shi eagerly commenced testing. He sought out some illusory spirits as targets. When the time stop descended, he drew back his longbow, nearly pressing the bowstring against the target before releasing. Buzz. At the moment the effect activated, he felt as though his body had become half its weight, his movements swift as lightning. The arrow not only penetrated the target deeply, but also unleashed a wave of invisible shock that sent dust swirling across a small area around it. Simultaneously, a faint warm current traveled back along the arrow, replenishing some of the stamina expended in that explosive moment. This effect was astonishing. Wang Shi observed the illusory spirit, its upper body shattered by the splash damage, excitement coursing through him. With double damage and double attack speed, his actual damage per second had quadrupled. Coupled with splash damage for crowd control and life steal for sustain, along with the heightened agility providing unparalleled responsiveness, his explosive potential and survivability had received an unimaginable boost. However, the formidable strength granted by the gold card did not manifest immediately, as time continued to pass until the midnight of the 20th day. Within the time stop, Wang Shi, adhering to his usual habits, delved deeper into the ruins. This time, he made a remarkable discovery, a two-story building that appeared almost intact. Amidst the desolation, this house stood out conspicuously. The absolute safety provided by the time stop emboldened Wang Shi, prompting him to boldly approach the entrance. It was too pristine, almost unnaturally so. He murmured to himself, surveying the surroundings. The area was littered with debris, yet this house remained almost unscathed, with only a few glass windows broken, an anomaly in itself. Regaining his composure, he resolved to investigate. What if there were monsters inside? Wang Shi maintained his vigilance, circling the building's perimeter, meticulously examining the foundation, walls, and entry points. Finding no apparent damage or peculiar signs. Ultimately, he arrived at the slightly ajar door. After confirming that the surroundings were free of anomalies, he pushed the door open. Creak. The sound of the door's hinges cutting through the absolute silence resonated clearly, abruptly halted by the time stop. Wang Shi stroked his chin, scanning the living room. The furniture was orderly, coated in a layer of settled dust, devoid of any signs of life. He inspected every room on the ground floor, the kitchen, bathroom, and even the storage room, each frozen in a state of suspended time, dust settled as if untouched by the passage of life. Ascending to the second floor, he checked the bedroom and study, finding nothing amiss. Everything appeared entirely normal. The only thing that caught his eye was a family portrait frame on the coffee table, marred by scratches. It seemed there were no supernatural occurrences or strange powers present. Wang Shi approached a relatively clean sofa, brushing away the dust to feel its softness. Oh, this is far more comfortable than the concrete floor of the air raid shelter. Having confirmed the safety of the environment, his mindset relaxed, even imbued with a sense of triumph as if he had stumbled upon a hidden treasure. He reclined on the sofa, savoring a rare moment of peace within the stillness of the time stop. When the time stop concluded, he planned to bring Mo Ningning to explore this place, which seemed far more inviting than the air raid shelter and appeared devoid of danger. Based on his thorough investigation, he reached this conclusion. A few hours later, Wang Shi returned to the air raid shelter just before the time stop ended. As dawn broke, the two set out to explore, and Wang Shi casually guided their direction, gradually steering them closer to the intact house. Sister, look over there. There seems to be a house that is quite complete. Wang Shi pointed ahead, his tone laced with excitement. Mo Ningning followed the direction he pointed, her brow instantly furrowing. In the wake of such a catastrophic disaster, this house is remarkably well preserved. Something feels amiss. Caution is prudent. Since we are here, I shall take a look. Wang Shi, drawing from his experience in halting exploration, volunteered to lead the way. Striding boldly toward the house, he pushed the door open, revealing a tranquil interior devoid of any anomalies, just as he had observed during his halting. See, it's fine, right, senior sister? It's quite clean inside. Wang Shi waved from within. Seeing him unharmed, Mo Ningning took a moment to carefully sense her surroundings, confirming the absence of any discernible energy fluctuations or threatening aura. Only then did she allow herself to relax slightly and stepped inside. The two stood in the living room. After surveying the area, Mo Ningning nodded and remarked, "This place is decent. Perhaps it can serve as a temporary stronghold." Buzz. No sooner had she spoken than an indescribable, eerie sensation enveloped the two. It felt as though the entire space was being forcibly twisted, spinning uncontrollably, and the objects within her field of vision warped and contorted. Mo Ningning felt a flash before her eyes, dizziness sweeping over her, accompanied by a strange sense of weakness and diminishment. She abruptly looked down, only to see a pair of delicate, pale hands that unmistakably belonged to a little girl. And she was no longer clad in a battle coat, but rather in a slightly worn floral dress. Is this a trap of perception? Cognitive pollution? Mo Ningning's heart raced with alarm as a powerful and bizarre force aggressively encroached upon her consciousness, attempting to persuade her that she was a little girl. Her memories beginning to blur. Not a chance. In her heart, she remained as tranquil as a deep well, deep within her consciousness. A golden card suddenly illuminated. My heart is the shore. A formidable mental barrier was erected in an instant, stabilizing her self-perception and forcefully repelling that eerie power. Mo Ningning finally breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Wang Shi. This glance nearly caused her to lose her composure once more. Wang Shi had transformed entirely, now appearing as an ordinary middle-aged man in work attire, his features marked by a touch of weariness and age. He gazed down at her, his eyes filled with a near-indulgent affection and a hint of vacant control. Wang Shi, stay alert, Mo Ningning hurriedly called out, only to realize her voice had become the crisp, youthful tone of a little girl. Upon hearing her call, Wang Shi's tender smile deepened. He bent down, gently tousling Mo Ningning's hair with his rough hand, speaking in a voice laden with concern. Good girl, Daddy is here. Mo Ningning? Staring at the figure of Wang Shi, who exuded paternal affection, she froze, overwhelmed by an immense sense of absurdity. Chapter 31. The daughter's exploration. Mo Ningning gazed at the middle-aged Wang Shi, whose expression was filled with love, yet bore an emptiness in his eyes, and felt a headache coming on. She glanced down at her own delicate hands and tugged at the childish floral dress she wore. A wave of absurdity and helplessness washing over her. She attempted to summon the power of a third-tier reincarnator within her, hoping to shatter this twisted illusion. However, at the very moment she focused her thoughts, a chill surged from the depths of her heart, accompanied by a cacophony of chaotic whispers shrieking in her mind. A clear, undeniable warning forced its way into her consciousness. Refusal to play the part will result in immediate annihilation. Mo Ningning's face paled as she instantly suppressed any thoughts of resistance. The terrifying pressure and whispers receded like a tide, leaving only a lingering sense of anxiety. Was this a scenario governed by rules that one must adhere to in order to survive? In an instant, she comprehended her predicament. Confrontation would lead to doom. She could only rely on wit. Portraying a little girl was acceptable, but she would never utter the words daddy to Wang Shi. She pressed her lips together, deciding to adopt a stance of passive compliance, neither overtly acknowledging nor blatantly contradicting this daughterly identity. Mo Ningning observed Wang Shi, who, ensnared by enchantment, had gone to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Seizing the opportunity while her father was distracted, she began to explore the house. Her gaze fell upon the family portrait on the coffee table in the living room. In the photograph, the faces of father and daughter had crystallized into the likenesses of Wang Shi and herself. Yet the spots where the mother and younger brother should have been remained as indistinct smudges. Where were her mother and brother? This was likely the key to survival. Drawing from her experience as a third-tier reincarnator, Mo Ningning swiftly assessed the situation. While Wang Shi busied himself in the kitchen, Mo Ningning extended her hand, attempting to see if she could open the frame of the portrait. The moment her fingertip pressed against the clasp, a sharp pain shot through the same finger. She looked down in shock to discover a tiny crack had appeared on the tip of her right index finger, oozing a bead of blood. Almost simultaneously, a loud crash resonated from the kitchen, accompanied by Wang Shi's sharp intake of breath as he seemed to have accidentally broken a bowl. Nursing his right index finger while muttering, "Strange, why did my hand suddenly slip?" A sense of dread settled in Mo Ningning's heart. This frame was deeply bound to their existence. Not only would it be harmful to destroy it, but even simply opening the clasp would inflict injury upon them. This path was blocked. Mo Ningning continued her exploration, ascending to the second floor, where she entered a pink room, presumably the one belonging to her character as the daughter. If this was a scenario dictated by rules, there had to be a way out. Mo Ningning searched her room thoroughly and eventually discovered a note beneath her pillow, which outlined 5 rules specific to her role as a daughter. 1. When my father calls me, I must respond immediately. If he doubts me, I should cry and say I miss my mother and brother. 2. There is a full-length mirror in my room. If the mirror reflects a second person, I must break other objects to provoke my father's reprimands. Under no circumstances should I damage or move the mirror. 3. I must finish all the food my father gives me. If the taste is off, I should hide it and dispose of it while washing the dishes. 4. Do not touch the teddy bear belonging to my brother in the living room. However, if the bear moves on its own and looks at me, I must pick it up and tell my father that my brother misses him, observing my father's reaction. 5. I must remember my identity. I cannot enter my parents' or brother's rooms, nor can I go outside. The handwriting on the note was somewhat crooked, revealing a hint of innocence. Yet Mo Ningning's heart sank. These 5 rules undeniably constrained her actions, significantly diminishing her chances of breaking free. Mo Ningning memorized all the rules, placing the note back beneath her pillow. Following the second rule regarding the mirror, she examined the full-length mirror in her room, finding nothing unusual. Just then, Wang Shi's voice echoed from downstairs. "Good daughter. It's time to eat." Mo Ningning maintained a composed expression as the third rule concerning food commenced. She avoided Wang Shi's affectionate gaze, taking small bites of the fried egg. Fortunately, this breakfast presented no abnormalities. On the contrary, it was quite delicious. However, Mo Ningning understood that nearly all rule-based scenarios begin normally, but become increasingly perilous as time progresses. This third-tier cognitive anomaly was revealing its true nature. This family dynamic was merely a facade of the overarching scenario. As Wang Shi watched Mo Ningning dutifully finish her breakfast, he affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, "What a good girl." The first rule regarding the daughter's response echoed in her mind. "I must reply to my father." Internally, Mo Ningning felt a tempest of frustration. Yet outwardly, she could only force a tender smile to navigate through the situation. Throughout the day, Mo Ningning endeavored to remain concealed within her room or quietly nestled in a corner of the living room, immersed in her reading, striving to minimize interactions with her father. She sought to avoid any awkward situations that might arise from Wang Shi's absent-mindedness, which could lead to an inadvertent revelation. Meanwhile, Wang Shi, in his dazed state, instinctively portrayed the role of a somewhat clumsy yet doting father, managing to refrain from breaching any rules. Occasionally, he would approach her with inquiries about her comfort, asking whether she was thirsty or hungry, leaving Mo Ningning weary and internally tormented by the pressure of maintaining her facade. Finally, as night fell, Wang Shi yawned, rubbed his eyes, and in a tone imbued with sleepy affection, declared, "My dear daughter, it is late. Time for bed." Mo Ningning felt as if a great weight had been lifted. She promptly rose, murmuring a soft mm, and hurried back to the room designated for her. She closed the door, leaned against it, and slowly slid down to the floor. The moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her youthful face, which bore the marks of fatigue and gravity. She needed to devise a plan, for Wang Shi could not be relied upon. Where lay the breakthrough? Was it in that photograph? The missing family members? Or was it solely reliant on her own efforts? The information was still too scant, and she lacked access to her parents' and brothers' rooms. She hugged her knees, her brow furrowed, as her mind raced through every possible clue. The day's interactions with her father had drained her, and the humiliation of her forced role, coupled with the constant anxiety of being discovered, was far more tormenting than confronting a formidable monster. Time slipped away quietly in the oppressive and bizarre atmosphere of their household. When the clock struck midnight, time came to a standstill. Outside, the once bustling city, illuminated by countless lights, froze in an instant. Within the house, the eerie aura that permeated every corner, perpetually attempting to distort perception, came to a halt like a frigid current. In the adjacent room, the child version of Mo Ningning, curled up on the bed with a furrowed brow, appeared as motionless as a porcelain doll, deep in contemplation. Meanwhile, Wang Shi, previously seated on the living room sofa, his gaze filled with affectionate yet vacant expression, suddenly jolted awake. The peculiar paternal love implanted within him was suspended due to the time freeze, replaced by a look of astonishment and clarity. What the hell? Am I a father now? Chapter 32. The father's rules. The good news is that Mo Ningning has granted me the role of a father. The bad news is that she is my daughter. Wang Shi glanced down at his attire as a middle-aged man and recalled the embarrassing behavior he exhibited earlier, recalling his overly affectionate demeanor with his daughter, which filled him with a wave of embarrassment. Yet amidst this awkwardness, a clandestine thrill bubbled forth uncontrollably. For it was amusing to see the usually assertive and composed Mo Ningning forced into the role of a daughter. However, this morally questionable thought was quickly suppressed. The immediate priority was to break the stalemate. It was careless of him not to realize that he could not detect this bizarre phenomenon during time freeze. It likely required multiple participants to trigger. Alas, time freeze is not omnipotent. I must exercise greater caution in the future. Wang Shi's expression turned grave as he surveyed his surroundings, analyzing the current situation. If all went as expected, once the time freeze ended, without any special methods, he would likely revert to the role of that father once more. Therefore, the key to breaking through this situation would likely rest upon the awareness of the elder sister, while his own task would be to utilize the time freeze to clear obstacles and find a way out. With clarity of thought, he took a deep breath and began his endeavor. First, he approached the front door of the house. The confinement that had prevented Mo Ningning from leaving during the day was rendered meaningless in the time freeze. He effortlessly opened the door and stepped outside. The world beyond remained frozen. Behind the facade of bustling prosperity lay the stark reality of desolation, easily discernible. It appeared that departing from this place would pose no problem, at least not during the time freeze. Upon returning to the house, he cautiously entered his daughter's room to assess Mo Ningning's condition. The child version of Mo Ningning remained curled up in bed, her brow furrowed, as if she were pondering strategies even in her dreams. Confirming her well-being, Wang Shi began to meticulously search the room. Soon, he felt a piece of paper beneath the pillow. Observing the 5 rules written in an uneven scrawl, specifically tailored for his daughter, Wang Shi's brow furrowed in concern. The rules, name, mirror, food, teddy bear, and prohibition against leaving, were all restrictions, laden with traps. He murmured to himself, especially noting the keywords concerning the longing for her mother and brother, as well as the teddy bear. It seemed the missing family members were the crux of the matter. After committing the rules to memory, he proceeded to the room belonging to the parents. The room was simply furnished, containing a double bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. On the desk, he found a similar note, the handwriting appearing more composed. 1. The dining table must always be set with 4 sets of chopsticks. If the daughter wishes for her brother and mother, tell her. They will return soon. 2. Wipe the family portrait daily. If the wife and son in the photo are crying, flip the frame until it returns to normal. 3. I must fulfill my role as a good father, and I must protect my daughter. 4. Respect the privacy of children. Do not enter the son's and daughter's rooms. 5. The daughter must not be allowed to leave. The wife and son have merely stepped out. They will return. Anyone who disrupts the family's completeness must perish. This place is truly troublesome. Fortunately, in his normal state, he would instinctively adhere to these rules, but with his current clarity, he could sense the underlying twisted logic and fatal danger. Rule 4. Respecting the children's privacy? Let me test that. Wang Shi then disregarded Rule 4 and entered his son's room. The room was adorned with toy cars and building blocks, neatly arranged, yet it too was devoid of occupants. He searched thoroughly, but found no rules pertaining to his brother or mother, only vague information confirming their absence. Synthesizing all the information, Wang Shi arrived at a disheartening conclusion. This set of rules likely required 4 characters to function normally, suggesting that father, mother, son, and daughter must collaborate to proceed. Yet now, only he and Mo Ningning were trapped here, lacking the crucial roles, rendering the process stalled and at a standstill. Was he to forcibly take the elder sister away? Wang Shi gazed out at the frozen false world, uncertainty gnawing at him. If he were to directly remove the elder sister during the time freeze, what would happen when time resumed? Would the destructive force that demanded the family's completeness instantly manifest upon detecting their absence? However, the fact that I initially sought out the elder sister and entered her room already violated Rule 4. If I do not face repercussions once time resumes, it indicates that the hierarchy of this bizarre family rule narrative is insufficient to detect my actions during the time freeze. The alternative method would be to stall for time, hoping to draw a skill that counters cognitive pollution in the next card draw, but that approach feels too passive. With only 21 days remaining, and 9 days until the next draw, the outcome is uncertain. This notion is far too passive and fraught with unpredictability. Wang Shi dismissed this path. Standing in the silent living room, he gazed at the family portrait on the coffee table, which was missing members, his brow furrowed. A family portrait? Why do these faces resemble mine and the elder sister's? Wang Shi's heart stirred. This family portrait was likely the pivotal core of the copy. He reached out to unfasten the frame's clasp, taking the photograph into his hands, yet it elicited no response. Alas, within the time freeze, these clues or items, devoid of a supportive environment, failed to manifest any extraordinary essence. At this moment, Wang Shi truly felt a pang of frustration. If it were merely a matter of fighting and killing, then the time freeze would be utterly advantageous. However, when it came to such intricate matters that could set off a chain reaction, the limitations of the time freeze rendered it less formidable. Thus, he had no choice but to retrieve his father's exclusive rule note from the room. Since the senior sister could not enter his room, she would be unaware of the information. Hence, he would simply present his father's exclusive note to her. Following this thought, Wang Shi directly stuffed the note into Xiao Mo Ningning's embrace. Upon returning to the living room, he estimated the time. The time freeze had a considerable duration left. Yet in the absence of information, he found himself at a standstill. For now, he could only wait for this time freeze to lift, to ascertain whether he had been discovered violating the rules, and then act during the next time freeze. With nothing pressing to occupy him, Wang Shi decided to step outside and practice his combat skills. Time passed once more, marking the passage of 24 hours. The world resumed its movement. Mo Ningning felt a sudden shift, realizing a note had appeared in her arms. Upon closer inspection, she found it to be her father's exclusive rule. What could this mean? Shouldn't this note have been in her parents' room? How did it suddenly find its way to me? Mo Ningning felt somewhat bewildered. This bizarre rule seemed to operate outside conventional expectations. What would happen next? Would it provide her with her mother's and younger brother's exclusive rules? The situation appeared to be shifting, but it was still midnight. As a daughter, venturing out at this hour could jeopardize her own rules and the harmony of the family. Reluctantly, Mo Ningning chose to remain vigilant, slipping into a shallow sleep. Chapter 33. Perhaps it should remain a vacuum? As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, rousing Mo Ningning from slumber with her father Wang Shi's gently awkward call. Good girl, it's time to get up for breakfast. Mo Ningning opened her eyes and stepped out of her room, gazing at the middle-aged Wang Shi, whose eyes still held affection but lacked clarity. She sighed inwardly, responding silently. After pondering the night before, she had already perused her father's rule note. Observing Wang Shi's actions anew, she indeed noticed some previously overlooked details. The dining table was always meticulously set with 4 sets of chopsticks and bowls, even when only 2 dined. Her father habitually wiped the peculiar family portrait frame with a cloth before breakfast, his movements mechanical and reverent. These instinctive actions adhered strictly to the cold rules. Mo Ningning felt an increasing heaviness in her heart. If she were to succumb entirely to this, wouldn't she also lose her sense of self? The tranquil morning passed, and at noon, Mo Ningning sat by her window, feigning interest in a book while cautiously observing the illusory streetscape outside. Suddenly, a flicker in the corner of her eye caught her attention. Something seemed amiss in the shadowed corridor outside her door. She turned abruptly, her heart skipping a beat. The filthy teddy bear, which should have remained in the corner of the living room, now sat silently on the floor outside her room, its button eyes hollowly fixed on her direction. It had moved here on its own. A chilling aura, steeped in malice, emanated from the teddy bear, sending shivers down Mo Ningning's spine. Rule 4. Do not touch the younger brother's teddy bear in the living room. However, if the bear moves and stares at me, pick it up and tell Dad that the younger brother misses him, then observe Dad's reaction. Without hesitation, Mo Ningning suppressed her rising panic, swiftly approached the door, seized the cold, musty teddy bear, and dashed downstairs. Dad, she called out as she reached Wang Shi, who was perusing the newspaper, presenting the teddy bear to him. Striving to sound natural as she said, "The younger brother misses you." Mo Ningning maintained her expression, but her heart sank. She had unconsciously referred to Wang Shi with that title. Wang Shi set aside the newspaper, accepted the teddy bear, his fingers unconsciously stroking its ear, his gaze still vacant. Murmuring a formulaic response, "Yes, Mommy will bring the younger brother back." Afterward, he casually placed the teddy bear on the nearby sofa and disregarded it. All that remained was Mo Ningning, turning away in frustration, desperately reinforcing the protective barriers of "my heart is ashore" against the distortion of her mind. Once more severing the influence of this place on her psyche, the crisis seemed temporarily averted. Aside from the eerie teddy bear, no other immediate threats arose during the day. Yet, Mo Ningning keenly sensed that the pervasive force of cognitive pollution within the house had grown denser and more corrosive. Even as she exerted all her energy to maintain the mental barrier constructed by the golden card, "My heart is ashore," she could feel the insidious whispers and distortions continuously battering her defenses. At this rate, within 5 days, she might succumb, and her condition would deteriorate with each passing day. A sense of urgent dread enveloped her. Once she faltered, she would become like the current Wang Shi, utterly reduced to a puppet, perceiving herself as a little girl. Time slipped away, and once again, midnight approached. In the fleeting moment of suspended existence, the fog of paternal love in Wang Shi's eyes dissipated, restoring clarity. Damn. Another day of being a father. Did the senior sister call me Dad today? He rubbed his forehead. Recalling the scene from earlier when Mo Ningning had rushed in with the teddy bear, declaring that her brother missed him, a smile tugging at his lips. Then came his mechanical reply. "Mommy will bring the younger brother back." Mommy and the younger brother will return, Wang Shi murmured, a sudden spark igniting in his mind. Since they lacked a mother and younger brother, could he not create one? He recalled the exploration during the previous time freeze. He had violated the rules by entering his children's room, yet faced no immediate punishment upon the resumption of time. This implied he enjoyed relative freedom during the time freeze. A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. He acted swiftly, silently slipping out of the house and stepping into the frozen ruins. He meticulously searched among the crumbling walls and debris. After some time, he finally discovered 2 phantasmal entities, one large and one small, their indistinct forms wriggling and blurring into humanoid energy. "You too." Without hesitation, Wang Shi, leveraging the advantage of the time freeze, effortlessly packed the 2 defenseless phantasms and transported them back to the eerie house. Tossing them into the living room seemed fitting, as both he and Mo Ningning had faced their ordeal there. Yet, a sense of insecurity crept in. What if these bizarre rules did not acknowledge them? Wang Shi began to employ his remarkable intellect, rummaging through drawers to locate a few pieces of children's clothing. Clumsily, he dressed the smaller phantasm in them, arranging it to sit on the sofa and placing the teddy bear in its embrace. Next, he unearthed several pieces of women's clothing and jewelry for the larger phantasm, which bore a shape similar to that of an adult woman. How do I fasten this? What a hassle. Perhaps it should remain void, he pondered. It still lacked the essence of a maternal figure. Perhaps adding black stockings would suffice. Though abstract, it conveyed the intended meaning. Wang Shi stepped back, surveying his creation. nodding in satisfaction. Having completed this task, he locked himself within his parents' room while leaving the two phantasms in the living room. To avoid the chaotic resurgence of the two forcibly conscripted Huanmeigi, who had lost their sanity, a sudden wave of stillness enveloped the world. In that fleeting moment when everything regained its flow, a thunderous crash reverberated through the house, as if some delicate equilibrium had been shattered. Startled by the abrupt tremor, Ma Ningning sat upright in bed, her heart racing. What had transpired? Why had that disturbing force that twisted her mind diminished? Yet, constrained by her identity as a daughter and the rules governing her actions, she hesitated to venture outside. Simultaneously, locked within her parents' room, Wang Shi was astonished to discover that he remained lucid. The bizarre force that had been distorting his psyche had suddenly weakened significantly. Although remnants lingered, he managed to resist the encroaching influence through sheer willpower. Had he succeeded? Or not? Filled with uncertainty, he cautiously opened the locked door and stealthily made his way to the second-floor corridor railing, peering down. The sight before him caused his pupils to constrict. On the coffee table in the living room, the family portrait was now oozing a viscous, black liquid reminiscent of crude oil. This dark substance seemed to writhe with a life of its own, crawling towards the two Huanmeigi he had captured, which trembled violently under its corrosive touch, emitting waves of fierce resistance. It became clear to Wang Shi, the core power of this peculiar rule was exerting itself to suppress and assimilate the two intruders, attempting to forcibly integrate them into the family's hierarchy to maintain the integrity of the rule. It was precisely because this core power was diverted to handle these unwelcome guests that the cognitive pollution imposed upon him and Ma Ningning had significantly lessened. Even the lowest-tier Huanmeigi required such immense energy to combat what should have been a conflict of the uncanny. As he observed the two struggling Huanmeigi below, a wild thought took root in Wang Shi's mind. What if I were to capture several more, even dozens? Chapter 34, Family Soon. The two Huanmeigi were subdued and controlled by the family portrait, and the eerie force surged back into Wang Shi's consciousness, distorting his perception once more. Meanwhile, Ma Ningning sensed the return of the uncanny energy in her room and quickly fortified her mind. The night passed in silence, and the morning sun streamed into the room, waking Ma Ningning to the familiar call of her father, Wang Shi. She opened the door and descended to the second floor, only to be jolted by the scene that greeted her. In the living room, aside from Wang Shi, who was busy in the kitchen, there were two additional figures at the dining table. One was a well-dressed, gentle-looking middle-aged woman, and the other, a quiet, well-behaved boy who appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old. At first glance, their appearances were quite pleasant, but upon closer inspection, their features were bland and unremarkable, as if they could easily fade from memory. Average faces. Daughter, rise and shine. Come, meet your mother and brother. They have returned. Wang Shi emerged from the kitchen with a plate, his tone imbued with a rigid joy dictated by the rules. Good morning, sister, the little boy greeted timidly. How did you sleep, dear? The woman smiled at her. Ma Ningning's pupils narrowed as she activated was Xin Jian, reinforcing her perception with the purple card she possessed. Through her enhanced senses, she discerned that the mother and son emanated not the vitality of living beings, but rather a strange energy akin to that of the Huanmeigi. Huanmeigi? When did they arrive? Have they also been assimilated and controlled by the rules? A tempest of confusion surged within Ma Ningning as she grappled with the origins of these two family members. Yet, she forced herself to remain calm. Realizing this might be the turning point, if the family were whole, would the conditions for their escape emerge? She scrutinized the mother and son, noting their behavior was equally mechanical, adhering to some invisible command. The mother placed the dishes, dusted the family portrait, and tidied up, while the brother sat quietly in a fixed position, his gaze vacant. Ma Ningning attempted to engage them in conversation, seeking new clues, but received no meaningful responses. They were mere puppets, manipulated by the rules. These Huanmeigi possessed only instinct. Even if clues existed, communication was impossible, rendering escape futile. The entire day unfolded within this strange and oppressive atmosphere of family reunion. Even more disturbingly, as time passed, the power of cognitive pollution seemed to intensify with the family's completeness. She lost her mental composure several times, instinctively calling out for her father, and on one occasion, when her brother knocked over her water cup, she panicked and cried out like a genuine little girl. Although she swiftly regained her clarity through was Xin Jian. The fleeting sense of loss of control sent chills down her spine. Time was running out. As midnight approached, everything froze. In the master bedroom, Wang Shi abruptly awoke from the stupor of being a prescribed husband and father. As he turned his head, he nearly cried out upon discovering that the entity lying beside him was none other than the mother Huanmeigi, clothed by him, now only clad in her undergarments for sleep. What the hell? Wang Shi recoiled as if electrocuted, his scalp prickling. He hurriedly searched his memories and was relieved to find that no intimate actions had transpired with the creature. Turning back to the bed, he mused. This rule-based anomaly certainly has its peculiar advantages. Wait, now is not the time for such thoughts. He quickly rose and searched the master bedroom and his brother's room, eventually discovering notes detailing the rules for the mother and brother hidden beneath the bedside table and under some assignments. Wang Shi picked up the papers, glancing at the densely packed restrictions. However, he did not linger over them. Instead, he forcefully crumpled the 2 notes into a ball and tossed them into the corner. With a sardonic smile, he declared, "The wisdom of ordinary people is shackled by rules, desperately seeking a path to survival. The wisdom of the elite lies in studying the rules and exploiting their loopholes to escape. As for my astonishing wisdom, it is to transcend the rules." Wang Shi resolved not to dwell on interpreting this cursed family script, but rather to implement the plan he had conceived after the last time stop. He immediately sprang into action, rushing out of the house and plunging back into the frozen ruins. The quest for Huan Meigi reminded him of his days on a deserted island, capturing architects and leaders. Time was of the essence. The time stop lasted only 24 hours. Fortunately, there were numerous Huan Meigi in this area, and despite Wang Shi's previous efforts to clear them out, new ones continued to drift in from afar. Using his perception and occasionally activating "Show Your Sword" to enhance his speed, Wang Shi invested considerable time and ultimately succeeded in capturing over 20 uniquely shaped Huan Meigi, dragging them back to the eerie house in one fell swoop. The subsequent task was laborious and abstract. Wang Shi rummaged through every corner, scavenging for women's clothing and children's outfits, preparing to dress these Huan Meigi. He was resolute in his intention to only create the roles of mother and brother, firmly refusing to imitate the father or daughter. What if a father were to usurp my place? Furthermore, he certainly could not allow his sister to be taken advantage of by these monsters, calling them father. What? My sister was also taken advantage of by me? Surely, that cannot be the same. Thinking back to how Ma Ningning had called him father in a moment of distress, Wang Shi couldn't help but chuckle softly, though the amusement quickly faded. This was precisely evidence that his sister's state was deteriorating under the pollution. He needed to act with greater urgency. He filled the living room, dining room, and even the corridor with over 20 meticulously dressed phantoms, arranging them in various familial postures, creating a scene that appeared both crowded and profoundly eerie, reminiscent of an absurd horror puppet show. Ultimately, Wang Shi procured materials to barricade the front door and secure the windows, preventing any phantoms from wreaking havoc upon the resumption of time. After completing these measures, he retreated to the master bedroom, flung the maternal phantom off the bed, locked the door, and awaited the conclusion of the time freeze. He gazed out at the frozen facade of false prosperity, his heart brimming with anticipation. Come forth. Let us see whether your rules are more formidable than my family. Chapter 35. The Clam and the Heron. I am a phantom, a being that can briefly borrow and distort the underlying rules of this world. Though my power is feeble, it is sufficient to elevate me above the vast majority of my kind, who are solely driven by instinct and consumption. My greatest delight lies in constructing a family. Observing the father, mother, son, and daughter perform their tender daily routines within my script brings me immense satisfaction. I have encountered many families, yet they seldom endure. As time passes, they lose the desire to play their roles, their gazes betraying a repugnant resistance and awakening. Why? Why refuse to be under my control? Is eternal warmth not desirable? Alas, they shall be consumed, making way for a new batch. Thus, I wandered alone for an indeterminate span, with no new family members appearing. Until today, my domain was finally graced by 2 vibrant souls. I eagerly integrated them into my rules. The male swiftly succumbed to my influence, becoming a suitable father. The female, however, struggled, her mental barriers sturdier than anticipated. But it matters not. I have time aplenty, and she will inevitably transform into a dutiful daughter. It has been far too long since I beheld a harmonious family scene. How delightful it would be to have a mother and a younger brother as well. What is this? 2 more have arrived? A mother and a younger brother? Perfect, the family is more complete now. Although their essence seems somewhat familiar, akin to lower-tier phantoms. Once they enter my domain, they must obediently become my kin. Wait, what is happening? Why are there suddenly so many mothers and younger brothers? 20? 30? All lower-tier phantoms. They are crowding my realm, threatening to burst it apart. No, get out. This is going wrong. As time resumed, the world fell silent for merely a few seconds. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted from within the house, followed by a cacophony of collisions, tearing sounds. and the groaning of wood under immense strain. Wang Shi, locked in the master bedroom, distinctly felt that bizarre force which had been attempting to distort his mind, rapidly retreating, retracting to some core point within the house, then vanishing entirely. Almost simultaneously, the illusory scene of bustling traffic and radiant sunlight outside crumbled inch by inch, revealing the lifeless, dim ruins behind. Wang Shi sensed that the bizarre rules restricting him had also dissipated. Success! Wang Shi's heart soared with elation as he unhesitatingly crashed through the window and called out to his companion, Xuejia, run. Just as he landed, the window of the daughter's room on the second floor was thrust open, and a figure gracefully leaped down. It was Mo Ningning, restored to her original height and appearance. Though her face still bore the pallor of shock, her eyes filled with lingering dread. The two swiftly reunited, recognizing in each other's eyes the relief of survival and profound confusion. Wang Shi quickly inquired, Xuejia, are you all right? I'm fine. That strange force vanished abruptly, and the constraints of the rules have ceased. Then the house, Mo Ningning gasped, her gaze darting uncertainly behind her. The two-story building they had previously occupied was now mostly collapsed, shrouded in dust. In the center of the ruins, chaos reigned. The family portrait frame lay shattered on the ground, from which a large mass of viscous, writhing black substance emerged. It would swell into a corpulent male silhouette, then contract into a slender female form, occasionally revealing the limbs and head of a child, as though it were a grotesque amalgamation of all family members' traits. Opposing it were over 20 similarly bizarre entities, clad in ill-fitting garments, maintaining human outlines while their edges flickered, revealing their phantom nature. These phantoms seemed to have been activated by some force, driven into a frenzy as they besieged the black humanoid. Although phantoms are the lowest tier of beings, they were still at least second-tier high rank, with two emitting an aura suggestive of early third-tier strength. The aftermath of their battle sent debris flying, ultimately leading to the complete collapse of the house. Wang Shi and Mo Ningning watched in stunned disbelief. What on earth has transpired? Mo Ningning's voice was hoarse. Wang Shi rubbed his nose, wearing an expression of mutual bewilderment. I'm not sure, Xuejia. I suddenly awoke and the house exploded. Mo Ningning frowned, speculating. It appears that this group of phantoms wandered in here, inadvertently entering the domain of this rule-distorting entity. Last night, part of the rule's power briefly withdrew. And then during the day, I saw two phantoms that had been assimilated into the forms of a mother and a younger brother. There seems to be resistance against assimilation among phantoms, requiring all their strength to cope. Now, it seems the sheer number of these phantoms has overwhelmed the rules, causing it to burst. Wang Shi was somewhat astonished. He hadn't anticipated that Mo Ningning would provide such insights without his prompting. Truly, she is a third-tier reincarnator. It's fortunate I don't have to ponder explanations further. Though they conversed, their attention remained riveted on the mass of black substance. They watched as the black form, under the relentless assault of the phantoms, was torn and pierced, developing numerous gaping wounds. Within its body, a faint, pulsing light flickered occasionally, revealing a small, irregularly shaped multifaceted crystal floating within. What is that? Wang Shi noted it as well. Mo Ningning crouched low, summoning her Tang Dao, whispering, it resembles some kind of core. They exchanged glances, a shared thought rising in their minds. This core of the rule-distorting entity must be connected to the recognizing phantom core instance. We must obtain it. Wang Shi also summoned his longbow, knocking an arrow, and together with Mo Ningning, they slowed their breathing, attentively observing the battlefield, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Chapter 36. The fisherman gains the advantage on the battlefield. The black humanoid representing the rule-distorting entity gradually gained the upper hand, continuously slaying and consuming phantoms. The cost was that it bore numerous injuries, its body being torn apart, yet struggling to reassemble, but leveraging its superior strength, it broke through the phantom siege. The number of phantoms dwindled sharply as energy forms were ripped apart and consumed, nourishing its own restoration. Wang Shi and Mo Ningning held their breath, hidden behind a crumbling wall, intently watching the unfolding conflict. Mo Ningning analyzed the energy intensity emitted by the black humanoid, swiftly concluding, its inherent strength is likely at the mid-third tier. However, within its complete domain, bolstered by the rules, it could reach the extreme third tier, and a very formidable one at that. We have no chance of victory. However, its domain has now been shattered, and after this depletion, its strength has significantly waned, which I can manage. Wang Shi, upon hearing this, remarked, I can assist you in restraining it. Mo Ningning nodded in agreement. Indeed. I require an impeccable opportunity to strike, ideally with a single blow. Wang Shi then took charge of the remote interference, diverting its attention until I signal. After stating this, she ceased speaking, her eyes gently closing, as her aura began to retract, resembling a bow being drawn taut, quietly gathering momentum. The Tang Dao in her hand seemed to sense her battle intent, emitting a barely audible hum. Wang Shi took a deep breath, shifting his gaze from the black figure to avoid arousing its alertness. He gently nocked an arrow, not fully drawing back, as perception gene evolution operated at full capacity, locking onto every subtle change in the battlefield, while temporary adaptive evolution kept his muscles in a state of heightened readiness. The faint tension in the bowstring sharpened his focus. In the arena, the battle was nearing its conclusion, with over 20 phantom-like creatures continuously being slain, and the aftershocks of the combat further ravaging the already devastated ruins. When the last of the third-tier initial phantom creatures was slain by the black figure, just as its attention was wholly fixated on devouring its final prey, a slight delay in its energy fluctuations occurred due to depletion. Now is the moment. Wang Shi sprang into action. He emerged from his cover, his bow drawn taut like a full moon, and the arrow shot forth like a meteor. The arrow, imbued with a faint antidemonic effect, was not aimed at the core of the black figure, but rather struck at its critical head region with precision. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the air, and indeed, the black figure was momentarily disrupted by this sudden assault, its devouring action slightly faltering as it instinctively contracted its defenses, channeling more energy towards the point of attack, exposing greater vulnerabilities on its sides and back. In that very instant, Mo Ning Ning opened her eyes. 2 golden cards deep within her consciousness radiated immense power. Great sun floating white, ephemeral life, a blazing white aura enveloped her entire being, ultimately converging upon the Tang Dao, as if she wielded a shard of concentrated sunlight. With a subtle build-up, a mental force connected directly to the black figure 100 meters away, beginning to influence its consciousness. Then, Mo Ning Ning transformed into a white thread that tore through space, condensing all her vitality and martial energy into a singular, ultimate strike aimed directly at the black figure along that mental link. There was no thunderous momentum, only a faint yet piercing sound of air being sliced. The strike. The black figure, engaged in consuming the remnants of the phantom creatures, caught off guard by Wang Shi's arrow, had no time to mount an effective response. It was overwhelmed by uncontrollable memories of idyllic families it had once observed, flooding its mind and hindering any counteraction. The blazing knife light cleaved through its visage, bisecting it cleanly, as the blade's martial energy surged like flames, wreaking havoc upon its internal structure. The black figure's movements came to a complete halt, its bisected form exhibiting a human-like expression of sorrow and unwillingness. The two halves attempted to draw together, but in vain. Suddenly, its body began to convulse violently, expanding, then collapsing inward with force. Ultimately, the remnants fused into a dark crystal core, which fell to the ground with a clink. The battle concluded swiftly. From Wang Shi's shot to Mo Ning Ning's strike, in the blink of an eye, Mo Ning Ning sheathed her blade, her blazing aura gradually receding, contemplating ephemeral life, compelling the enemy to reflect upon its past existence, followed by a decisive strike at its weak point. Wang Shi observed from behind, profoundly shaken. He was aware of his senior's prowess, yet this was the first time he had so viscerally experienced the overwhelming force of a third-tier reincarnator unleashing their full potential. That razor-sharp strike exceeded his imagination. Was it the effect of the 2 golden cards working in unison? Ysnt my reveal your sword as formidable. Wang Shi pondered. Recalling Mo Ning Ning's notes he had glimpsed, it must be that his fundamental stats were too low. He possessed only 4 purple cards, and the ones truly bolstering his stats were Gene Ascension, first tier, while Reveal Your Sword provided a percentage boost, thus appearing less pronounced. Wang Shi silently resolved to select cards that would enhance his values, aside from those that merely protected his mind. He approached, observing Mo Ning Ning carefully stow away the still pulsating dark crystal core, unable to suppress his curiosity. Senior, how many golden cards do you possess? Mo Ning Ning, having safely secured the crystal core, turned her head with a slight frown and gently tapped Wang Shi's head. Fool, the composition of a reincarnator's cards is one's greatest secret. Do not pry. Her gesture was natural, imbued with a blend of seniority and admonition, yet her gaze held no genuine reproach. Wang Shi rubbed his head, offering an awkward smile. Mo Ning Ning regarded him thoughtfully, then quietly divulged. However, if it's you, it's permissible. I currently possess 4 golden legendary cards, stabilizing at the mid-tier of the 3rd tier. For golden cards, mid-tier, 3rd tier. Wang Shi inwardly gasped. recognizing that such strength would likely place her among the elite within the Bureau. Simultaneously, he realized that Mo Ningning's willingness to share this information signified a level of trust. It was unwise to linger here, as the previous commotion had been considerable. Mo Ningning promptly retracted her aura, scanning the surrounding ruins with vigilance. "We must depart immediately." Wang Shi nodded, suppressing the tumult within. The two exchanged no further words, instinctively erasing any traces they might have left behind, before vanishing silently into the shadows of the ruins. Chapter 37. The Heart of Battle, Part 4. The two did not return to their previous hideout in the air raid shelter, but rather prudently chose a more concealed basement, one that had been scouted in advance, as their temporary stronghold. As soon as they settled in, Mo Ningning could not help but admonish Wang Shi. "Next time, we must remain vigilant of any structures that appear intact and incongruous with the surrounding ruins. Such abnormal completeness may well signify a trap associated with a rule-based anomaly. Do not be so reckless again." Wang Shi wholeheartedly agreed, nodding. This experience had provided him with a renewed understanding of safe houses, realizing that sometimes even his time-stopping investigations might not reveal issues. Seeing Wang Shi acquiesce, Mo Ningning relaxed her brow slightly and continued, "Additionally, we must reassess the threat posed by the phantom creatures. Their ability to congregate over 20 at once completely upends my previous understanding. This indicates that they are likely not solitary anomalies, but possess social tendencies, possibly even harboring more advanced commanding individuals. In future encounters with one, we must consider the potential presence of a group nearby." The corners of Wang Shi's mouth twitched involuntarily as he forcibly suppressed the turmoil within, maintaining a serious expression of agreement. After all, the possibility of more advanced commanding individuals could very well refer to himself. Subsequently, Mo Ningning retrieved the dark crystal core, which constantly shifted and blurred in visage, obtained from the realm of rule anomalies. The two took turns examining it closely, attempting to activate it through energy sensing or even physical means, yet the core emitted only a faint, discomforting wave without any notable reaction. Unable to derive any insights for the time being, Mo Ningning eventually relinquished her attempts, though its contained power of rules could not be doubted. It undoubtedly held a connection to the core secrets of the cognitive anomaly dungeon, so it was best to keep it secure. Thereafter, their conversation shifted towards their experiences within the realm of rule anomalies. Mo Ningning briefly mentioned her efforts to resist cognitive pollution, her discovery of the rule notes, and various experiences within the realm of rules, while deliberately omitting certain details. Her tone remained calm, yet her gaze inadvertently flickered towards Wang Shi's face multiple times, keenly observing his subtle reactions. Wang Shi, on the other hand, maintained a posture of focused attentiveness, nodding occasionally, his expression flawless. While internally, he relished the memory of the little girl version of Mo Ningning calling out daddy, striving to manage his facial expressions. Once their exchange concluded, both of them sat cross-legged to meditate, enveloping the basement in a profound silence. Suddenly, Mo Ningning's voice gently broke the stillness, tinged with a barely perceptible caution. As she inquired, "Wang Shi, do you remember what happened after being controlled by that strange power?" Wang Shi stifled a laugh within, while outwardly displaying just the right amount of confusion, shaking his head and replying, "Not at all. It feels like a dream, leaving only vague sensations upon waking." Upon hearing this, Mo Ningning seemed to subtly exhale in relief, her tone regaining its tranquility. "It's better that you don't remember. Nothing significant occurred." She turned her head, closed her eyes, and resumed her meditation, finally releasing a breath of relief. After all, even if influenced by the strange power, addressing a boy younger than herself in such a manner was quite awkward, especially with her father still present in the main world. Following this ordeal, their shared experience of crisis significantly enhanced the trust and understanding between them. Time passed imperceptibly during their subsequent explorations. As they delved deeper into the ruins, they encountered several buildings that appeared to be intact. Learning from past experiences, Mo Ningning unhesitatingly chose to circumvent them. She lacked confidence in bringing Wang Shi through the rules trial and emerging unscathed, especially since a core of the strange rules already existed. They did not need to seek another. Meanwhile, Wang Shi, during each time stop, returned alone to these intact houses, taking advantage of the absolute safety of that moment to wield nearby heavy objects, mercilessly smashing the internal structures or special items like family portraits until they bore no distinction from the surrounding ruins. Although these strange rules bore some merit, they were best eliminated. Preventing risks at their source was his consistent approach. When the next time stop occurred, Wang Shi would return, often discovering a core that he would stash away. Thus, through day after day of exploration, vigilance, and demolition during time stops, they arrived at the 30th day since entering this bizarre world. As the hour hand pointed once more to midnight, the time stop descended. Wang Shi gazed at the frozen Mo Ningning beside him, letting out a soft sigh, realizing that it was now up to him. The flow of time in this world compared to the main world was 30-1, meaning that although they had experienced 30 thrilling days here, only a single day had passed in the main world. With the arrival of a new day in the main world, his unique time stop privilege refreshed, enveloping the entire realm for a full 24 hours, translating to an absolute safety period of 30 days within this replica. The system's prompt resonated on cue. 30 days have elapsed. Please draw your third temporary skill card. Wang Shi focused his mind as 3 card shadows materialized before him. White card, supply pack. Effect, contains standard food, drinking water, and basic clothing sufficient for one person for 3 days. Comment, a beggar from outside has come to our infinite world. Blue card, eagle eye. Effect, remote specialization path. Slightly enhances dynamic visual capture ability and clarity of long-distance observation. Comment, basic and practical, but nothing more. Purple card, heart of battle. Effect, while in a combat state, the mind becomes highly concentrated on the fight itself, gaining a strong sense of combat intuition, while reducing negative effects from mental disturbances, cognitive pollution, etc. The longer the battle lasts, the more pronounced the enhancements to focus, combat intuition, and resistance to pollution become. Comment, heart of battle. Sigh, gold cards are indeed not as common as cabbage. Wang Shi gazed at the cards, feeling a hint of regret. Yet, when his eyes fell upon the heart of battle, he was instantly intrigued. The effect of this purple card was exceedingly practical, especially the aspect of resistance to pollution, which was crucial in this cognitively strange world. Without further hesitation, Wang Shi chose the heart of battle. The purple card transformed into a streak of light, merging with his body, as a calm yet resilient sense of power settled within his consciousness, akin to a spark awaiting ignition. However, as he was not currently in combat, he could not experience its specific effects. He needed to plan the next 30 days carefully. Wang Shi surveyed the frozen world around him, his gaze deepening. This long stretch of time, exclusively his, could not be squandered. Chapter 38, suffering a bit more in the realm of illusions. 5 updates. The world of time stop resonated with a solemn silence. Wang Shi cast a final glance at the immobilized Mo Ningning before shifting his focus to her waist. He extended his hand, subtle and cautious, brushing against the edge of her still clothing to gently retrieve that core of the strange rules. Just borrowing it, I'll return it later. Wang Shi murmured to himself. After all, this object had confounded both of them previously. Now that he was about to venture out, it might possess special effects. Safely securing the small core, Wang Shi turned and departed from their temporary stronghold. Outside the basement lay an endless expanse of ruins. He selected a direction into an area of denser ruins that neither he nor Mo Ningning had thoroughly explored, planning to conduct an extensive reconnaissance. He resolved to explore for 15 days, spending half the time venturing inward, and regardless of discoveries, he must reserve the other half for the return journey. Wang Shi needed to ensure that he returned to Mo Ningning before the time stop concluded, both to avoid raising her suspicions and to prevent encountering dangers alone once time resumed its flow. With a plan set, Wang Shi moved with intent to sprint forward. However, after barely 100 meters, he encountered a strange entity frozen in place. Normally, he would have dispatched it effortlessly, but today, he hesitated and turned back, his gaze lingering on the strange being for several moments. Wait, the effect of Heart of Battle is that the longer the combat endures, the stronger the enhancements to focus, intuition, and resistance become. A bold, even somewhat outrageous idea emerged. What if I maintain the combat state continuously? Without a second thought, Wang Shi began rummaging through the ruins until he quickly found a segment of cable. He returned to the frozen entity and expertly bound it securely, strapping it to his back as if it were luggage. After all, during the time stop, this creature was merely an immobile punching bag. Next, he summoned his longbow. Gazing at the ancient bow, he recalled the description of the golden card, draw your sword, using ranged weapons to attack at close range. Would striking someone with the bow count as close range? He would find out. Without hesitation, Wang Shi swung the longbow and struck it against his back. A dull thud resonated as the bow connected solidly with the strange being. Almost instantaneously, 2 extraordinary sensations surged within him. One was a calm yet fervent battle spirit that surged into his heart, sharpening his focus to an unprecedented degree. Enhancing his awareness of the surroundings, Heart of Battle had been activated. Another surge of power, speed, and agility, reminiscent of the terrifying enhancement from Liang Chuni Dejian, had taken effect. Ha ha ha. Indeed, it worked. Wang Shi felt a flicker of joy. It seemed he had discovered the correct method to utilize these two cards. It simply required enduring some hardship with Huan Mei Gui. Thus, within this frozen world, an extraordinary scene unfolded. A young man, bearing a Huan Mei Gui upon his back, would strike the Bao's body behind him with a resounding thud every few steps, causing his speed to surge as he charged deeper into the ruins. He maintained this peculiar rhythm, striking every 3 seconds, propelling himself forward at an astonishing pace. Simultaneously, the effects of Dozhan Jixin quietly accumulated over time, and Wang Shi could distinctly sense his 5 senses sharpening. The following day, Wang Shi encountered a new oddity, a colossal humanoid Gui creature, towering at 4 to 5 meters. Its mere presence exuded a far more formidable sense of oppression than that of the Huan Mei Gui. As Wang Shi scrutinized this giant Gui, a chill ran down his spine. The deeper he ventured, the more frequently these imposing creatures appeared, sometimes congregating in groups of 3 to 5. Although he dared to weave through them while time was halted, he secretly rejoiced at having previously confined his activities to the periphery with Ma Ningning. Otherwise, he would have perished without understanding how he met his end. On the 5th day, he witnessed a more terrifying sight, a marketplace formed by hundreds of Huan Mei Gui. They mimicked various humanoid forms and engaged in diverse transactions, their walking postures frozen in time, densely packed together. Wang Shi marveled at this bizarre spectacle and casually selected a sturdier-looking Huan Mei Gui to replace the one on his back that was nearly battered to pieces. With a fresh training dummy in tow, Wang Shi continued his rhythmic journey. As the days passed, the enhancement from Dozhan Jixin became increasingly pronounced. Wang Shi felt his perceptiveness towards the environment reach new heights. Regarding sleep and rest, he utilized the omnipotent vitality siphoned from other Gui, courtesy of Liang Jian. Finally, after a swift 12-day advance, he burst forth from a densely packed area of ruins, emerging into a vast, open space. Ahead lay a colossal circular clearing, unnaturally empty. In stark contrast to the surrounding remnants of walls and debris, this clearing was devoid of any vegetation, its ground meticulously flattened as if pressed by some unseen force. With not a single trace of ruins or even the most basic Huan Mei Gui in sight, silence and stillness extended to the horizon, resembling a forsaken absolute zone. An inexplicable chill crept up Wang Shi's spine. Yet, at the same time, the powerful combat intuition bestowed by nearly 12 days of Dozhan Jixin provided him with a compelling, almost prophetic guidance. This place was of utmost significance. The core of this clearing likely concealed critical secrets pertaining to the completion of this cognitive Gui core dungeon. However, in the state of time suspension, everything remained frozen. The clearing appeared as a true void. No matter how he observed, there were no discernible energy fluctuations or anomalies. Wang Shi furrowed his brow, contemplating briefly before seizing an unknown small Gui nearby and hurling it towards the center of the clearing. A bizarre occurrence transpired. The Gui traversed a distance in the air before seemingly colliding with an invisible barrier, then slid down the surface of that unseen wall, ultimately halting midair a few meters above the ground due to the power of time suspension. Oh, indeed, there was something, an invisible wall, or perhaps something else. It seemed that this foray into exploration had finally uncovered a glimmer of genuine value. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Shi instinctively retrieved the core from his pocket. Although this core, dropped by the familial rule Gui, showed no reaction, his intuition insisted that the time had come to utilize it. Holding the small core aloft, Wang Shi cautiously extended it towards the edge of the clearing's invisible barrier. Chapter 39. Descent and Choice. A chilling sensation coursed through his fingertips. When the dark core in Wang Shi's hand made contact with the invisible barrier, a transformation occurred. Above the previously unremarkable clearing, the air began to twist violently, rippling outward. A vague portal rapidly took shape around the core, expanding to a height of a person and emitting a faint yet unstable glow. Behind the portal lay a starkly different scene, obscured and indistinct. A door. Wang Shi felt a surge of excitement. He had always been audacious, and after a moment's hesitation, he gripped the crystal core tightly and stepped into the luminous portal. With a hum, it felt as though he had passed through a frigid membrane of water. After a brief sensation of weightlessness, Wang Shi's feet landed upon solid ground. He immediately surveyed his surroundings, and upon a mere glance, he froze in shock at the sight before him. Where had the ruins, the clearing, and the dust gone? He stood upon an immense three-dimensional entry platform. Before him lay countless vast platforms, pathways, and bridges composed of rough concrete, wood, and stone, intersecting and extending at unimaginable angles, ascending beyond sight and descending into the abyss, forming a colossal labyrinth beyond comprehension. The entire space was suffused with an eerie atmosphere. Above the structures, imperceptible energy trails and gear mechanisms hinted that, in a non-suspended state, this labyrinth structure was likely in constant motion and flux. This extraordinary creation, far exceeding the previous rules of Gui he had encountered, made Wang Shi feel as if he were an ant intruding upon a city of giants, already frozen in time. Wang Shi promptly tapped his bow against his back to restore his state and took a few steps forward, peering down from the platform. Infinite City? No. This appeared even more formidable. It was somewhat intimidating. Wang Shi took a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. The rewards of this venture were already immense. He had at least discovered a pivotal location likely related to the cognitive Gui core. One should not be greedy. It was sufficient to merely familiarize himself with the area today, and he would prepare to explore further with his senior sister next time. He quickly made a decision to return the way he came. However, as he turned around, a wave of despair washed over him. Behind him, there was no longer a portal, only cold, unyielding, infinitely extending concrete walls. Where was the door? Wang Shi immediately raised the crystal core in his hand, attempting to activate it once more. Yet, the core was now dim and lifeless, no matter his attempts or even the slightest infusion of energy. It sank into the depths of silence without any response. Could it be a one-time key? Had its energy been exhausted? He stubbornly tried other methods, but none proved effective. Minutes passed, and a frown settled upon Wang Shi's face. It was over. He was truly trapped. He had come out with only this single core, unable to escape. Was he destined to explore this infinite maze? Time passed, though perhaps it was merely a subjective feeling of duration. In that concealed underground chamber, time resumed its flow. Ma Ningning's eyelashes fluttered as she awakened from absolute stillness. Almost simultaneously, a chilling system notification echoed in her mind. The 30-day period has expired. Please draw your temporary skill card. The second opportunity to draw cards had arrived. Instinctively, she turned her head, as she had done previously, habitually ready to offer her junior Wang Shi a few words of advice regarding the selection of new cards. Wang Shi, this time you should. Before she could finish her sentence, her voice abruptly ceased. Beside her, there was no one. Only the cold, damp air surrounded her. Wang Shi. Mo Ningning suddenly stood up, her voice tinged with an urgency she herself had not yet recognized. She swiftly scanned the entire cramped basement corner, her heart sinking little by little. No one was there. Nowhere to be found. When had he left? How had there been no sound at all? Anxiety instantly coiled around her heart. She forced herself to remain calm and first checked herself. Upon inspection, her complexion shifted slightly. The dark core she had carefully secured, obtained from the enigmatic rules, was also missing. Both the person and the core had vanished simultaneously. Could it be that the core was problematic? A form of unknown teleportation mechanism? Or had Wang Shi discovered something and ventured out on his own? The last thought tightened her chest. From what she knew of Wang Shi, he could be somewhat reckless at times, but he would never leave without a word, especially in such a perilous environment. The most plausible explanation was that the core, which they had yet to fully comprehend, had suddenly undergone some transformation, whisking Wang Shi away. To find Wang Shi, the clue must lie within that core, which was intrinsically linked to the bizarre rules masquerading as intact structures. Mo Ningning's fists clenched quietly. This meant that to uncover Wang Shi's whereabouts, she would likely need to confront another of those bizarre rules and acquire another core. However, without Wang Shi by her side, if she were to delve alone into the realm of the bizarre rules, how much chance did she have against the insidious cognitive pollution and distorted regulations? Last time, her narrow escape had been due to the chaotic shocks of those illusions. The stark reality loomed before her. Acting alone posed an extremely high risk. She might not only fail to find him, but could also lose herself in the process. Should she give up? The mere notion flickered in her mind, only to be extinguished violently by Mo Ningning. She recalled the unexpected conflict in the main world, remembering how Wang Shi had been forcibly drawn in by the cult leader, essentially entangled due to her own involvement. It was she, the supposedly more seasoned and powerful senior, who had failed to protect him. A tumultuous blend of responsibility, guilt, and perhaps even an emotion she had yet to fully recognize surged within her. After a long moment, Mo Ningning's gaze regained its determination, even imbued with a hint of resolve. She took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and turned to exit the basement. Even if hope seemed faint, she had to try once. Recalling her memories, she hurried to a location they had previously explored together with Wang Shi, a site marked by the presence of bizarre rules. However, upon her arrival, she found herself stunned. Before her lay only a landscape of ruins, indistinguishable from the surrounding environment. Where was the intact two-story building? How could this be? Mo Ningning's heart raced, and she tirelessly searched the vicinity once more. It had truly vanished, along with the strange aura of rules that had dissipated entirely. She immediately shifted to the next location etched in her memory, only to find the same outcome. The building was destroyed, the bizarre presence nowhere to be found. After confirming several locations, Mo Ningning stood amidst the ruins. Her emotions a complex tangle. Had all those dangerous bizarre rules been preemptively cleared away? Who had done this? Was there another powerful entity amidst the ruins? A chill swept over her, but more so, a sense of helplessness. The clues seemed to have severed here. Was she saddened? A bit. But more than that was an urgent restlessness and wariness of being lost without direction. She forced herself to analyze calmly. The existence of such advanced bizarre rules could not merely be limited to these outskirts. The deeper one ventured into the ruins, the more chaotic the energy became, increasing the likelihood of encountering stronger, more numerous bizarre rules, though the depths were more perilous. This was the only hope left to find Wang Shi. Mo Ningning lifted her head, her gaze fixed on the horizon deeper within the ruins, where the outlines of the crumbling structures appeared even more menacing under the dim sky. She had to find him. She whispered this phrase to herself, as if issuing a final command. Subsequently, she hesitated no longer, gripping her Tang Dao tightly, her figure flickering as she resolutely charged towards the deeper, more dangerous unknown of the ruins. Chapter 40, Second Order Gene Lock. Just as Mo Ningning emerged from her time stop, on the other side within the infinite maze, Wang Shi had already been trapped there for 17 days, now hiding in a thicket, constrained, chaotic, and solitary. These were Wang Shi's primary feelings over the past 17 days. Trapped in this infinite maze, unable to escape, he had no choice but to venture deeper. Only by truly immersing himself did he realize that the strangeness here far exceeded his imagination. This was not merely a maze. It contained various rooms with an array of environments, boundless forests, azure seas, towering mountains, rental houses, deserted campuses. These spaces seemed to defy logic, embodying a sense of the infinite within the minuscule, with different directions in varying scenes leading to distinct areas. Wang Shi crouched within the underbrush. Recalling these experiences with a sense of helplessness, he was utterly lost. Fortunately, within these rooms also resided various bizarre entities frozen in time. They became Wang Shi's supply points, allowing him to restore his physical and mental energy through the omnipotent lifesteal effect of Reveal Your Sword, and enabling him to switch out the sandbag used to activate card effects at will. The time stop was finally coming to an end. The dangerous moments were about to begin. Wang Shi had been calculating the time, and during the last moments of the time stop, he hid in this forest with a lucky sandbag, vigilant for the changes that would occur once time resumed. Wang Shi silently counted 3, 2, 1. At the instant time stop concluded, the entire world trembled violently. An indescribably immense and bizarre will instantly locked onto the anomalies within this maze. The world spun. Wang Shi barely had time to notice the fourth card draw notification appearing in his mind before he felt his consciousness being tossed into a washing machine, his vision wildly distorting and shifting. When he finally managed to steady his mind, he was horrified to discover that his perspective had dropped dramatically, with the surrounding flora and fauna appearing to have grown several times larger. Simultaneously, an overwhelmingly potent force surged into his mind, relentlessly repeating a singular thought: "You are a soft-boned rabbit. You are a soft-boned rabbit, grazing and reproducing." Wang Shi was struck with terror as he looked down to see a pair of fluffy gray forepaws. He had transformed into a rabbit. Just as this realization threatened to completely distort his perception, the effect of Heart of Battle, which had been stacking for an entire month in the grand time stop, erupted explosively. The will to battle, far surpassing the effects of a purple card, firmly repelled the bizarre mental invasion and rapidly soothed the chaos within his consciousness. "I am Wang Shi. I am human." In the instant his cognition restored, his gray rabbit form blurred and twisted, reverting back to human shape. Wang Shi's back broke out in a cold sweat, a lingering fear coursing through him. That was close. Had it not been for Dozhan Gxine accumulating for such an extended period, resulting in a qualitative transformation, he would have likely succumbed at that very moment. He harbored no doubt that should he fail to resist, he would indeed become a mindless rabbit, consumed solely by the instinct to procreate, utterly lost in this abyss. He dared not delay. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch upon the nearby comatose humanoid anomaly. ensuring the continuity of his combat state and the uninterrupted efficacy of Dozhan GXI. Only then could he divert his attention to the 3 ethereal cards suspended in his mind. Purple card, Gene Ascension 2. Effect. This card appears only after selecting I. Unlocks the second-tier gene lock, allowing complete control over 90% of one's physical body and internal organs, achieving perfect coordination and enabling various operations at the microscopic level. Comment. Continue to embrace glorious evolution. Purple card, 3-stage combat power. Effect. Grants initial burning decision, commencing the path of combat chi cultivation. Upon selecting this card, combat chi-related cards will be added to the subsequent card pool. The burning decision can evolve through various exotic flames. Comment. A classic opening. Blue card, anomalization. Effect. Initiates the process of partial anomalization, granting resistance to anomalous pollution and rules, but simultaneously acquiring weaknesses associated with the anomaly. Comment. Embrace the darkness. Perhaps therein lies the light. As he intermittently kicked the unconscious humanoid anomaly, he quickly analyzed the cards. Surprisingly, Gene Ascension 2 was merely purple. He was taken aback, having expected it to be of golden quality. It seemed that only the 3rd-tier gene lock was golden. The notion of the 3-stage combat power reminded him of what Mo Ningning had mentioned later on. Her golden card, De Rifu Bai, was indeed a path for cultivating combat chi, and its efficacy appeared commendable. However, the initial burning decision was rather unimpressive, and upgrading it would necessitate seeking exotic flames, which were likely to be at least golden cards, if not higher. Moreover, he could not immediately enhance his combat strength, and he might not possess the qualifications to cultivate combat chi, leaving him vulnerable to the fate of being a youth underestimated until his demise. As for anomalization, transforming into a half-human, half-anomaly, Wang Shi decisively rejected that notion. He had no desire to adopt such a ghastly appearance, especially not as a blue card. In the fleeting moment of contemplation, Wang Shi made his choice. Gene Ascension 2. As his intention solidified, the purple card transformed into a stream of light and integrated into his body. This transformation was equally intense. It felt as though every cell in his being was rejoicing. However, having experienced the first transformation, he encountered no discomfort this time. Instead, there was a sense of seamlessness. He closed his eyes to sense the changes within him. His physical strength escalated yet again, allowing him to easily reposition his internal organs, precisely control muscle fibers, and even gain initial mastery over blood and nerves. Could it be? Wang Shi's eyes brightened, and with a flicker of thought, another version of himself instantly elevated, only to then crouch down, entirely at his command. The results were promising. A surge of joy filled Wang Shi's heart. This ability presented a tangible enhancement to his immediate combat strength, survival capability, and even other domains. Just as he prepared to acclimate more thoroughly to this rejuvenated body, a sudden, clear sound resonated, accompanied by an inexplicably eerie melody from a pipa, echoing from an unknown source, penetrating the space and directly entering his ears. He felt the scenery before him twist once more, and a sensation of dizziness washed over him. When his vision cleared again, revealing his surroundings, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. What is this? Chapter 41. The Labyrinth Rebirth. The scene solidified. Wang Shi found himself standing within a solemn, yet oddly sinister courtroom. The high-ranking judge, whose features were indistinct, questioned him with a voice imbued with a certain twisted power. Defendant, if you did not collide, why did you assist? An invisible force attempted to invade his mind, altering his perception and compelling him to confess to this baseless charge. However, this time, before the force could fully take effect, his instinctive Dozhan GXN surged forth. Its formidable will to fight akin to an unyielding rock, effortlessly shattering the encroaching corruption. Huh. Wang Shi scoffed at this absurd illusion, too disinterested even for idle chatter. He exerted force beneath him, launching himself upward, and before the illusory law enforcement could react, he delivered a powerful punch to the indistinct judge's face. Bang! The illusion quivered. Though his fist felt insubstantial, the battle had been initiated, and the state of Dozhan GXN remained firmly intact. The clear sound of the pipa resonated once more, and the space distorted again. The scene transformed, the air thick with a murderous intent. Wang Shi discovered himself clad in tattered armor, transformed into a blood-soaked warrior, wielding a bronze sword poised before his neck. The thunderous sound of the Wu River echoed in his ears, surrounded by encroaching enemy soldiers. A wave of sorrowful despair accompanied by eerie whispers flooded his mind. Unable to face the elders of Jiangdong, I would rather take my own life to repay the world. Thank you very much. Wang Shi's will was as sharp as a blade, instantly severing this temptation. He was the one destined to traverse infinite worlds. How could he possibly consider self-destruction in such a place? With a fierce gaze, he summoned his longbow without hesitation. Rather than retreat from the advancing ancient soldiers, he charged straight into the fray. The bow swept through the air, arrows flying forth. The terrifying enhancement of Liang Chu Ni Daijian manifesting vividly on the cold weapons battlefield. Like a tiger among sheep, each strike was accompanied by splattering and life-steal effects, unleashing a torrent of bloodshed. The peep sound resumed, and the scene shifted again. This time, he found himself in a stark yet oppressive hospital room. Clad in a white coat, a scalpel in hand, he gazed down at a pale little girl on the operating table, her pleading eyes fixed on him. The twisted cognitive force did not hold back either. Only you can save her. Can you bear to let her suffer? Get out. Wang Shi roared internally, his fighting spirit clearing all distractions. He did not even glance at the illusory girl, kicking over the surgical table time and again. Wang Shi could scarcely recall how many times he had been transported by that eerie peep sound. The courtroom, the battlefield, the hospital, the school. Each scenario was bizarre and surreal. The challenges varied in their oddity, yet the core remained. Distorted cognition aimed at luring him into despair. However, the month-long accumulation of Dozhan GXI, with its provision of combat intuition and willpower defense, had grown to an extraordinary level, far surpassing what a mere purple card should possess. This continuous tempering of will had granted him near absolute immunity against such psychological assaults. Coupled with Gene Ascension, too, flawless mastery over his physical form and the support of other cards, despite appearing battered, he consistently regained clarity in the nick of time, leading to unhesitating counterattacks. The adversaries grew increasingly formidable. From the initial rabble, foes comparable to mid-tier and high-tier anomalies or phantoms began to emerge. The battles became exceedingly perilous. On several occasions, Wang Shi narrowly evaded lethal strikes, relying on his near-prescient combat intuition, sustaining numerous wounds yet managing to hold on through his all-encompassing lifesteal. He sought to discern patterns, attempting to rush toward the exit during the intervals between transports, yearning for a relatively safe zone. Yet, whenever he neared success, the relentless peep sound would resound, forcibly dragging him into the next dire predicament. This sensation was akin to being ensnared in an endless cycle of slaughter, an invisible will targeting him with relentless precision, denying him even the slightest respite, intent on exhausting him to his very last breath. More terrifyingly, he could sense the omnipresent force of cognitive distortion enveloping the entire labyrinth, steadily increasing with the passage of time. Fortunately, as time progressed, his Dozhan GXIN continued to grow, maintaining a balance with the rising pressure. Just as Wang Shi, battered and bruised, narrowly dodged the attack of a formidable third-tier rock monstrosity and felt he was nearing his limits, a hum resonated through the air. Everything froze. The familiar absolute silence descended. The pain from his wounds, the fatigue of his mind, the eerie howl surrounding him, and the pervasive sense of twisted pressure, all of it crystallized in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Wang Shi bent over, resting his hands on his knees, gasping for air, even though there was no air flow in this suspended moment. It was an instinctive reaction of someone who had survived a calamity. Finally, he was momentarily safe. He dared not delay. Immediately dragging over a menacing canine-like monstrosity from the side, binding it to his back, before gently tapping it with the bow to maintain the state of Dozhan GXI. With his taut nerves slightly relaxing, Wang Shi leaned against a crumbling wall, beginning to calmly analyze his situation. Continuing like this was not a viable strategy. Passively receiving blows would eventually lead to his demise. He recalled the colossal gears and various passages he had glimpsed at the entrance platform of the labyrinth. The operation of this maze must follow some pattern. The transitions between rooms could not be entirely random. If only he could anticipate the next teleportation point or identify the nodes of these scene transitions. Perhaps the way out lay not in blindly traversing room after room, but in understanding the very rules of this labyrinth. This brief respite also allowed another emotion to surface, concern for Mo Ningning. A day had passed since the time pause resumed. Surely, she must have noticed his absence. Wang Shi envisioned Mo Ningning's figure. Knowing her character, she would never stand idly by. Would she risk venturing out to find him? The thought of the dangers lurking in the depths of the ruins outside the labyrinth, and the possibility of her falling into peril while searching for him, tightened his heart. He had to resolve matters here as quickly as possible. This worry transformed into an even stronger motivation. After a moment's rest, he stood again, his gaze sharp as it swept across the frozen battlefield. During this precious time stop, he had to uncover the flaws of this infinite maze. In the stasis of time, Wang Shi did not waste a single moment. He promptly rose, shouldering a new sandbag, and began to meticulously explore the frozen labyrinthine chamber. With nearly 20 days of experience from previous explorations in stasis, he had adapted well to this environment, enhancing his search efficiency. He either struck the walls, attempting to decipher the patterns of room transitions, or dismantled the scenery to find structural weaknesses, or ventured through invisible portals into other domains. However, the results remained disheartening. Wang Shi pressed on tirelessly, exploring dozens of scenes, and aside from confirming that this infinite labyrinth lacked any discernible pattern, he gained little else. Nonetheless, this brief pause allowed his tightly wound nerves a moment of respite. Holding his longbow, he casually triggered, "Show your sword," and, using a knife scavenged from a battlefield, swiftly restored his state by replenishing both his wounds and stamina to optimal levels. If only it were a simple two-dimensional maze. Wang Shi lamented as he lay on a clean patch of grass. At least he could rely on the clumsy method of hugging the walls to find an exit. But in this three-dimensional space, with paths above and below, there was no solution. He recalled the task requirements for this cognitive distortion instance: survive for a year. Wang Shi couldn't help but sigh. If he could develop normally for a year, with the benefit of time pauses and monthly card draws, he could accumulate a full 36 cards. What a formidable foundation that would be. Could he conquer this maze? Unfortunately, he had only managed 4 draws thus far and now faced such dire circumstances. The harshness of reality forced him to suppress unrealistic fantasies. As the time stop concluded, the gears of the world began to turn once more, the sound of the pipa echoing ominously. New scenes, fresh cognitive distortions, and battles awaited him. Time slipped by agonizingly, and another half-month had passed in reality. Wang Shi had thoroughly acclimated to this cycle, battling through deadly scenes in the flow of normal time, healing and exploring during the time pauses, and contemplating his strategies. The battle spirit of Dozhan Jiexin grew increasingly resilient with the passage of time, and his combat skills became ever more refined, yet the toll on his psyche continued to accumulate, leaving him feeling increasingly numb. The 5th opportunity to draw cards arrived after yet another time stop concluded. Wang Shi had just cleared the monsters during the stasis. Seizing the moment before the pipa sound returned, he quickly examined the new cards. Purple card, Sniper's Focus, I. Effect, Specialization in Ranged Attacks. Slightly increases your attack range, though this effect is ineffective in close combat. Additionally, the further away the enemy is, the greater the damage dealt, reaching up to double damage. Comment: 1 shot, 1 kill. What more is there to say? Green card, Master of Exorcism. Effect: Mastery of traditional feng shui and exorcism cultural knowledge. Comment: knowledge is power? Sometimes it might just be a psychological comfort. Please do not be superstitious. Green card, Ean's Spirit Body. Effect: your presence is more likely to attract the attention of monstrosities, slightly increasing their interest in you. Comment: all monstrosities focus their gaze upon me. I have an announcement. There were no gold cards. Wang Shi was mentally prepared for this. Mo Ningning had previously mentioned that even in a 3rd-tier difficulty world, the emergence of gold cards did not guarantee their abundance. Legendary gold cards were inherently rare. Obtaining 1 or 2 in a single instance would be considered a significant gain, and it was entirely possible to end up with none. However, Wang Shi maintained a steady mindset, telling himself that as the card pool progressed, the likelihood of obtaining better items increased. In the last Desert Island Survival instance, he had received purple cards after surpassing the normal draw count. At this moment, the choice between purple and green was obvious. Wang Shi directly selected Sniper's Focus, which would effectively enhance his ranged lethality, particularly in open scenarios. After a brief test, he discovered that at approximately 500 meters, he could trigger the maximum double damage effect, while at 250 meters, the damage escalated to 15 times, decreasing as the distance closed. Just as Wang Shi was about to test the range further, the familiar sound of the pipa echoed once more. He sighed, resigned to prepare himself for the next unknown nightmare scene. After the world spun and shifted, he steadied himself, taking in the surroundings, only to freeze in astonishment. Before him stood a courtroom, solemn and imposing, yet exuding an eerie aura. A high-ranking judge, face obscured, pointed at him with that familiar, distorted voice. Defendant, if you did not strike, why did you assist? A greater, thicker force of cognitive distortion surged forth, threatening to engulf him like a tidal wave. The ethereal figures in the courtroom issued sharper accusations. Yet, in the face of this increasingly terrifying onslaught, Wang Shi, while Dozhan Jiexin, instinctively resisted, felt no tension. Instead, a faint smile crept upon his lips, and he exhaled deeply. The heavy emotions that had been suppressed for over half a month seemed to glimpse a sliver of light. At long last, the emergence of repetitive scenes has manifested. This indicates that the repository of this infinite maze is not boundless. It suggests that perhaps he may indeed uncover the underlying patterns. Wang Shi, lost in his own thoughts, rose from the defendant's seat, disregarding the baseless accusations hurled at him. Under the watchful eyes of the eerie spectators, he commenced his exploration, ardently engaging all his cards in a fervent endeavor. Observing Wang Shi's complete lack of cooperation, the onlookers prepared to restrain him. Yet, he remained indifferent to the confrontation, scanning his surroundings while retreating amidst the chaos. The master of the pipa, noticing Wang Shi seemed to be at a disadvantage, ceased the melodious strains. Just as Wang Shi found himself encircled, he pivoted, flashing a radiant smile, raised his middle finger, and exclaimed, "Farewell." Before his words could fully resonate, he toppled backward. The myriad of strange beings surged forward, only to discover an invisible portal engulfing Wang Shi, transporting him to another scene. As he regained his senses, he was met with the sight of a tumultuous river, once again embodying a battle-worn warrior clad in tattered armor, poised to take his own life. The twisted force of malevolence was seducing him with thoughts of, "I shall not face my kin in Jiangdong. I must end my life to repay the world." He had gambled correctly. Haha. Wang Shi erupted into laughter, dispelling over a month's worth of gloom. Previously, he had never discerned how to transition from one fixed scene to another, as if he could only advance without the option to retreat. Each scene harbored several portals, scattered in various directions, frequently shifting their positions. Once one stepped into a portal, returning to the original location became exceedingly difficult. Until now, Wang Shi felt akin to a lost soul ensnared within a three-dimensional web. However, just moments ago, through the extraordinary combat intuition of Dozhan GXI, the Ji Yin Fei Shang series, alongside the enhancements from Lin Shi Shiring Hua, coupled with a month's worth of exploration since the Grand Time Halt, he had finally gleaned a glimpse of the room-switching patterns. He had ascertained how to traverse between the Fa Tang scene and the Z Wen Wujiang. Before Wang Shi could further delve into the realm of the self-immolating Wujiang, the pipa emitted a sharp sound, signaling yet another impending transportation. In the vertiginous whirl, the exuberance that once filled Wang Shi's heart abruptly morphed into despair, as shock and anger flooded his visage, overwhelming him. The pipa monster was no game to play. All that remained was the lingering echoes of the pipa and the crashing of the river, interrupted by the unseen hand that disrupted Wang Shi's exploration and deductions. Chapter 43. 2 months later, as Wang Shi's thoughts were shattered by the resounding pipa, deep within the ruins beyond the infinite maze, Mo Ning Ning slowly sheathed her Tang Dao. Beneath her feet lay the remains of a recently slain creature resembling a gigantic lizard, its foul blood seeping into the scorched earth. She exhaled a heavy sigh, her chest still heaving slightly from the recent battle, while a deep wound on her arm was sealed temporarily by her fighting spirit. After half a month of relentless searching in the perilous ruins, the dual exhaustion of mind and body rendered her somewhat dazed as she stood atop the grotesque carcass. Her gaze swept over the monotonous wreckage surrounding her, and an indescribable sense of despondence and powerlessness crept into her heart. For over 2 weeks, not a single trace had emerged. She muttered to herself weakly. What were the chances of a second-tier reincarnator surviving in a high-tier danger dungeon for more than a month and a half? The answer seemed all too evident. Rationality coldly informed her that persisting in her search could only lead to futility, perhaps even costing her life. Abandoning the quest appeared to be the wisest choice. This thought sprouted wildly in her mind like a weed. Yet simultaneously, another stream of consciousness surged forth. She recalled her father, a seasoned reincarnator, imparting wisdom during her combat training. Ning Ning, strength brings responsibility. When you possess the power to protect others, there are certain matters you must not turn a blind eye to. At that time, she had deemed his words excessively weighty. She remembered her oath upon joining the Reincarnator Affairs Management Bureau to stand vigilant and support her kin. Ultimately, all thoughts converged upon the visage of Wang Shi, whose expressions oscillated between carefree and earnest. Fragments of memory cascaded forth. Initially, she had received a notification from the Bureau that a new reincarnator had quietly appeared at her university. With millions of reincarnators scattered across the globe, such occurrences were extraordinarily rare. Since she and Wang Shi attended the same school, and as the regional head, it was only natural for her to attempt to recruit him. She approached him, and although he was young, he displayed a discernible level of thoughtfulness, responding with, I shall contemplate this further," nearly leading her to believe she was conversing with a politician. However, this interaction forged a bond, and they occasionally became familiar acquaintances nodding at each other in school. Then came the unexpected cult attack and the forced teleportation card, which, due to her oversight, ensnared both of them within this bizarre third-tier world. From initial pleasantries to cooperation, they found themselves ensnared in the peculiar traps of the rules, aiding each other in achieving critical strikes. She even recalled, under the warped rules, how her mind had been influenced, compelling her to address Wang Shi, who was bizarrely arranged to embody the role of her father, with an endearing term that made her cheeks flush upon reflection. Though their time together had been brief, this junior had left an indelible impression on her. They had become temporary comrades who had faced life and death together. It was because of her that he had been drawn into this third-tier world. This thought pricked at her like a needle, a constant reminder. If only she had been able to eliminate that cult leader more swiftly. If only she had protected him better. Guilt, responsibility, concern for a companion, and a complex emotion that she herself had yet to fully comprehend, a reluctance to accept his potential disappearance, intertwined and swirled within her heart. To abandon the search? No. Mo Ning Ning abruptly lifted her head, the previous confusion and despondency replaced by a resolute gleam in her eyes. She gently wiped the blood from her lips, her gaze sharpening anew as she surveyed the deeper, more perilous regions of the ruins ahead. If there is a living soul, she shall seek them. If there are remains, she shall find them. As long as there exists a glimmer of hope, she would never cease her search. This was her promise to her father, an adherence to her oath, a responsibility towards her comrades, and a reconciliation with her own heart. She steadied her breath, tightened her grip on the hilt, and once again melded into the shadows of the dim ruins, resolute in her pursuit. As time flowed seamlessly, the passage of time within the infinite maze became distorted and elongated for Wang Shi. The intellectual duel with the pipa's haunting melody had almost become a norm for him. Whenever he was on the verge of deciphering the switching patterns between specific scenes, that vexatious pipa would chime precisely, forcibly transporting him to another realm and disrupting his deductions. Fortunately, the formidable threats posed by the maze, cognitive distortions and terrain shifts, were countered by his accumulated Dozhan Jiexine and the Grand Time Halt. Moreover, the daily hour of stillness allowed him to thoroughly investigate the operational logic of the maze. The areas were finite, and Wang Shi began to frequently find himself sent back to previously traversed locales. It had been half a month since he first recognized the patterns within that illusory courtroom. During his 6th card draw, he acquired only a mediocre blue card, offering little assistance in the unfolding battle. The card draw concluded, and once again, an extended period of time suspension lasting a month descended upon the realm. During this temporal stasis, Wang Shi continued to memorize and practice the teleportation patterns of the infinite maze. Simultaneously, following the 7th card draw after the time suspension, he obtained a purple card that enhanced his speed, further augmenting his agility. If the complete exploration of this infinite maze were to be equated to perfection, Wang Shi, through his diligent efforts and the cognitive enhancements provided by unlocking the second-tier gene lock, had constructed nearly 30% of the maze's map within his mind. After another half-month, his exploration progress reached 50%. A subsequent card draw yielded yet another blue card of limited utility. As half a month passed again, his progress surged to 80%. This time, he acquired a unique purple card, Dozhan Jishun. This card, akin to Dozhan Jiexine, granted enhancements to his physical attributes as combat extended over time. With the arrival of another time suspension, everything froze in place. Within this stasis, Wang Shi resumed his exploration, ultimately pushing his progress to 99%. Only one core area remained unexplored. Wang Shi closed his eyes, recalling the maze map he had painstakingly envisioned, which encompassed a total of 10,000 regions. The rooms and scenes interconnected through subtle patterns, forming an intricately complex three-dimensional network. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of his brain's information processing capabilities due to the second-tier gene lock, he could never have memorized such a vast amount of information so swiftly. In that moment, the complete structural diagram of the maze lay vividly in his mind, including the exits to the outer ruins and the most central area. A profound sense of achievement and liberation surged within him. However, Wang Shi did not rush towards the core. He pondered quietly, aware that the core area undoubtedly concealed the greatest secrets, potentially accompanied by extreme dangers. With his current strength, venturing forth recklessly could lead to unforeseen consequences. Furthermore, senior sister remained outside, her fate uncertain. It would be wiser to first exit, locate her, or return once he had strengthened his abilities. With this thought, Wang Shi resolved without hesitation, stepping towards the exit passage. Chapter 44. Reunion. The absolute silence of time suspension served as Wang Shi's most reliable cover. He navigated swiftly through the solidified maze corridors. Following the three-dimensional map he had painstakingly crafted over months, the intricate structure of 10,000 regions had been thoroughly comprehended during his prior explorations. As he stepped through the final barrier, the familiar ruins came into view, albeit still frozen in time. Wang Shi glanced back, and where the infinite maze had been, there now lay an expansive clearing he had seen before. The enormous and bizarre constructs had perfectly concealed themselves within this space. Finally, he had emerged. Wang Shi exhaled deeply, yet his vigilance remained high. Just then, time resumed its flow. The strange sandbag on his back began to writhe and struggle, appearing ready to break free. Though he hesitated to sever the connection to the accumulated Dozhanji Exine and Dozhanji Shun, outside the infinite maze, conditions were far from favorable for maintaining such states. The strange entities outside were formidable and could not be easily controlled. Had it not been for the entity manipulating the sound of the pipa, which misunderstood the effects of his cards, he would have been trapped in a scene devoid of strangeness, unable to re-establish Dozhanji Exine, and would have succumbed to distorted cognition long ago. With a swift strike, he dispatched the sandbag and promptly oriented himself. Racing towards the last direction he had parted from Mo Ningning. The immediate priority was to find Senior Sister. As he advanced, he silently prayed for her safety. His gaze shifted to another corner of the ruins. Mo Ningning leaned against a broken wall, panting heavily. The brilliant white aura surrounding her had dimmed significantly. Her hand gripping the knife trembled uncontrollably, and her clothing was saturated with dark red blood and dust. The most grievous sight was the deep wound on her left shoulder, exposing bone and continuously oozing blood, staining half her body crimson. Surrounding her were three distinct, yet equally menacing entities. They formed a simple encirclement, cutting off all of Mo Ningning's escape routes. A bitter taste formed at the corner of her mouth. For 3 months, she had aimlessly searched within these desolate ruins. Akin to a headless fly, countless battles had ensued, and she had even attempted to replicate the peculiar experiences with family rule entities, casting many illusions into the rule domains, only to find that other rule domains seemed to recognize the presence of the illusions and barred any others from entering. She could not fathom how the 20 or so illusions had managed to infiltrate the family rule domain in the first place. Returning to the present, she had forcibly activated De Rifu Bai to escape the pursuit of a horde of gigantic entities, successfully shaking off her pursuers momentarily, but inadvertently attracting 3 even more troublesome foes, paying the price with her grievous shoulder injury. Her stamina was nearly depleted, her energy nearly extinguished, her vision blurred, and a buzzing filled her ears. Was this the taste of death? To perish here? Flickering thoughts danced in Mo Ningning's mind. She felt exhausted, too exhausted. Memories of her fruitless search over the past 3 months flooded her mind, along with the shadow of a figure that may have long since faded into obscurity. A profound weariness and despair threatened to engulf her. Perhaps this had been a mistaken choice from the outset. If she had refrained from the futile quest to save others, and instead hidden on the outskirts of the ruins, would she have remained safe? Was saving others truly worth the risk? Her father's resolute visage, the banner of the bureau, the junior who had smiled and declined her offer on campus, and the brief yet harmonious cooperation within the rule domain flashed by in rapid succession. Since entering the cycle of infinity, she had long accepted the inevitability of death. Beyond that, there were no answers. Or rather, the act of taking action itself had become the most profound answer. Her vacant gaze refocused as she tightened her grip on the Tang Dao. A roar erupted. One beastly entity initiated the attack, its massive form charging forward with a menacing wind. Another entity joined the fray, its tentacles striking out. A third entity concealed itself, transforming into a shadow, preparing for a lethal strike. Mo Ningning's pupils constricted as she summoned the last remnants of her energy. The mental link of Fu Sheng Yi Shi instantaneously locked onto the most formidable beastly entity, and her Tang Dao transformed into a brilliant white streak, decisively cleaving through the air. However, her injuries had rendered her a fraction too slow. Just as she was about to be struck from multiple directions, the chilling sensation grazed her skin. In that critical moment, a sharp sound sliced through the frozen air. A flaming energy arrow, moving with a speed beyond visual capture, arrived in the nick of time. It was not aimed at the massive hound or the gecko, but rather struck with unerring precision at the seemingly empty ground beside Mo Ningning. With a thud, the arrow embedded itself into the earth, followed by a powerful shockwave accompanied by a piercing wail. The shadowy entity, poised to launch a surprise attack, was violently expelled from its concealed state, its translucent form contorting in agony, emitting a pained howl. This sudden assault momentarily halted the actions of the attacking beastly entity and the tentacled creature. Mo Ningning's blade, seizing the opportunity, narrowly repelled the giant hound. While she was pushed back by the force of the rebound, just evading the tentacle creature's strike, she turned in astonishment towards the direction from which the arrow had come. A familiar silhouette stood against the wind atop a high, broken wall, 100 meters away. He wielded a longbow adorned with golden patterns, its red and white hues glowing as the energy-concentrated bowstring quivered slightly. Clad in somewhat oversized, tattered garments salvaged from an unknown ruin, his face bore the marks of a long and arduous journey. Yet, his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness, as if they contained the sharpness and tranquility born from enduring hardships. Who else could it be but Wang Shi? Observing the figure below, who, despite being in disarray, remained resolute, a relieved yet apologetic smile graced his face. He called out clearly, his voice resonating across the small battlefield, "Xuejia, I apologize for being lost for so long. Leave the rest to me." Chapter 45. The blazing knife bow and Xuejia. Wang Shi leaped from the broken wall, landing gracefully before Mo Ningning, effectively placing himself between her and the three lurking monstrosities. A quick glance revealed the ghastly wound on her left shoulder, blood slowly seeping through, staining her clothing. "Xuejia, you should rest and stabilize your injury. I'll handle these three creatures." His voice was steady, exuding a reassuring certainty. Without waiting for Mo Ningning's response, he summoned a uniquely crafted bow, shimmering with golden light, into his hands. The bow's body was primarily silver white, its edges radiating sharpness, while its limbs, shaped like a crescent moon, extended into two handles. Though it lacked a physical bowstring, fiery lines faintly flickered, representing the golden legendary weapon card he had just drawn during a recent grand pause. Gold card, blazing knife bow. Effect, grants a weapon that can switch freely between knife and bow forms. The knife form can consume vast amounts of energy to unleash lethal sealing slashes. The bow form can expend energy to shoot arrows. Commentary. Remember to swing your hands before and after fighting. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Shi advanced towards the three eerie beings. He clutched the bow form of the blazing knife bow in his left hand, while his right hand formed a fist, pretending to draw the energy bowstring, and released. The draw your sword effect was triggered. His strength, speed, and agility doubled in an instant. In the next moment, the bow's structure transformed, its outer limbs retracting into the knife form as Wang Shi charged towards the three monstrosities. Having endured countless grueling battles in the infinite maze over several months, Wang Shi's combat experience and instincts had been honed to perfection. At this moment, he was a far cry from the novice who had first entered this world. The bow form allowed him to control the distance, accurately interrupting the attacking rhythm of the tentacled creature, while the knife form engaged in close combat. The blade of the blazing knife, enhanced by the draw your sword effect, inflicted damage on both the beast-like and shadowy entities simultaneously. The double damage of draw your sword, combined with the fiery slashes of the blazing knife, easily penetrated their defenses, leaving substantial injuries upon the three aberrations. The doubled speed and attack rate allowed him to maneuver effortlessly, evading various tentacle and claw assaults. The lifesteal and splash effects rendered him fearless against group attacks. When a claw grazed his left arm, almost severing it at the elbow, a few swift slashes quickly replenished his vitality. Cards such as Gene Ascension, 2, Heart of Battle, and Temporary Adaptive Evolution served as the foundation of his combat prowess, maximizing the percentage boosts from Draw Your Sword. The composition of his card deck made the encounter feel less like a battle and more like a one-sided performance. Mo Ningning, leaning against the broken wall, was nearly transfixed. She vividly recalled that when she first entered this world, Wang Shi was merely at the second-tier initial stage, his abilities vastly inferior to hers. In a normal confrontation, she could have easily eliminated him. Yet, witnessing Wang Shi's fluid and formidable combat style, feeling his overwhelming power and astonishing skill, she was profoundly shaken. She had to admit that even at her peak, facing Wang Shi in his current state would likely result in a grueling fight, with the outcome uncertain. What had he experienced over these past few months? As her thoughts swirled, the battle drew to a close. With a final, piercing scream, the shadowy creature was obliterated by the fiery blade's energy. Wang Shi sheathed his blade, standing tall as the overwhelming aura surrounding him gradually calmed, thanks to his lifesteal abilities. Despite suffering several serious injuries, he had rapidly replenished his vitality. If not for the tattered cloth he wore, which testified to the horrific injuries his body had endured. He might have appeared completely unscathed. With another thought, the splendid blazing knife bow transformed into specks of golden light, merging into his brow. Turning around, he scanned the surroundings to ensure there were no threats before hastening to Mo Ningning's side, his brow furrowing as he examined the deep wound on her left shoulder. The injury was severe, with the edges of flesh curling inwards, revealing glimpses of bone, situated near the base of her collarbone. Xuejia, this wound needs to be treated immediately. Infection would be troublesome. As he spoke, he crouched down, preparing to assess her injury and perform a simple cleaning and bandaging. Let me handle it. Mo Ningning, emerging from her shock, suddenly realized the position Wang Shi intended to treat. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she instinctively covered the area around her wound. Her voice laced with panic. Wang Shi paused, understanding her bashful demeanor, and sighed, his eyes filled with sincere regret. Xuejia, I apologize for disappearing for so long, which led to you sustaining such a serious injury. It's all right. I'm just glad you're back. Mo Ningning managed a weak smile, attempting to stand but faltering and sitting back down. Observing this, Wang Shi hesitated for a moment before turning away, squatting slightly. This place is unsafe. We can't linger. I'll carry you until we find a secure location. Mo Ningning gazed at the not-so-wide yet extraordinarily reliable back before her, feeling a bit dazed. She was strong-willed and rarely allowed anyone to get this close, let alone be carried by someone of the opposite sex. However, her current physical condition left no room for pride. Even the slightest movement sent sharp pain through her left shoulder, leaving her body weak and feeble. We are comrades. It's quite normal for you to carry me, right? I appreciate it. Ultimately, reality compelled her to express her gratitude softly. After hastily using a strip of cloth and her remaining fighting spirit to seal the wound, she cautiously leaned onto Wang Shi's back, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Wang Shi securely supported her legs, rising effortlessly. His movements were steady and powerful, as if she weighed little at all. Which direction? He inquired. Mo Ningning pointed, and Wang Shi navigated carefully yet swiftly through the ruins, his steps stable and deliberate, minimizing any jolts to ensure she barely felt any discomfort. In the silence, only the sound of the wind and Wang Shi's steady footsteps could be heard. As Mo Ningning lay on his back, her previously chaotic thoughts gradually settled. The relief of surviving, the astonishment at Wang Shi's strength, and an indescribable sense of safety intertwined within her. She had initially wished to inquire about Wang Shi's whereabouts and experiences over the past months. Yet, inexplicably, sensing his unusual composure and maturity while carrying her, a thought emerged, prompting her to softly remark, Wang Shi, you seem quite practiced at this. The moment the words left her lips, Mo Ningning regretted her choice of expression. Wang Shi continued walking, his expression frozen. I could say that carrying aberrations like a sandbag for half a year makes one quite experienced. The senior sister's burden and the eerie atmosphere seemed hardly distinguishable. After a moment of contemplation, he replied honestly, as long as you're comfortable, senior sister. This is my first time carrying someone. This candid response only served to redden Mo Ningning's cheeks further. She lowered her head slightly, falling silent, as a wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her. Wang Shi noticed her silence and focused on the path ahead, steadily making his way toward the safe zone she had indicated. Chapter 46. Another side of Mo Ningning. Following Mo Ningning's frail directions, Wang Shi navigated through the ruins, twisting and turning until he finally arrived at an extremely concealed location, a concrete pipe half buried underground. The entrance was cleverly obscured by collapsed rubble and twisted metal sheets, making it nearly impossible to discover without guidance. After squeezing into the pipe and proceeding for a while, he reached a slightly larger cement space, barely enough to accommodate a few people in a crouch position. The air was thick with a musty odor, and in one corner lay some dry strips of cloth that served as makeshift bedding. Next to it was a battered plastic bucket containing relatively clean water. Other than that, there was nothing else, in stark contrast to Wang Shi's ability to leisurely scavenge supplies during the time stop. Mo Ningning had evidently endured a far more arduous and meager existence over the past 3 months. Wang Shi carefully set Mo Ningning down, supporting her head with his hand to allow her to lean against the relatively clean wall of the pipe. As he moved, the action inadvertently tugged at her wounds, causing her to gasp softly in pain, her complexion paling further. Senior sister, do you have clean water and cloth? The wounds must be treated. Wang Shi glanced around the sparsely furnished hideout, feeling a weight in his heart. Mo Ningning weakly pointed towards the broken bucket and some relatively intact strips of cloth in the corner, her voice barely audible. The water has been filtered, and I tried to wash the cloth as clean as possible. Wang Shi followed her instructions to fetch the water and cloth. Mo Ningning received them and whispered, "Please turn around." Wang Shi immediately understood, swiftly turning his back to her and facing the entrance of the pipe, patiently awaiting her. Behind him came the soft rustling of fabric, occasionally interspersed with muffled gasps of pain. Throughout the process, both maintained a tacit silence, with only their restrained breaths echoing in the cramped space. After a considerable time, Mo Ningning's faint voice finally broke the silence. "All done." Wang Shi turned to see that she had skillfully bandaged her left shoulder, beads of cold sweat dotting her forehead, and her gaze somewhat unfocused. "Now, can you tell me exactly what happened?" Mo Ningning asked, looking at Wang Shi, her tone fragile, yet imbued with an undeniable seriousness. Wang Shi had anticipated this moment. He sat beside her, carefully organizing his thoughts before recounting a meticulously crafted version of the truth. "It was that core," he began, "the bizarre core that was activated somehow, transporting me to a place resembling an infinite maze." He described a surreal and perilous labyrinth, omitting the critical details of the time-stop exploration while emphasizing the dangers and numerous life-and-death struggles he had faced. "I managed to survive largely due to my wit and a stroke of luck in drawing 2 crucial golden cards." Wang Shi continued, his expression a blend of relief and lingering trepidation. "One was the weapon you just saw, the transforming Liayan Daogou. The other was quite special, a comprehensive enhancement card without a specific form, significantly boosting my base attributes and providing various effects, extremely versatile. Without that card, I would have perished long ago." He cleverly bundled the effects of the many purple and blue cards he had drawn during the time stop into the guise of a single all-encompassing golden card, thus explaining his dramatic increase in power while concealing the secret of his unusually high card draw frequency. Mo Ningning listened in silence, her long eyelashes casting shadows that obscured her expression. Wang Shi's explanation sounded plausible. In an infinite world, the appearance of such a comprehensive enhancement golden card was not entirely implausible. Moreover, the core was indeed enigmatic, and its role in triggering the anomaly made sense. Although her intuition hinted at some concealed details, fatigue, pain, and trust prevented her from probing deeper. The fact remained, he had returned alive and stronger, which was paramount. "I'm glad you're safe," she softly uttered, as if lifting an immense weight off her shoulders. Then it was her turn to share her tale. Perhaps the culmination of 2 months of searching had finally yielded results. She felt an abrupt relaxation of her spirit. Or perhaps it was the combination of blood loss and her injuries that induced a mild fever. Her voice was no longer the crisp and decisive tone it usually bore, but rather an unusually gentle and slow cadence, imbued with a rare sense of dependence, as if she were whispering in his ear. She recounted her 3-month quest, how she wandered aimlessly through the ruins, how she repeatedly fell into perilous situations, and how the unwavering need to find him sustained her through it all. In her tone, there was an unintentional hint of the slightest grievance, one she herself had not fully recognized. "How could you have gone missing for so long? Do you have any idea how long I searched?" Her voice grew quieter and more indistinct. Ultimately, before she could finish her thought, her head gently tilted, resting against the cold pipe wall, and her breathing became even and deep. She had succumbed to sleep. Wang Shi sat beside her, listening to her unusual murmurs, his expression unreadable, yet something within him felt gently stirred. Aside from the parents in this world, he had never been sought after and cared for by anyone for such an extended time without hesitation. This sensation of being held in someone's heart was foreign, yet carried an inexplicable warmth. He remained still, quietly observing Mo Ningning's furrowed brows in her slumber, as if she were still restless in her dreams. He dared not make a sound, simply turning his head to bury his face in the shadows, concealing his expression. Time passed. Though the eternal dusk outside remained unchanged, Wang Shi sensed that the next time stop was imminent. Mo Ningning had yet to awaken. After contemplating for a moment, Wang Shi resolved to utilize this interval to attend to certain matters. Although this hideout was concealed, it lacked adequate supplies, and there could be unknown threats lurking nearby. He needed to gather clean water and food while clearing the surrounding hazards. He rose with utmost care, making scarcely a sound. After casting one last glance at the sleeping Mo Ningning, he cautiously moved aside the obstruction at the entrance, slipped out, and gently restored it to its original position. However, just as Wang Shi departed, the previously slumbering Mo Ningning slowly opened her eyes. She had actually been awake for some time, but for reasons unknown. She had chosen to feign sleep. Mo Ningning shifted slightly. The excruciating pain in her left shoulder had significantly subsided, and in just a couple of days, she would be able to recover under the nurturing of her energy. Reflecting on the words she had uttered in her delirium, particularly those laced with grievance and dependence. She couldn't help but rub her forehead. How could I have spoken like that? I was a bit out of line, she murmured softly, her tone tinged with a hint of helplessness over her loss of control, yet devoid of excessive embarrassment. She had faced too many life-and-death situations, and occasional emotional fluctuations were not unacceptable. They merely made her realize that she cared for this junior more than she had anticipated. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed her distractions and began to attempt to channel her energy, which had largely returned, slowly nurturing her heavy wounds, becoming calm and focused. In Chapter 47, gently caressing the brow, we find Mo Ningning tending to her wounds within the stronghold. Meanwhile, outside the stronghold, Wang Shi stands in an open area, his left hand absent-mindedly stroking his chin as his gaze sweeps over the ruins beneath the eternal twilight. Time is drawing near. In an instant, the world once again succumbs to an absolute standstill. The sounds of the wind, the faint, eerie howls in the distance, and even the floating dust in the air, all are pressed on pause. Only Wang Shi remains the sole living entity in this frozen tableau. He casually chooses a direction and begins to explore at a leisurely pace. Searching for supplies is paramount, for his senior has endured great hardships during this time. Soon, he discovers a few cans of sealed food that have miraculously escaped being crushed, tucked away in a corner of a partially collapsed shop amidst a collection of bizarre shapes, along with a bottle of water that has evaporated by nearly half. As he continues his search for resources, Wang Shi simultaneously cleanses the area of lurking anomalies. The process of elimination is silent. Summoning the flame blade bow, he swiftly cuts through the stillness, reaping the lives of the strange beings. After meticulously inspecting his surroundings and confirming no evident threats remain, he feels a slight sense of relief. Concealing the gathered supplies behind a pile of rubble, Wang Shi halts. At this moment, the tension that has gripped him loosens ever so slightly, and an overwhelming fatigue washes over him uncontrollably. Since the prolonged stasis that lasted 10 days in the outside world, nearly half a year for him, he has relied on the all-encompassing vampiric effects of the cards to maintain the state of heart of combat and body of combat, hardly allowing himself any true rest. Wang Shi yawns and murmurs, "It has come to this. I might as well sleep." He returns to the concealed passage stronghold. Upon passing through the entrance's concealment, he immediately spots Mo Ningning, sitting cross-legged in meditation. Her brow is slightly furrowed, and even in this stillness, her face bears traces of lingering pain and tenacity. She was indeed pretending to be asleep. Wang Shi halts, quietly observing her for a few seconds. Guilt, relief, and other indescribable emotions surge within him, a melange of feelings. Compelled by an inexplicable impulse, Wang Shi extends his hand, his fingertips delicately brushing over her tightly knit brow in an attempt to ease her furrowed expression. Then, instinctively, he tucks back the damp strands of hair that cling to her forehead behind her ear. After performing these actions, he suddenly jolts back, as if burned, murmuring in annoyance as he lightly slaps his own hand. "Wang Shi, is this what you do with the power of stasis?" He quickly suppresses the ripples of emotion within him and moves to a more comfortable position in another corner of the stronghold. The overwhelming drowsiness envelopes him, and he swiftly succumbs to deep slumber. He loses track of time in this sleep until his biological clock awakens him. Approximately an hour remains until the stasis concludes. He glances at Mo Ningning, her brow still smooth from his earlier ministrations. After a moment of silence, he carefully restores everything to its original state, erasing any trace of his presence, the dust disturbed, all meticulously restored. Then, he quietly exits the stronghold to the place where he had hidden the supplies, waiting in silence. The resumption of time is subtle and barely perceptible. Inside the stronghold, Mo Ningning concurrently awakens from her meditation, a clear sensation reminiscent of a gentle caress on her forehead slowly transmitting to her nerve endings. "Wang Shi." She suddenly opens her eyes, exclaiming softly, instinctively gripping the hilt of her blade, scanning the confined space with sharp eyes, finding it empty save for herself. The flow of combat energy circulates slightly as she carefully senses her surroundings, detecting no signs of stealth or concealment. Yet, the earlier sensation felt so vivid. But there are no signs of anyone having entered. Was it an illusion brought on by her injuries, or a mental resonance triggered by her training in Darifubai? Mo Ningning's brow involuntarily knits once more, uncertainty swirling within her, ultimately forcing her to attribute the bizarre sensation to her compromised state. Taking a deep breath, she strives to calm her somewhat erratic breaths. After some time, she hears the faint sound of stones scraping at the entrance. Instantly, Mo Ningning suppresses all emotions, quickly adjusting her posture to feign just having awakened. Wang Shi bends low as he enters, carrying the collected supplies, a casual ease upon his face. Senior, you're awake? Fortune favors us today. I found something edible and drinkable. He places the food and water on the ground. Mo Ningning raises her eyes and, seeing the sealed cans and clean water in his hands, cannot help but smile. Your luck remains as splendid as ever. Her tone carries a hint of jest, attempting to mask the earlier confusion and lingering weakness. Wang Shi chuckles, saying little, skillfully opening a can of food to offer to her while he opens one for himself. As they consume the food, warmth begins to dispel the lingering cold, easing the atmosphere considerably. After finishing the last bite, Wang Shi tidies up the remnants, his expression turning serious as he looks at Mo Ningning. Senior, what are our next plans? Should we continue to survive here for another year until the task concludes and we automatically return? Mo Ningning ponders for a moment before responding. Our immediate priority is to heal completely and avoid powerful anomalies. With only the two of us, I have come to deeply understand the increasingly perilous rules of this place. The task target, the Ho-Hot, offers no clear clues. Therefore, let us retreat to the outskirts of the wilderness to prioritize our survival. Wang Shi listens without immediately expressing agreement or voicing his own opinions, remaining silent, relying on the ability of stasis to preemptively eliminate threats and scout for enemies. He could easily hide with Mo Ningning and sustain themselves until the task time ends. Yet, considering the power of stasis he possesses, is it acceptable to pursue mere survival in this manner? No, certainly not. The goal must be to locate the task target, the Ho-Hot, and destroy it. Furthermore, he must also confront the infinite labyrinth that had ensnared him for months, nearly leading him astray, along with the sinister entity orchestrating it all. This is not merely a task, it is a vendetta that must be resolved. To bury the hatchet with a smile has never been his style, particularly now that he wields the power of stasis. However, these thoughts remain unspoken, confined to his mind. The most pressing matter is to ensure Mo Ningning's safety and recovery. Moreover, his own combat prowess will exponentially increase with the passage of time. Finally, Wang Shi speaks. Yes, let us focus on recovery and reconnaissance for now. Once you are healed, we can deliberate on our long-term strategy. The passage returns to a temporary quietude, each of them lost in their thoughts. The twilight over the ruins remains lengthy, while new actions are on the cusp of commencing. In Chapter 48, Card Summary. 3 days pass quietly at the border where the ruins meet the wilderness. Mo Ningning's horrific shoulder wound has healed, and she gently unwraps the bandages, joyfully observing her body, unmarred by scars. The effects of her 10 purple cards, combined with the nurturing combat energy from Dari Fu Bai, yield remarkable results. She moves her left arm, feeling her strength returning to nearly full capacity. Observing the ominous aura wafting from the depths of the ruins, she proposes. It's about time we leave this area. The further we move outward, the safer we should be. Wang Shi nods in agreement. In the past 3 days, he meticulously eliminated several waves of wandering anomalies within the stasis, their strength indeed far inferior to the formidable beings encountered during the initial moments of stasis. Moreover, certain fluctuations emanating from the ruins suggested that the peculiar rules themselves had begun to stir, causing a slight unease within him. To ensure their safety, it was prudent to temporarily retreat to the periphery. The two began to navigate along the edges of the ruins. Wang Shi proactively assumed the majority of the vigilance and path-clearing tasks, while Mo Ningning provided support from the center, simultaneously adapting to her restored physical state. As they ventured closer to the outskirts, although the strength of the encountered anomalies diminished, there was a noticeable increase in the proportion of third-tier illusions. Occasionally, a troublesome anomaly would emerge, swiftly dealt with by Wang Shi using the flame blade bow and the burst of draw your sword. There were moments when Mo Ningning did not even have time to intervene before the battle concluded. Observing Wang Shi's decisive silhouette, her emotions became complex. The rapid growth of her junior exceeded her expectations. She silently gritted her teeth, wondering how this lad could be so fortunate, constantly acquiring golden rewards. While this newfound strength provided her with a sense of reassurance, it also subtly introduced a measure of pressure. Wang Shi, appearing calm as he cleared the path, harbored his own calculations. While engaged in combat, he silently noted the routes he traversed, potential resource points, and the locations of powerful auras he sensed. Now was not the time for direct confrontation, but he committed these observations to memory. Once he had amassed enough capital, he would return to thoroughly plow through these ruins, along with that accursed maze. 15 days passed in the blink of an eye since their convergence, and as the stasis concluded, Wang Shi ventured out alone to seek a secluded corner. It was time to draw cards. His consciousness delved into the system, and the cards flowed through his mind. As the light settled, though not revealing the anticipated gold, a purple card conveyed information that caught Wang Shi's attention. Purple card, Soul of Battle. Effect. As the duration of battle increases, your mental and spiritual strength will also augment. The enhancement resets upon exiting combat. Commentary. As long as the heart endures, the body endures. Now the soul shall endure. The moment the card assimilated into him, Wang Shi distinctly felt a faint resonance from the other two cards, Heart of Battle and Body of Battle, as if invisible threads connected the three cards. Poised for action, yet seemingly incomplete, unable to truly coalesce. A battle series? Wang Shi sensed the three cards, a sense of fortune blooming within him. The battle series comprised 6 cards, and gathering them all would bestow immense power? He suppressed his curiosity and refocused on the present, seeking an illusion anomaly to test the new card's effect. 5 more days elapsed, and they finally returned to the desolate borderland where they had first arrived. The familiar entrance to the air raid shelter remained unchanged, as if they had never departed. Inside, it retained the rudimentary state they had left it in, merely coated in a thin layer of dust. Compared to the perilous depths of the ruins, this place was akin to a sanctuary. Upon returning to the shelter, Mo Ningning was polishing her Tang Dao. She glanced at Wang Shi, contemplating the need to search for supplies, having made a certain resolution. She stood up, pressing her hand on Wang Shi's shoulder, and declared, "I cannot always let you take the risks alone. This time, let me go." Wang Shi regarded her. Recalling that he had already scouted the area during his earlier stasis and found no significant threats nearby, allowing his senior to regain her confidence seemed beneficial. "All right, just be cautious and don't venture too far," he nodded in agreement. Mo Ningning responded affirmatively, taking her blade and stepping out of the shelter. Once she had distanced herself, Wang Shi sat cross-legged, beginning to assess his current status. Arriving in this third-tier world, more than 3 months had elapsed under the normal flow of time. The first month was spent exploring the periphery, followed by being swept into the great stasis and the infinite maze. The second and third months were nearly entirely consumed by unraveling that accursed maze. After reuniting with his senior, they had navigated back, taking another 20 days. Time passed swiftly. Wang Shi could not help but marvel at his substantial gains, not only in combat experience, but also in various temporary cards. His consciousness swept over the cards that floated within him. 10 purple cards, Gene Ascension, I, Temporary Adaptive Evolution, Perceptive Gene Evolution, Temporary Cards, Archer, Gene Ascension, 2. Heart of Battle, Body of Battle, Soul of Battle, Sniper's Focus, and a purple card that enhanced speed drawn from the infinite maze. As the auras of the 10 purple cards shimmered simultaneously in his consciousness, Wang Shi felt a slight pressure in his head. But a gentle power from the infinite system swiftly alleviated this discomfort. He realized that the 10 purple cards represented the limit that a second-tier reincarnator from the main world could bear. Only during mission execution could one temporarily exceed this threshold with the system's power. There were only 2 gold cards, Draw Your Sword, and Flameblade Bow. Though the number of gold cards was limited, each one represented tangible immediate combat power. The comprehensive enhancement of Draw Your Sword, paired with the transformation of Flameblade Bow, provided him the capacity to confront most third-tier entities head-on. However, this also revealed his issue of relatively singular methods, leaning towards extreme attacks. In contrast, his senior possessed a developmental technique, Great Sun Floating White, an explosive skill, a fleeting moment of life, a mental defense technique, My Heart is the Shore, and a gold card she had never mentioned or demonstrated, clearly indicating a more balanced approach. There was no rush. Wang Shi slowly opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating through the entrance of the air raid shelter toward the dim sky outside. His senior had arrived in this world, and following the regular task process, she had likely drawn cards only 3 times without obtaining any gold. As for himself, counting both his previous draws and the ones during stasis, he had already drawn 10 times, based on prior experiences from the deserted island instance. As long as the number of draws was sufficient, gold cards would eventually appear. The normal draw limit for this occasion was 12. Once he reached that limit, it was likely that there would be golden cards, or even an entire set of gold cards. For now, all that was needed was a bit of patience, consolidating his strength while awaiting the next opportunity. Transitioning forward, it was time to accelerate. The story of this world was approaching its conclusion. Chapter 49, 12 gold cards in the following days. The tension escalated. The chaos deep within the ruins rippled outward, and even the relatively secure peripheral area they occupied began to witness frequent appearances of powerful and diverse anomalies. Wang Shi and Mo Ningning found themselves engaged in combat almost daily. Low-tier illusions swarmed like an unending plague of locusts. Occasionally, they would be accompanied by massive anomalies of tremendous strength or elusive aberrations adept at mental assaults. Fighting back-to-back became the norm, and the air raid shelter was no longer an absolute sanctuary. They often needed to relocate overnight, struggling to survive in the crevices between the ruins and the wilderness. This situation could not persist indefinitely. After one particularly intense battle, Imo Ningning, leaning on her sword, panted lightly as she watched the remains of the anomaly Wang Shi had obliterated with the flame blade bow dissipate into black smoke. Their numbers were increasing. Wang Shi shook the blood from his blade, acknowledging the situation. He was acutely aware that had he not been continuously clearing these anomalies during his stasis, matters would have likely worsened significantly. The intensity they faced now was already considerably diminished due to his efforts. This is likely related to the bizarre restlessness deep within the ruins and the potential changes that the infinite labyrinth may undergo. However, he refrained from voicing this thought and instead committed the surrounding terrain and the patterns of the eerie entities to memory once again. Time flowed by amidst the battles and brief moments of respite. By the standard measure of time, they had entered this strange world for nearly the middle of the 4th month. As the hour of stillness concluded, Wang Shi seized the opportunity to perform his 11th card draw. When the brilliance faded, it revealed a rather insignificant purple card, which he did not dwell upon. By the end of the 4th month, during his 12th draw, he again received a purple card. At this point, the number of purple cards within him had reached 12. A palpable sensation of stagnation and pressure surged from the depths of his consciousness, as if his brain and soul were filled to capacity. Yet, a familiar, gentle force emanating from the infinite system intervened just in time, soothing this discomfort and maintaining a delicate balance. Wang Shi pondered that without the system's support, he would likely have expelled 2 cards from his body. When the grand stillness of the 4th month arrived, Wang Shi encountered his 13th card draw. At that moment, he distinctly sensed a certain limitation being breached, and the radiance of the card pool seemed to intensify. At last, a dazzling golden light erupted forth. Gold card, Power of Battle. Effect. This card can only be drawn if you already possess Heart of Battle. Your other system powers will grow increasingly stronger in combat and will never deplete. The effects will vanish after exiting battle. Limited to gold cards and below. Comment. Strength arises from the ground and from the heart. The heart is infinite. Strength is boundless. A gold card. Moreover, it was the 4th card of the battle series. Wang Shi felt a surge of excitement within. Although he had yet to cultivate other energy systems, the consumption from wielding the flame blade bow primarily stemmed from stamina. Acquiring this card signified a qualitative leap in his sustained combat capabilities. More importantly, at the moment the card entered his being, Heart of Battle, Body of Battle, and Soul of Battle resonated powerfully with this new card, clarifying and strengthening the connections among the 4 cards. An intuitive sense informed him that he was only 2 cards away from completing this series. Hope was within reach. By mid-5th month, his 14th draw yielded yet another gold card, this time a technique for the Chiman Dao that perfectly complemented the flame blade bow in blade form. Surpassing the standard 12 draws of this world seemed to have unlocked some kind of threshold, as every subsequent draw guaranteed a golden radiance. By the end of the 5th month, during his 15th draw, golden light surged once more. This time, he obtained a powerful bow attack gold card, further enhancing his ranged firepower. Shortly after, during the grand stillness of the 5th month, his 16th draw did not disappoint. Gold card, Techniques of Battle. Effect. This card can only be drawn if you already possess Soul of Battle. You can continuously create new skills to adapt to combat. The skills created cannot exceed gold level. These temporary skills will be forgotten after exiting battle. Comment. The soul is eternal, and skills are infinite. The 5th card of the battle series. Wang Shi was ecstatic. The effect of this card was nothing short of extraordinary, granting him immense adaptability and evolutionary capabilities in the heat of battle, allowing him to devise the most effective methods of assault against various foes. Though the skills would be forgotten post-battle, the combat experience and instincts would remain ingrained. His strength expanded at an astonishing rate, with his collection of gold cards steadily increasing, and various powerful skills and effects complementing each other, gradually forming a formidable system centered around the battle series. Supplemented by Reveal Your Sword and Flame Blade Bow as immediate combat power, alongside an array of golden skills. However, the final card of the battle series remained elusive. Wang Shi had an inkling that this last card might be the most critical element of the entire series. Time flew by, and soon it was the grand stillness of the 7th month. The ruined zone had completely succumbed. despite Wang Shi's relentless extermination during the hourly stillness. The eerie entities would crawl forth from various shadows once the stillness ended. Terrifying aberrations roamed freely, and the area of chaotic rules continued to expand. Wang Shi and Mo Ningning were compelled to abandon their air raid shelters entirely, retreating to the more desolate outskirts. Here, not a blade of grass grew. Only jagged rocks and lifeless sandy terrain, yet it offered a momentary respite compared to the ruins behind them. Mo Ningning's face was dust-covered, her hair disheveled, yet her eyes shone with remarkable brilliance. She looked at Wang Shi, her tone laced with barely contained excitement, and whispered, "Wang Shi, for the 8th draw, I drew a gold card." Wang Shi gazed at the pure and radiant joy etched across her face, akin to a ray of sunlight breaking through a gloomy sky. Ever since he had carried her on his back, her demeanor had softened considerably, occasionally revealing a touch of girlish charm. He smiled and encouraged her, "That's wonderful, senior. What ability did you acquire?" Mo Ningning eagerly described her newly gained power, a skill that enhanced her slashing might, perfectly aligning with her Great Sun Floating White and Tang Dao. Wang Shi listened intently, nodding from time to time, sharing in her elation. However, deep within, a fact lay quietly buried. He had just completed his 22nd draw. Now, 12 distinct gold cards floated serenely in his consciousness, a surge of power coursing through him, elevating his capabilities beyond the limits of the 3rd tier, far surpassing Mo Ningning. He watched as the senior before him beamed with joy over a single gold card. Reminiscent of a child, recalling the days he had tirelessly hunted monsters and gathered supplies for her during the hourly stillness. A paternal affection welled up within him. Chapter 50, Dark Gold Card. Heir of the Great Sage, Mo Ningning was focused intently on sensing her newly acquired gold card, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She instinctively wished to share this joy with Wang Shi, but upon looking up, she encountered his expression, a gentle smile filled with a tender warmth that she had never seen before. Taken aback by his odd demeanor, she playfully punched his arm and exclaimed, "Hey, why are you looking at me like that? It's kind of scary." Wang Shi snapped back to reality, chuckling heartily as he suppressed the paternal sentiment within. "Nothing. Just happy for you." Time raced forward amidst the escalating crisis, and soon the grand stillness of the 8th month came to an end. Wang Shi conducted his 25th card draw, and without surprise, yet another impressive gold card merged into his deck. As the 9th month's grand stillness concluded, during his 28th draw, the situation turned somewhat disheartening. The card pool shimmered with gold, yet not a single purple card was in sight. With so many draws, the probability of acquiring a gold card had soared to the extent that even drawing a purple card seemed a distant luxury. Life in the wilderness grew increasingly arduous. The once relatively safe desolation was now teeming with wandering aberrations, their density and ferocity surpassing even what Wang Shi had witnessed at the outer edges of the infinite labyrinth. More disconcerting was the fact that certain fixed rules that had previously been confined to specific areas appeared to have come alive, beginning to move actively, like hounds seeking out the scent of living beings. Thus, the grand stillness of the 11th month commenced. Covered in grime and blood, Wang Shi glanced at Mo Ningning, who appeared weary and frozen in time, and without a moment's hesitation, resolved to make the most of every stillness cycle to mitigate the threats surrounding them. The system prompted him, and he promptly began his 33rd card draw. As consciousness sank into the system, a dazzling golden light nearly overwhelmed his perception. The familiar array of golden cards remained, yet one card's information instantly captivated his full attention. Golden Card, Do Zhanji Zhe, Effect. This card can only be drawn upon possessing Do Zhanji Shun. In battle, you are the favored child of the rules. Unbound by temporary regulations. Comment: I am the rule. The rule is not me. The final card of the Dozhan series. Wang Shi pondered, unbound by temporary regulations? Isn't the Dozhan series designed to grow stronger with each battle? Nevertheless, he was determined to select this card from the system. As this card integrated into his being, the other 5 cards quivered slightly. Wang Shi felt a stirring within. In his sea of consciousness, the 6 Dozhan series cards, Dozhan Xian, Dozhan Shen, Dozhan Han, Dozhan Li, Dozhan Ji, and the newly acquired Dozhan Zhe, simultaneously erupted with brilliant light. 3 purple and 3 gold. The 6 cards appeared to be drawn by an invisible force, spinning wildly before colliding and merging into one. As the radiance subsided, a dark golden card, exuding a profound aura, replaced the original 6 cards, now quietly suspended in the air. Dark golden card, De Shengchuan Run, incomplete. Effect: possesses enhanced effects of all Dozhan series cards, and after exiting battle, Effects can be retained for 10 minutes. Comment. I heard the echoes of fortune. You managed to collect all 6 cards in a single mission? Finally gathered 6, fighting against heaven and earth, just within reach. Yet it seems incomplete. Dark golden card. Wang Shi's breath caught. A tempest of emotions surged within him. Was this not the realm of the 3rd tier? Dark gold is a quality above golden cards, typically accessible only to those of the 4th tier. The effect is truly extraordinary. Not only integrating and enhancing all abilities of the Dozhan series, but, crucially, retaining effects for 10 minutes after leaving battle. This wholly compensates for the Dozhan series' greatest shortcoming. Incomplete. Wang Shi noted the term in the comment, yet at this moment, the dark golden card sat regally in the center of his mind, surrounded by 20 golden cards like stars encircling the moon. This transformative effect left him little room for deeper contemplation. He suppressed the elation within, collected his thoughts, and turned his gaze towards the frozen figure of Mo Ning Ning, who leaned against a stone, a hint of relaxation gracing her smile, as if she had just completed her training and was about to speak to him. Wang Shi gazed deeply at her. Now, he possessed ample confidence. It was precisely the 11th month of the great time stop, and with a month at his disposal. Wang Shi murmured, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. With the dark golden card in hand and time still, it was time to settle accounts. The infinite maze and that emperor manipulating the Pipa. I have returned. Stepping out from the temporary base in the wilderness, Wang Shi's aura surged, soaring skyward. In the sea of consciousness, the remaining 20 golden cards and the newly acquired dark golden card, De Sheng Chuan Ren, incomplete, shone brightly together, unleashing their power. A torrent of energy coursing through his limbs. At this moment, his strength, bolstered by the numerous golden and dark golden cards, temporarily ascended to an unimaginable level, far surpassing the 3rd tier, even verging on a temporary 4th tier. With a mere thought, the effects of 3 speed-related golden cards activated simultaneously. In the next instant, within this utterly stagnant world of time stop, he transformed into a streak of light, tearing through space as he shot deep into the ruins. The path that once took careful navigation with Mo Ning Ning over half a month to traverse now took him less than 2 hours at full speed, revealing the familiar expanse concealing the infinite maze. Coming to a sudden halt, Wang Shi hovered in midair, his flight ability derived from another practical golden card. He gazed down at the seemingly barren ground, his eyes glinting with cold light. This was the very place that had ensnared him for months. The sensation of power was incredibly tangible, yet his mind remained clear. This force, far exceeding his current tier, ultimately relied on this task world and the vast number of cards he possessed. Once he returned to the main world, under the constraints of the system's rules, how many cards of quality he could bring back remained uncertain. For now, he could only strive to enhance his score, seeking additional card draws. He resolved to use this temporary power to probe the depths of the infinite maze. Drawing a deep breath, he slowly descended, stepping toward the boundless expanse concealing the infinite maze. The story of this century is about to conclude. It will return to the main world's plot, now seeking suggestions from esteemed readers for desired time stop scenarios. However, scenarios like Happy Superman are not permissible and won't pass review. If the writing turns out well, I may shamelessly request a free gift from everyone. Chapter 51, Overwhelming Push. Under the time stop, all things were frozen in place. Wang Shi floated above the expanse outside the infinite maze, a thought igniting his focus. And a golden stream of light emerged from his brow, manifesting a splendid flame bow in his hands. Within the time stop, there was no need to opt for stealth. A direct, overwhelming push would suffice. Scanning the surrounding frozen aberrations, he raised his hand, and one of the many golden cards in his mind illuminated. With a surge of thought, he grasped an ethereal chaos specter before him. Holding the bow with his left hand, the energy bowstring condensed automatically and shot forth, obliterating the chaos specter with a single close-range strike. The Draw Your Sword effect activated instantaneously, causing his power and speed to surge dramatically. Following this, the bow transformed into a crescent-shaped sword, and Wang Shi gripped the 2 central handles, gathering surging energy at the blade's edge, sealing the demon slash. A fiery blade aura streaked across his vision, crashing solidly into the seemingly barren ground ahead. With a tearing sound akin to fabric being ripped, the originally transparent and formless space was forcefully cleaved open, creating a massive rift that twisted at the edges. Behind the rift, the vast and intricate structure of the infinite maze quivered violently, only to be refrozen by the power of the time stop along with the wound of the barrier. Wang Shi felt the ceaseless flow of power within him, the infinite blue effect provided by De Sheng Chuan Ren, incomplete, rendering his previous energy-intensive slash as effortless as breathing. Sheathing his weapon, he stepped into the rift. What once required meticulous navigation and months of exploration through the infinite maze now lay before him like a child's plaything. He no longer adhered to any rules, opting for the most barbaric approach to push through. The Dozhan effect of Da Sheng Chuan Run seemed to receive nearly double the enhancement, combined with the amplified speed of the Dozhan series, which was almost twice that of before, equating to 4 times the original 6 cards power, and now without the lingering concern of effects resetting upon exiting battle. He transformed into a whirlwind, charging through the maze's chambers. The flame bow alternated between bow and sword forms, bombarding the illusory barriers of space from a distance. At times, it became a sword, cleaving through various scenarios, creatures disguised as aberrations, and independent challenge spaces with ease. Only collapse remained. Once, he had achieved little against the infinite maze, laboring for long durations and meticulously calculating the exit areas. Now, often a single strike sufficed to forcibly breach the barriers between 2 zones. The courtroom was completely uprooted, and the banks of the Wujiang were forcibly breached. The ecological spheres, simulating various environments, crumbled under overwhelming power. In merely one day, which felt like an eternity of relentless destruction for Wang Shi, what was once a majestic, seemingly endless labyrinth had transformed into a vast wasteland. The remnants of walls floated within the still domain of time, recounting the horrors just witnessed. When the final barrier of the core area was cleaved apart by Wang Shi's blade, he stepped into an independent space never before encountered. This space lacked complex structures, revealing only a wall of flesh. At its center floated a fist-sized crystal, emanating a faint glow. The surface of the crystal was tightly encased and writhing. Dark crimson flesh resembling blood vessels, entwined and connected to the surrounding walls, exuding an eerily ominous aura. Within the stasis of time, both the crystal and the flesh remained motionless. Wang Shi closed his eyes to sense the surroundings. The dark gold card activated, revealing a formidable force of rules at play. This flesh must be the medium controlling the infinite labyrinth. Was this the heart of the maze? With narrowed eyes, Wang Shi swung his flame blade without hesitation. The sharp blade's energy sliced cleanly through, peeling away the repugnant flesh from the crystal. As the last remnants of flesh were removed, the crystal was fully exposed, radiating an indescribable aura imbued with the vibrations of primal rules. A thought struck Wang Shi. A conjecture arose. Could this be the task objective, the Gui? He approached cautiously, refraining from immediate attack. If this truly was the Gui, destroying it during the stasis would instantaneously complete the task, and once time resumed, he would likely be teleported back. However, Wang Shi subconsciously felt that completing the task this way would not yield a high score. And with so many gold cards in his possession, he was reluctant to miss the opportunity to enhance his score and acquire more cards. He decided to seek additional means to augment his score before destroying the Gui. Returning now would be a loss. Wang Shi promptly resolved to encase the crystal in energy, discovering it could be moved. He carefully extracted it and stored it away. With what might be the Gui he secured, he turned to exit the core space, returning to the surrounding ruins. He did not pause, fixing his gaze on the distant wasteland city, all trapped in the stasis, including the numerous aberrations within. Since he was already here, he might as well hone his skills and accumulate points. He set to work anew, centering his efforts around the origin of the labyrinth, methodically cleansing the area in concentric circles. His movements were swift as lightning, his blade energy like a rainbow. Wherever he passed, whether it be low-level phantoms or formidable aberrations, they were silently obliterated in the stillness. The effect of the Da Sheng Chuan Ren card was fully activated, his speed and strength surged, and his mind brimming with efficient area-clearing techniques. He wielded his power with increasing finesse. The earth was carved up, dilapidated structures flattened, achieving a thorough scourge. Experiencing this overwhelming destructive force, Wang Shi gained a more intuitive understanding of the power of a high-tier reincarnator. No wonder there were so few recordings of 4th-tier combatants in the reincarnator forum. They were essentially humanoid disasters. If unleashed without restraint, they could annihilate a city in no time. Yet, he was now the source of this calamity. Wang Shi took a deep breath, continuing his cleansing task, both to vent the temporary combat prowess unattainable in the main world and to accumulate sufficient capital for the forthcoming task settlement. Chapter 52. Task completion. Wang Shi's efficiency in clearing the ruins continued to escalate. The effects of the dark gold card compounded, dramatically increasing his speed and strength. In just 2 days, he had thoroughly ravaged the core area of the ruins. In his wake, no aberration remained. Feeling unfulfilled, he retraced his steps, sweeping through the areas he had previously traversed, eradicating the aberrations along the way. Wang Shi reveled in the surge of power, exhilarated. However, he wondered if he could bring the dark gold card back when selecting rewards. Upon nearing the makeshift stronghold where Mo Ning resided, he sensed the passage of time. Realizing there were still over 20 days remaining until the end of this grand stasis. With time on his hands, he decided to explore the wilderness further. Resolute, he centered his expedition around the stronghold, venturing into the more distant, unknown territories. This exploration lasted 5 days. On the 10th day of the grand stasis, against a desolate horizon, he once again beheld the outline of a dilapidated structure. Another ruin? Upon closer inspection, Wang Shi discerned that this ruin differed from the one he had previously demolished. Its overall style was more peculiar, and the atmosphere was more frenzied. He made a beeline for the core area, only to find not an empty space, but a towering tree, its leaves fashioned from flesh, its branches of bone, and countless eyes embedded in its trunk, emanating a nauseatingly sinister aura. Truly revolting. He was fortunate to arrive during the stasis. Otherwise, even with ample gold cards, the visual pollution would have been overwhelming. A shiver ran down Wang Shi's spine at the sight of this grotesque blood tree, and he wielded his flame blade to strike. After half a day of effort, he reduced the abominable tree to mere remnants, and indeed, at its heart, he uncovered another crystal pulsating with the vibrations of rules. The second one. Wang Shi stowed this crystal away, his mind rife with questions. If there was more than one ruin beyond the wilderness, could there be even more? He wasted no time. Unleashing his speed to its fullest, centering his exploration around the stronghold, he shared with Mo Ning, initiating a broader sector search. Fortune favors the diligent. On the 23rd day of the grand stasis, he discovered a third ruin on the outskirts of the previous two. The periphery of this ruin bore similarities to the earlier ones, yet its core revealed an open plaza, at the center of which stood a figure cloaked in black. In the stasis, Wang Shi approached confidently, gently lifting the figure's hood with the tip of his blade. Beneath the hood lay a grotesque, inhuman visage, frozen in place, yet emanating an extraordinarily potent energy signature, nearing the 4th-tier level. This one seemed formidable, yet, regardless of strength, it was destined to be easily dispatched during the stasis. Wang Shi exerted more force, severing the head of the eerie figure, and within its body, he discovered the third Guihe. With 3 Guihe in hand, Wang Shi sensed that matters were becoming intricate. The task required the destruction of only 1 Guihe. Yet here were 3? What if he destroyed all 3 simultaneously? That should enhance his final score. With 3 ruins present, could there be 4 or 5? Contemplating this, Wang Shi employed a marked gold card, leaving a mental imprint on the 3 Guihe, then carefully buried them in a concealed location several kilometers away. He planned to seek out more Guihe during the final grand stasis and deal with them all at once before settlement. Having completed these tasks, he returned to Mo Ning's side, patiently awaiting the conclusion of the grand stasis. The moment time resumed its flow arrived. As Mo Ning turned her head, a hint of relaxation and a smile graced her face as she spoke. Wang Shi, I feel a bit hungry. Just as she was about to respond, the smile on Wang Shi's face froze. He acutely sensed that the 3 eerie cores he had marked from afar had, almost simultaneously with the restoration of time, drawn alarmingly close, resulting in a strong resonance and disturbance. This was not good. Moments later, a spine-chilling wave of terror erupted from the buried location. The heavens and earth instantly transformed, the dim sky stained with a foreboding shade of dark red. From several kilometers away, a colossal figure, woven from twisted flesh and shadowy bones, rose from the ground. It seemed to lock onto the vibrant life forces of Wang Shi and Mo Ning in an instant, unleashing a soul-rending roar that morphed into a torrent of destruction, rushing towards them. The overwhelming momentum thickened the surrounding air. Mo Ning's fighting spirit was immediately shattered. Her face turned pale as she exclaimed, 4th tier. Wang Shi's heart sank. It was his oversight that had led to the complications with the 3 eerie cores. Without hesitation, he urgently addressed Mo Ning. Senior, I apologize. Before he could finish, his fingers swiftly moved like the wind, and a gentle yet deft force swiftly struck the side of Mo Ning's neck, causing her to lose consciousness unexpectedly. Simultaneously, a golden card related to his mental prowess activated, enveloping the unconscious Mo Ning and transforming into a streak of light, swiftly transporting her away from the battlefield. Having completed this task, Wang Shi turned to face the approaching amalgamation of the eerie entity. The battle erupted in an instant. The amalgamation seemed to harbor an intense hatred for Wang Shi. unleashing a barrage of distorted whispers, flesh-writhing tentacles that devoured all, and sudden shadowy attacks, pouring down upon him like a tempest. Wang Shi did not confront it head-on. Instead, he executed a swift maneuver, darting around the battlefield, while the effects of Dai Xingchuan Ren began to stack exponentially, his aura visibly surging. He purposefully directed the battle away from Mo Ningning, leaving devastation in his wake. The earth shattered, rocks flew through the air, and even the slightest release of energy carved deep chasms into the ground. The aftermath of the battle swept across the surroundings, tearing massive gaps in the heavy clouds, as if the very sky were collapsing. From the ground, one could only see bizarre, burning flesh raining down from above, while fiery blades of light intermittently illuminated the horizon, as if gods and demons were locked in combat amidst the clouds. Initially, Wang Shi appeared somewhat passive under the onslaught, but he gradually regained the upper hand. After acquiring the Fighting Dark Gold card, as long as he was not instantaneously defeated, his strength would only increase with each passing moment. Ultimately, he unleashed his full power, and the blazing sword bow erupted with earth-shattering might, the searing white flames consuming the immense amalgamation entirely. As the flames dissipated, Wang Shi found himself suspended in midair, panting lightly. Below, the ground lay in ruins. A vast charred basin over several kilometers in diameter had replaced the original landscape, surrounded by web-like fissures. As though a calamity had struck, his gaze swept over the remnants of the eerie entity, and his heart sank at the sight of the shattered 3 eerie cores. This was disastrous. Indeed, the cold notification from the infinite system resonated in his mind. Detection of task target eerie cores has been destroyed. Task completed, returning soon. In a flash of light, both Wang Shi and the still unconscious Mo Ningning vanished from this devastated world. Chapter 53. Task Settlement and Agreement. Within the depths of a chaotic settlement space, in a small room of a grand edifice, a disheveled young female administrator, clad in pajamas and sucking on a lollipop, was idly scrolling through a glowing screen. Suddenly, a notification popped up, indicating that the reincarnator Wang Shi, designated number 1009527, had completed the cognitive eerie core world task. Finally, it's over. She sighed deeply, patting her unremarkable chest. At least she hadn't dismantled the world's backdrop this time. Merely 2 eerie cores, which sufficed. Although she still couldn't comprehend how Wang Shi had cheated in such a state, where even the system couldn't fully detect him. His numerous operational records were a jumble of gibberish, revealing only the outcomes. At least this time, his task score wouldn't be obliterated. However, when she opened the card acquisition list for Wang Shi's latest task, her lollipop fell with a thud onto the pristine control panel. He had gathered all 6 cards of the Dojang series, and even synthesized Dai Xingchuan Ren. Her eyes widened in disbelief. This card series was extremely unique. A task-specific item from the system. Normally, even if a reincarnator obtained 1 or 2 cards from the Dojang series within the task world, they could not opt to bring them back to the main world during settlement, making them effectively usable only in the task world. Yet the rules left a glimmer of hope. If one could gather all 6 cards at once, they could synthesize the Dark Gold card, Dai Xingchuan Ren, which would then be unrestricted and could be taken back. Moreover, this Dark Gold card also served as a ticket. This fellow not only exploited loopholes, but also possessed such outrageous luck. The girl scratched her messy hair, her expression conflicted. The ticket for Dai Xingchuan Ren, combined with his previous incomprehensible maneuvers. She stared at Wang Shi's profile on the screen, silent for a long time before finally appearing resolute. No, I must meet him personally, even if he hasn't reached the 5th tier, which doesn't meet the conventional recruitment standards. Such anomalies must be approached in advance. Otherwise, he'll cause me trouble again. On the other side, Wang Shi stood in the familiar settlement space. Beginning settlement of task contributions for reincarnator number 1009527. Temporary base establishment and resource gathering. Eerie entities killed. XXXXX. High-tier eerie entities killed, including special rule entities. 4th tier amalgamation destroyed. Eerie cores 3. Final task contribution evaluation complete. Task rating, SSS level. You may select 3 cards from this task world to bring back to the main world. A glowing screen appeared before Wang Shi, listing all the cards he had drawn in that eerie world. He quickly scanned through, and indeed, whether it was the synthesized Dark Gold card, Dai Xingchuan Ren, or the 6 cards that constituted it, their names were grayed out, indicating they were not selectable. Just as expected, I cannot take them. Wang Shi sighed. Though he anticipated this outcome, disappointment still lingered. He collected his thoughts and began to choose carefully. Draw your sword, and blazing sword bow. were highly compatible, and he wielded them adeptly. They must be selected. For the third card, his gaze fell upon Gene Ascension 3. This was a gold card he had drawn in the later stages of the task, unlocking the third-tier gene lock, greatly enhancing not only his physical attributes, but also significantly augmenting his brain, giving rise to telekinetic abilities that nearly rivaled his physical strength. Versatile in flight and object manipulation. It was exceedingly useful. These three shall suffice. Wang Shi made his selections. Selection confirmed. Preparing for return to the main world. With a flash of light, a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him. As his feet regained solid ground, Wang Shi found himself standing beside the dilapidated carousel of the abandoned amusement park. The night breeze carrying a chill. In the main world, only 11 days had passed. However, the scene before him tightened his heart as he gazed into the distance. The once brilliantly illuminated city center was now shrouded in an unusual darkness, with numerous buildings standing as mere shadows of their former selves, as if they had endured a cataclysm. The stillness of the night air was pierced by the distant wail of sirens. Almost simultaneously, a light flickered nearby, revealing Imo Ningming's figure. Following Wang Shi's gaze towards the desolate city, her professional instincts compelled her to straighten her posture, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. How could this be? Had that group of lunatics succeeded? In the main world, only 11 days had passed, yet for her, the nearly year-long struggle amidst the ruins. The search and reliance, along with the earth-shattering, eerie assault, felt achingly real. The premature conclusion of her mission indicated the destruction of the anomaly core. Having never seen the core herself, and with no third party present in the instance, it could only be Wang Shi's doing. The junior she had to protect in the ruins, the one who sought safety while carrying her, the one who could always scavenge supplies in dire situations. All these images flashed through her mind, culminating in the moment before her unconsciousness, that overwhelming monstrosity. And Wang Shi's words of apology, a blend of dependence, worry, confusion, and an indescribable sense of grievance and loss intertwined within her. She realized that her feelings for Wang Shi had transformed during their 11 months of shared life and death, evolving from a senior's care for a junior into a deeper concern, when the object of that concern suddenly displayed a power that demanded her admiration. The psychological impact was immense. She had many questions, but the tragic state of the city made her anxious. As the captain of the Reincarnator Affairs Bureau, having been missing for 11 days, and with such a significant event occurring in her jurisdiction, she needed to return immediately to address the situation. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to appear professional and composed, yet her slightly trembling voice betrayed her inner turmoil. Wang Shi, I must return to the Affairs Bureau. Pausing for a moment, she looked at him with a complex gaze, her tone inadvertently laced with a hint of confirmation that he would not vanish again. You should go back to school and stay put. Once I finish dealing with things, I will come find you. This statement felt less like a command and more like a promise. Wang Shi, troubled about how to explain himself, nodded in agreement. All right, senior. You go ahead. Mo Ningning cast him one last deep look before turning swiftly to leave. Wang Shi felt a sense of relief wash over him. He indeed needed time to collect his thoughts, especially regarding how to explain his sudden surge in power. He also did not wish to reveal too much. Turning towards the school, he walked while examining his recent gains. As his consciousness sank within, the slots that had once brimmed with 20 golden lights now felt considerably emptier, leaving only the 3 original purple cards and 3 recently chosen golden cards. Reveal Your Sword, Flameblade Bow, and Gene Ascension 3. Although diminished, the essence remained. Suddenly, his mind halted as he scanned the relatively empty area. Beside the golden cards floated a dark golden card, exuding a noble and profound aura. Air of the Great Sage, incomplete. Wang Shi's steps froze, his pupils constricting. How could it be here? This dark golden card, which should have remained in the task world, had inexplicably returned with him to the main world. Chapter 54. Embrace. Wang Shi was astonished by the appearance of Air of the Great Sage, incomplete. Yet, now in the main world, without suitable combat targets to validate its effects, and with the reality demanding he temper his power, it was not the time for ostentation. As the clock struck midnight, the time-stopping cycle of the main world had passed during his time in the task world. He returned to the school dormitory, witnessing the devastated scenes of the city, collapsed structures, displaced refugees, and disaster relief teams everywhere. Fortunately, the school area had remained untouched. Thanks to his identity as a reincarnator, his dormitory was preserved. Lying on the bed, he felt a long-lost softness, yet the estrangement from modern society after nearly a year, coupled with the shock of the disaster, left him wide awake. He opened the Reincarnator Forum, discovering a flood of messages regarding the assault of the Reincarnator True sect on the city. Summarizing the chaos, it seemed that this cult, for reasons unknown, had gone mad, attacking the city. Though they suffered a loss of one fourth-tier adept and countless lower-tier individuals under the assault of 3 fourth-tier members from the Affairs Bureau, another hidden fourth-tier of the cult successfully activated some formation, sending a portion of the city's population into reincarnation, and seemingly even summoned some high-ranking entity to assist in their escape. The destruction of much of the city was the aftermath of the clash between several fourth-tier powers. Sigh. The tragic scenes outside stirred a sense of reflection within Wang Shi, yet he did not feel compelled to take action, as his parents were not in this city. As the night deepened, while still browsing the forum information, the dormitory door was gently pushed open, and Mo Ningning quietly entered. Their eyes met, both surprised. "Were you waiting for me?" Mo Ningning asked softly, her tone carrying a subtle hint of anticipation. Wang Shi hesitated for a moment, then nodded, saying, "Yes. I thought you might come." They sat on the chairs by the desk, and the dimly lit room fell into silence. Only the distant emergency lights and moonlight faintly illuminated the space, outlining their blurred forms. Mo Ningning was dressed in a wrinkled uniform from the Affairs Bureau. Her long hair simply tied back, a few strands brushing her cheeks, revealing her fatigue, though her initial sharpness was still vaguely discernible. Even in the dim light, her weary yet beautiful features were evident. Finally, Mo Ningning broke the silence, her voice ringing distinctly in the stillness. "You were fighting that fourth-tier anomaly in the end, right?" "Yes," Wang Shi confirmed without denial. Upon receiving confirmation, Mo Ningning seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, yet her expression turned more perplexed. She began to softly recount her thoughts, narrating how they had struggled to survive in the task world, how she sought him, how she gradually shifted from protector to comrade in life and death, how he always managed to find supplies, and how his strength inexplicably surged. She recounted the cataclysmic battle and his apology. Initially, her tone was steady, but as she spoke faster, her emotions escalated. The conversation transitioned from the task world back to reality, discussing the grim state of the Affairs Bureau upon their return, the near-total sacrifice of her familiar teammates, and the immense pressure and uncertainty she faced as captain. "I once thought I could protect them all and handle everything, but now, I don't even understand what has happened." Her voice quivered, her shoulders trembling slightly, the accumulated pressure and complex emotions threatening to overflow at that moment. She lowered her head, gripping her knees tightly, struggling to maintain her composure. Wang Shi refrained from hastily explaining the secrets of his abilities, understanding that what Mo Ningning needed most at this moment was a listening ear and an outlet for her feelings. He simply sat in silence, observing her usually resolute shoulders tremble helplessly, listening to her restrained, nasally breaths. When he witnessed a tear escape her control, cascading onto the back of her tightly clenched hand, Wang Shi felt as though his heart had been gently pricked by something. He realized that, at this moment, any words might seem hollow. Perhaps what she needed most was merely a support. Wang Shi sighed softly, his voice low and gentle. "Xuejia." He stood up slowly, allowing her space to react. He approached her, bending slightly, his gaze level with the crown of her bowed head, refraining from immediate contact. Mo Ningning sensed his proximity, her body tensing slightly. Yet she did not raise her head or step back. Observing this, Wang Shi extended his arms, his movements deliberate and steady, first gently encircling her shoulders, then enveloping her in a complete, reassuring embrace. His arms did not bind her forcefully. Rather, they offered a reliable sanctuary, momentarily shielding her from the suffocating chaos of the outside world. Initially stiffening, Mo Ningning instinctively attempted to break free, but Wang Shi's embrace remained steadfast yet gentle. After a fleeting moment of resistance, perhaps the embrace came at just the right time, allowing her taut body to gradually relax. "Xuejia, there are some things I cannot fully articulate right now, but I have never intended to deceive you." Wang Shi's mind raced, the enhancements from the 3-tier gene lock fully engaging his brain. "In that world, it was you who made me feel I was not struggling alone. It was because of you that I could endure the initial phase. Now that I have returned, regardless of what transpires, I am here, and I will always support you." He made no specific promises nor revealed any core secrets, yet this honesty and the current reliance allowed Mo Ningning's tense emotions to gradually ease. She did not respond to the embrace, nor did she struggle further. Instead, she gently rested her forehead against his shoulder, as if she had finally found a temporary haven, allowing her pent-up tears to fall silently. After some time, Mo Ningning fell quiet, suddenly breaking free from Wang Shi's embrace. Her voice was cold and firm as she stated, "I must return. There are many matters awaiting my attention at the bureau. She stood and walked towards the door without looking back. Don't think I'll let you off for deceiving me. I'll settle the score with you later. But just as she turned to pull open the door, a beam of cool moonlight streamed through the window, momentarily illuminating one side of her cheek and ear. Wang Shi's enhanced vision clearly captured that under the moon's glow, the area around Mo Ningning's ear, along with a small patch of her neck, was tinged with a noticeable blush. The door closed softly, plunging the room back into darkness and silence, as if the previous scene had never transpired. Only the faint, elusive scent of Mo Ningning lingered in the air, attesting to her recent presence. Wang Shi stood rooted in place, gazing at the closed door, his heart a tumult of emotions as he murmured to himself, Wang Shi, you truly are something else. Chapter 55. The calm after the return. In the days that followed, Wang Shi lived quite leisurely. His primary task was to restore the mental energy expended during his 11 months of adventures in that bizarre world. His routine of time suspension became increasingly casual. The enhancement of his abilities allowed him a much broader range of activity during the 24-hour time freeze, enabling bolder actions. Having been tempered by the infinite realms, Wang Shi gained a deeper understanding of his time suspension ability. This power held a prestigious status, capable of influencing even the infinite system to a certain extent. While he was unsure of the highest tier of reincarnators encapsulated by the system from the publicly available information, it appeared that the fifth tier was the pinnacle of the current world, yet it was evident that the fifth tier was not the endpoint in the infinite world. Thus, it could be inferred that, theoretically, there should be no person or entity in the main world immune to his time suspension. Therefore, during his daily 24-hour time freeze, he was akin to a deity amongst mortals. Bars, government buildings, and all-night active venues became potential haunts for Wang Shi during his time stasis. However, a shred of conscience restrained him, preventing him from indulging recklessly on the land that had nurtured him. Since that night of their embrace, Wang Shi and Mo Ningning's encounters had noticeably increased. Usually, it was the busy Mo Ningning who carved out time to share a meal with him. They tacitly avoided mentioning the events of that night, their interactions seemingly reverting to the dynamic of senior and junior, albeit with an added layer of unspoken nuance in the air. One afternoon, after lunch, Mo Ningning wiped her mouth and casually inquired, "What are your plans moving forward? Just staying at school?" Wang Shi stirred his rice, replying vaguely, "I think I'll rest for a while. I'm a bit tired after just returning." That's fair." Mo Ningning nodded, not probing further, though a hint of complexity flickered in her eyes. She swiftly shifted the topic to some trivial matters concerning the Bureau's reconstruction, lamenting the shortage of personnel and the inexperience of the newly transferred staff. Wang Shi mostly listened, occasionally chiming in. He sensed that Mo Ningning no longer attempted to persuade him to join the Bureau as she had before. Perhaps the sacrifice of her entire team had subconsciously dissuaded her from involving Wang Shi in such perilous circumstances. In addition to their regular meetings, Wang Shi had also infiltrated the Reincarnator Bureau multiple times, previously hesitant to do so due to concerns that the authorities might possess means to detect his anomalies. He now understood that if even the infinite system could be influenced, the authorities were far less likely to have the means to detect time stasis. At the absolute zero point of time, he ambled through the bustling lobby of the Bureau. It remained brightly lit, with many new faces frozen in their working postures, evidently support personnel or newly recruited members from other branches. He spotted Mo Ningning seated alone at her workstation, her brow slightly furrowed, fingers hovering above her keyboard, seemingly troubled by a particularly challenging document. He was aware that it had been 10 days since the cult attack. Yet the devastation it wrought had yet to be fully addressed, with hundreds of thousands affected, creating ripples too vast to quell. As one of the surviving Tier 3 captains, Mo Ningning bore immense pressure and workload, so much so that she had to temporarily set aside her identity as a senior, which usually helped to ease her mind. He had also witnessed her during time stasis, participating in rescue operations at the disaster site or coordinating reconstruction efforts. Her focused yet weary figure being a stark contrast to the one before him. Beyond wandering around for amusement during time stasis, Wang Shi had ventured to the outskirts of the city to test his combat prowess in the Great River. He summoned the flame blade bow, reveling in the still waters, slicing through the frozen waves and leaving deep traces in his wake. However, he soon discovered an issue. The Dashing Chuanren, incomplete, dark gold card seemed to have heightened requirements for the battle environment. At the very least, he could not trigger its escalating strength effect by simply striking any monster as he did in the task world. The opponent had to withstand at least a couple of blows. He meticulously assessed his current strength. He carried 3 gold cards: Draw Your Sword, Flame Blade Bow, and Gene Ascension, Tier 3. along with 3 purple cards, placing him at the initial stage of Tier 3. Yet, with the addition of the dark gold card, his combat power was likely slightly stronger than the ordinary Tier 3 limit, though he had yet to genuinely touch the threshold of Tier 4. While Dashing Chuanren was formidable, it required time to accumulate and was based on a percentage enhancement of his foundational abilities rather than a fixed numerical increase. This implies that, should he encounter a fully unleashed 4th Order powerhouse, it is entirely possible that the adversary could eliminate him before he accumulates sufficient power. His previous prowess in the mission realm stemmed from the robust foundation provided by 20 gold cards and 10 purple cards, allowing him to surpass limits with ease. Now, as Wang Shi surveyed the destruction he had wrought upon the river, he understood that possessing the strength of a formidable 3rd Order warrior was already commendable. During a rare moment of leisure, Wang Shi and Mo Ningning dined at a quaint restaurant near their school. Wang Shi offered Mo Ningning a bite and inquired, "Senior, do you know how one transcends from the 4th to the 5th Order?" Mo Ningning, glancing at the food he had served her, couldn't help but smile as she replied, "I'm not certain. That seems far beyond my reach. The Bureau's database has stringent access regarding high-level content, and it is said that the path is highly personalized, lacking a fixed pattern. Simply possessing higher-tier cards does not guarantee ascension to the 5th Order." She looked up at Wang Shi, questioning, "Why the sudden curiosity?" "Just a casual inquiry." Out of curiosity, Wang Shi chuckled, swiftly diverting the topic. "By the way, does the Bureau have any methods for targeted teleportation to higher-order worlds? For instance, the 4th Order world?" "Absolutely not. Don't even think about it." Mo Ningning interrupted him sharply, her tone imbued with an undeniable seriousness. "Putting aside whether such options even exist, even if they do, it is not something you should be contemplating at this moment. The mortality rate in higher-order worlds is alarmingly high. Venturing there without adequate preparation is tantamount to courting death. Your strength may surpass mine, but the 4th Order world is off-limits. Let's wait until I reach my 3rd Order limit, then I will accompany you." Wang Shi silently nodded, aware that his plans to gather more dark gold cards had to be temporarily shelved. He could only salivate over the occasional appearances of 3rd Order world teleportation cards on the Reincarnator Forum, which required exorbitant amounts of reincarnation currency to access. His stock of gold and purple cards was far from saturation, yet he lacked sufficient reincarnation currency to purchase admission. Thus, the days drifted by languidly. Wang Shi spent his time recovering his spirits, honing his abilities, and occasionally meeting with Mo Ningning, while much of the time was spent in idleness. As he gazed out at the city gradually regaining its vitality and observed the myriad requests for team-ups or trades on the forum, a notion began to form in his mind. He needed to find something to engage in. If he continued in this state of idleness, he would inevitably turn into a carefree fool. Chapter 56. Farewell and underlying currents. The tranquil days following his return to the main world did not last long. On the 10th day after his return, Wang Shi noticed a palpable tension in the forum. Indeed, it seemed that the entire nation was stirred into alarm, with the Reincarnator Forum rife with accounts of the dark history of the Reincarnated Church. On the evening of the 20th day, Wang Shi encountered Mo Ningning downstairs at the dormitory. She was not clad in her usual attire or the wrinkled uniform, but instead wore a fitted black combat suit, clearly prepared for action. Her long hair was neatly tied back, and while her expression was inscrutable, her gaze was sharper than usual. "I am heading out on a mission," Mo Ningning stated bluntly, her face revealing no emotion. A heaviness settled in Wang Shi's heart. Given the recent discussions on the forum and the oppressive atmosphere in the city, he could surmise with near certainty that the Bureau was about to unleash a widespread retaliatory purge against the Reincarnated Church. With the blood debts of half the city as a catalyst, and fueled by various interests and the media's intentional guidance, public outrage had reached a boiling point, making this confrontation inevitable. Is there no way to avoid this? Having personally experienced the stark disparity between the 4th and 3rd Orders, Wang Shi was reluctant for Mo Ningning to face the front line and attempted to persuade her. "What if you encounter their 4th Order warriors? It could be exceedingly perilous. You should opt for a defensive position instead." "I must go," Mo Ningning asserted with unwavering determination. "The survivors in the city are mostly settled now, and my presence is less critical. My former teammates all perished at the hands of the Reincarnated Church. This vendetta cannot go unavenged." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she quickly averted her gaze, drawing in a deep breath. When she turned back, her expression had regained its resolve. She paused, seemingly wishing to instill confidence in Wang Shi, adding, "Moreover, the command has made significant preparations for this operation, aiming to sweep away their strongholds in this region with overwhelming force. The preparations are thorough, and the danger will not be substantial." She managed to smile. "Rest assured, I am no longer the same as before. My experiences with you have granted me another gold card, effectively making me a third-order warrior with 5 gold cards at my disposal. I can defend myself adequately. Besides, my father will be present as well. Wang Shi felt a flicker of relief within him. Given Mo Ningming's lineage from a family of reincarnators, the presence of her kin would undoubtedly enhance her safety. After sharing these thoughts, a brief silence enveloped them. As the evening breeze swept through, Mo Ningming lowered her head, unconsciously grinding a small pebble beneath her boot. Wang Shi noticed that her shoulders, typically so erect, appeared slightly hunched, betraying a vulnerability of which she seemed unaware. Senior, Mo Ningming lifted her gaze to meet Wang Shi's, her eyes reflecting a complex blend of concern, resolve, and perhaps an unarticulated dependence. She opened her mouth, ultimately uttering softly, "I will be careful." Then, as if seeking a surge of strength or fearing her own hesitation, she took a sudden step forward, her movements hurried, and embraced Wang Shi tightly. The embrace was firm, her arms encircling his waist, imbued with an essence of parting that felt almost poignant, as she buried her face briefly into his shoulder before releasing him. The entire action flowed seamlessly, tinged with a sense of desperation. "This is retribution for your previous indiscretion," she whispered, before turning to leave. Mo Ningming. Wang Shi instinctively called her name, reaching out to grasp her. Mo Ningming paused, without turning back, adopting an affectation of casualness as she playfully quipped, "What? If I don't go, the Bureau won't pay my salary. Are you going to support me?" Yet, Wang Shi found no humor in her words. It pierced him like a needle. Previously, in an effort to earn reincarnation currency, he had accepted some dubious commissions on the forum, which seemingly involved setting up specific formations or transporting unusual materials. In retrospect, those commissions were likely connected to the reincarnated church. At the time, he had thought little of it, but now, with Mo Ningming involved, it weighed heavily on his conscience. Fortunately, he had taken the precaution of investigating later, discovering that the items he had inadvertently assisted in deploying for the cult had never been activated. This meant he bore little to no responsibility, which brought him a sense of relief. Simultaneously, the enhancement of his mental faculties through the third-order genetic lock ignited his thoughts, prompting him to recall the information he had gleaned from his numerous incursions into the Bureau to peruse their archives. Since the cataclysmic arrival of the Infinite System a century ago, the emergence of reincarnators had compelled nations worldwide to hastily establish response agencies, including the Reincarnator Affairs Bureau. However, the initial reaction of the land beneath him had been catastrophic. The ruling powers attempted to forcibly control this newly emerging force with antiquated thinking, compounded by a decaying system, resulting in their early development lagging far behind other nations. It was not until a suppressed reincarnator broke through to the Fourth Order, disregarding the technological weaponry of the time, that the old order was overturned with sheer might. After enduring a prolonged period of turmoil and reconstruction, a new paradigm has gradually emerged, characterized by the synergistic development of the forces of the reincarnators and the national apparatus, allowing this land to once again stand at the pinnacle of the world. In contrast, the situation abroad presents a starkly different picture, perhaps due to an excessive emphasis on freedom. The arrival of an unbounded world led to the emergence of an extremist organization known as Luanhui Jinjiao, or the True Teachings of Reincarnation, 80 years ago. Its doctrines are perverse, advocating that true knowledge and liberation can only be attained through death and reincarnation, even claiming that some adherents have successfully returned from their rebirths. Over the course of 80 years, this sect has spread globally, employing various means akin to a virus, and in certain regions, it has even managed to rival local governmental agencies, at times surpassing them. Only in this land known as Longhua, fortified by a stringent organization and formidable strength, has its influence been curtailed to a mere trickle of infiltration. Consequently, the initiative taken by the Longhua Reincarnator Affairs Bureau to eradicate domestic and neighboring cults represents, in a sense, a national endeavor to confront a colossal shadow that looms over the globe. This is no trivial undertaking. Wang Shi sensed that the entire nation's power was subtly surging. Although the forum appeared tranquil, some astute posts had begun to unveil unusual signs. The whereabouts of certain renowned fourth-tier powers had become shrouded in secrecy. Traces of large-scale resource allocations were becoming apparent, and the inhumane actions of the reincarnation cult were continuously being exposed. An immense, intangible force was coalescing above this planet, poised to strike with ferocity in any direction, be it nearby or across the ocean. With his thoughts returning to the present, Wang Shi observed Ma Ningming's slender yet resolute figure as she was about to vanish at the intersection. while simultaneously perceiving the dark golden card that floated quietly in his mind, emanating a profound power. Dashing Chuanren, Kank, was faintly glowing. He sighed softly, feeling a sense of boredom. It would be prudent to engage in some activity, perhaps as a means of amusement. Chapter 57. Target Songhua. Acquiring the movements of the Affairs Bureau was not a daunting task, at least not for Wang Shi. Having learned from his previous setbacks in the third-tier world, and noting that the materials he was attempting to surreptitiously observe were of a clearly higher confidentiality level, Wang Shi exercised exceptional caution this time. He utilized the telekinetic abilities bestowed by Jin Feishing San throughout the operation, ensuring he did not come into direct contact with any object, moving silently within the realm of absolute time stasis. At the stroke of midnight, he entered the Affairs Bureau, which was rather desolate as many personnel had been reassigned. He was quite familiar with this place, having visited it multiple times during time stasis. This time, he levitated using telekinesis, ensuring no traces were left behind, and made his way directly to the office of the head of the Reincarnator Affairs Bureau. With a flick of his telekinetic force, he opened the door, revealing the director, a formidable figure of third-tier limit strength, frozen in the act of reviewing documents behind his desk. He remained here as a guardian force. Wang Shi disregarded his presence, directing his telekinesis to sift through the papers on the desk and the files within the cabinets, swiftly extracting pertinent information. Fortunately, such confidential documents were not stored on the director's computer or phone. He located a physical document within a safe using the key from the director's waist. Soon enough, he found the temporary deployment location and ultimate strategic objective of the action team to which Ma Ningning belonged. Songhua. Wang Shi raised an eyebrow at the name noted on the document. This island nation, located to the east of Longhua, across the sea, was indeed unvisited by him. However, having researched certain cultural exports pertaining to this country from his past life, he thought it would be an opportune time to explore it, especially since he was feeling rather bored. Nevertheless, prior to becoming a reincarnator, and in even more distant memories, he had amassed some knowledge about this nation. With the prospect of his 24-hour time stasis in mind, a smirk crept onto his lips, accompanied by some rather irreverent thoughts. Bringing glory to the nation? Perhaps it could be considered an ancillary project. However, he quickly reminded himself to focus on the matter at hand. He continued to hover in midair, utilizing telekinesis to peruse related documents, attempting to piece together a more complete picture. The information indicated that the conflict between Longhua and Luanhui Jinjiao was not an abrupt eruption, but had long been foreshadowed. Several years ago, or even longer, as Longhua rose robustly in various domains, it had encountered numerous under-the-radar frictions with this global cult organization. The recent attacks by the cult on Longhua's cities were a frenzied act of retaliation following a critical negotiation breakdown. Longhua had not anticipated such audacity, even sacrificing a valuable fourth-tier combatant to protect the activation of the formation. The devastation of half a city and the loss of hundreds of thousands of lives inflicted a grievous toll on Longhua. Yet, from another perspective, this display of power provided Longhua with an excellent pretext to unite the populace and justifiably launch a purge. Moreover, Songhua, the destination of Ma Ningning, was a significant stronghold for the reincarnation cult in the eastern continent. Regardless of the eventual outcome of this large-scale purge, uprooting this thorn would greatly solidify Longhua's influence in the surrounding region, carrying substantial strategic significance. The document also mentioned that synchronized actions were taking place in other regions, but the director's authority did not extend to uncovering more details. For Wang Shi, knowing Ma Ningning's current position and ultimate destination was sufficient. There was still ample time remaining in the time stasis. He continued to use telekinesis to return the documents to the safe, reattach the key to the director, and restore the papers to their original positions, as his enhanced mental acuity enabled him to replicate the original scene with impeccable accuracy, as if no one had ever been there. Following this, he used the coordinates from the documents to glide through the corridor and head towards the outskirts of the city. Upon exiting the urban area, Wang Shi began to traverse the land at an astonishing speed, far surpassing ordinary transportation. When encountering soft, muddy ground or areas that could leave traces, he resorted to low-altitude flight, ensuring not a single clue was left behind. Ma Ningning had set off during the day, and the gathering point was a concealed valley not far from the city. After a few hours, Wang Shi arrived at his destination. In a clearing deep within the valley, he beheld a well-organized formation of reincarnators, numbering in the hundreds. Ma Ningning stood at the front of one of the formations, seemingly engaged in a pre-battle mobilization or training. Clad in full combat gear, she stood tall, her expression serious, with her mouth half open, clearly delivering a speech. Among the million reincarnators worldwide, those at the third tier were already exceptional, with only a few tens of thousands. As a third-tier captain, she naturally commanded considerable authority. Wang Shi observed her commanding presence with quiet admiration, noting the stark contrast to the vulnerable side she had revealed not long ago beneath the dormitory. He suddenly recalled the last time he had smoothed her furrowed brow during time stasis, and after a moment's thought, he quietly approached her once more. Extending his hand to gently brush over her slightly furrowed brow, Wang Shi did not intend to directly reveal the secret of time stasis, but this clandestine interaction, known only to the two of them, served as his silent support. He was confident that, with Ma Ningning's intelligence, she would likely sense this unusual care as being from him, and would not disclose it. That was enough. Upon confirming that Ma Ningning was in good spirits, and that her journey was indeed accompanied by a formidable team, Wang Shi felt a sense of relief. He proceeded to replicate his earlier actions within the command tent at the valley camp. Swiftly scanning the operational plans and troop configurations in front of a number of elite third-tier individuals, gaining a clearer grasp of the overall situation. He pondered the whereabouts of the fourth-tier powers. With such a grand assembly, the involvement of the fourth tier was certain. Yet he remained uncertain whether the most enigmatic fifth tier would make an appearance. Following his previous experience with the strength of the fourth tier, Wang Shi developed a keen interest in the even higher fifth tier. According to the information he currently possesses, the disparity in strength from the third to the fourth tier is already quite remarkable, yet it is the fifth tier that signifies a true metamorphosis. Merely possessing dozens of temporary dark gold cards within a dungeon does not equate to reaching the fifth tier, nor does having cards surpassing dark gold. Wang Shi is aware that the breakthrough to the fifth tier is highly individualized. He knows little else. And there is scant information regarding the fifth tier on the Reincarnator Forum. Setting aside various documents concerning troop movements and the restoration of mental energy in the command tent, he silently retraced his steps back to his dormitory in the city. Time was about to resume its flow. Lying on his dormitory bed, a myriad of thoughts flitted through Wang Shi's mind, piecing together fragments of information. He understood that as a wild yet registered reincarnator, he could not simply vanish into thin air to undertake actions. Otherwise, upon reappearing, misunderstandings could easily arise, and he was not invincible. He needed to undertake some superficial measures to conceal his true intentions. A plausible excuse was necessary to explain the uncertainty of his forthcoming movements. Moreover, how was he to reach Songhua, and what course of action should he take upon arrival? A bold plan began to take shape in his mind. Chapter 58. The final affection time resumed its flow. Ma Ningning stood at the front of the line, her words halfway through. In that instant, an extremely familiar and gentle sensation unexpectedly reappeared at her forehead, akin to what she had felt not long ago in that desolate world. As if someone had delicately brushed against her with their fingertips. Her voice momentarily faltered, but she quickly regained her composure. Drawing from her past experience, she displayed no signs of abnormality and continued her pre-battle motivational speech. It was only after the briefing concluded and the team members dispersed to make their final preparations that Ma Ningning seized the opportunity to patrol the camp. Making her way to a secluded corner at the edge of the encampment, she slowly crouched down, instinctively raising her hand to rub her forehead. Previously, she could attribute the sensation to her unhealed injuries or the illusions generated by her cultivation of Darifu Bai. But in this heavily guarded encampment within the territory of Longhua, the recurrence of the same feeling could hardly be deemed coincidental. A name almost instantaneously leapt into her mind, Wang Shi. Considering his unknown strength and his uncanny ability to navigate perilous situations, Ma Ningning was nearly certain that this elusive, almost supernatural method was his doing. This silent, spatially transcendent touch felt like a unique form of comfort, akin to a wordless support. Realizing the source of this reassurance, a wave of warmth rose involuntarily from the depths of her heart. This fellow, she couldn't help but chuckle, but soon, laughter was replaced by worry. Had he followed her secretly? Why hadn't he enlisted to accompany the main force? What would happen if he encountered danger? Wang Shi was so bold, so audacious. What if the more she pondered, the more anxious she became? Ma Dui, the command center requests your presence. Came a call from a team member in the distance. Ma Ningning took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumult of her thoughts, her expression returning to the calm and resolute demeanor expected of a third-tier powerhouse. He has arrived. She responded affirmatively, burying her complex feelings deep within for the time being, and returned to a state of heightened readiness. A night passed in silence. After a restful sleep, Wang Shi felt invigorated. He first visited the school, using family matters as an excuse to request an extended leave. and then boldly proceeded to the Reincarnator Affairs Bureau to report his intended departure. "I haven't been home in 6 months. I wish to visit my parents and stay for a while," he stated to the staff at the reception window, his demeanor casual. This was a reasonable excuse, sufficient to allow him to vanish from the official's view for a time. While processing the paperwork, Wang Shi noticed that his registered information at the bureau still reflected him as a second-tier reincarnator. He immediately understood that this was Ma Ningning's act of kindness. She had refrained from reporting his experiences in the third-tier world and had not disclosed his potential hidden strength to the bureau. Had his file been updated to reflect the third tier during this critical period, he could have been forcibly conscripted by the bureau to participate in frontline actions. This unintentional consideration from Ma Ningning warmed Wang Shi's heart. After completing the simple registration of his whereabouts, he boarded the high-speed train heading back to his hometown. Since acquiring the ability to halt time, he had yet to return. The rapidly passing scenery outside the window stirred a few memories of his hometown. It would be good to return for a visit, especially since he was planning to embark on a grand undertaking across the ocean soon. Wang Shi's hometown in this life is a tranquil micro-town nestled in the southwestern mountainous region, surrounded by mountains and rivers, with a leisurely pace of life that starkly contrasts with the bustling cities. His sudden return brought both surprise and joy to his parents. His mother busied herself with preparing meals, while his father cheerfully engaged him in conversation. The home was imbued with a simple yet warm atmosphere, momentarily dispelling the tension within Wang Shi's heart. He relished this rare tranquility, conversing with his parents and enjoying a hearty, wholesome dinner. That evening, as Wang Shi sat in the courtyard enjoying the cool breeze, his father approached carrying a cup of hot tea, sitting down on the bamboo chair beside him. His father began, using the familiar dialect, his gaze warm as he spoke. "Wang Shi, you have always been more sensible than other children, with your own thoughts, capable of holding weighty matters in your heart." He paused, seemingly reminiscing. "In elementary and middle school, you excelled academically. We thought you were a prodigy, haha. However, in high school, we noticed that you seemed to struggle a bit more, but you never complained, and we knew you were doing your best." Wang Shi listened silently. His father was correct. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary person. The knowledge in elementary and middle school was simplistic enough for him to manage with adult reasoning and foundational knowledge. He had even been labeled a child prodigy and appeared on television. However, high school presented fierce competition, and even with the advantage of past memories, without genuine talent and utmost effort, it was indeed challenging to maintain a top position. In this life, he had not taken his studies seriously but had rather enjoyed his youth, resulting in mediocre performance during high school. He scored just over 600 on the college entrance examination, disappointing many reincarnators. His father shifted the tone of the conversation to a more serious note, continuing, "Now that you're back, I can see that although you wear a smile, you're certainly hiding something. Are you planning on going far?" "Where to?" Wang Shi was taken aback, turning to look at his father. He hadn't expected his parents to be so perceptive, sensing his unease and speculating about his actions. His father patted his shoulder, a look of concern mingling with understanding and resolve on his face. "You've grown up, and you have your own path to follow. Your mother and I may not understand the matters of young people today, but we know you are a good child. As long as you're not heading off to do anything bad, feel free to venture wherever you wish. You don't need to worry about us at home." His mother had also appeared at the door at some point. Under the warm light, her eyes were filled with support and reluctance. Wang Shi felt a lump in his throat. His parents were unaware that he had become a reincarnator, nor did they know of the numerous crises he had faced. They merely sensed the changes in their son through the most fundamental bonds of familial love and chose to offer unwavering trust and support. This silent guardianship held more power than any grandiose declarations. He nodded earnestly, assuring them, "Dad, Mom, rest assured, I won't do anything wrong. I just need to go on a trip, and it may take some time." He refrained from elaborating on the matters of reincarnation, as that would only heighten his parents' worries. Wang Shi earnestly implored his parents, should anyone inquire, to assert that he had been at home with them all along. Exchanging glances filled with lingering doubt, his parents unhesitatingly acquiesced, saying, "All right, we know what to say." The alibi was meticulously prepared, and all was in readiness. That evening, Wang Shi engaged in prolonged conversation with his parents, recounting amusing anecdotes from school and even mentioning Ma Ningning, eliciting a chorus of affectionate laughter from them until the late hours of the night. As the clock struck midnight, the world came to an abrupt standstill. In the living room, his mother was diligently inspecting the luggage she had prepared for him, while his father attempted to tuck a package of specialty peanuts inside. Their motions and expressions of concern were frozen in that moment. Observing his parents, still busily attending to him within the suspended time, Wang Shi felt a pang of emotion. He stepped forward, extending his arms to embrace his parents, a transient yet fervent hug, as if wishing to etch this warmth deep into his heart. He did not take any of the provisions prepared by his parents. Instead, he turned and stepped into the stillness of the night. With the synergy of his mental prowess and superhuman physical capabilities, he vanished into the vast wilderness, racing towards the Eastern Sea. Chapter 59. Arrival at Sanghua. Thanks to AHA54188 for the bubble tea, Wang Shi commenced his arduous journey. His mode of travel was remarkably systematic. During the 24 hours of time suspension that began at midnight, he would traverse at high speeds along highways or railways, moving with the swiftness of the wind. Once the time stop concluded and the world resumed its normal flow, he would find a concealed spot to rest and recuperate or advance stealthily through the wilderness. The cumulative effects of various card abilities, particularly the physical enhancements from genetic ascension, significantly reduced his need for food and water, though he occasionally felt a pang of hunger. At times, during the stillness of the night, he would stealthily infiltrate a night market in a city along his route, quickly savoring a meal amidst the frozen hustle of the crowd, relishing a moment of warmth. More often, he hunted in the wilderness, indulging in the flavors of nature. He endeavored to conceal his movements, avoiding main roads and crowds. By nature, Wang Shi abhorred constraints, opting for a near-silent approach. This journey, rather than being solely for the greater good of Longhua, was equally driven by his concern for Emo Ningning, coupled with a sense of ennui from lingering in his homeland. Perhaps I am inherently a selfish person, he sometimes mused. The grand ideals of nation and duty sounded overly lofty and disingenuous, far less tangible and potent than the personal motives of seeking joy and connection. Along the way, he seized an opportunity during a time stop to randomly enter a bookstore in a city, where he acquired learning materials and audio resources for Sangyu. The third-level genetic lock dramatically enhanced his cognitive abilities, allowing him to learn at an extraordinary rate. In just 3 hours of fervent reading, memorization, and comprehension, he committed an entire thick Sangyu dictionary and an advanced grammar book to memory, ascending from a novice who could only utter a few phrases such as Yamiati, Nani, and Bagayalu to achieving N1 level proficiency in the Sangyu language. The N1 level represents the pinnacle of this examination, signifying that the user can comprehend and adeptly utilize Sangyu in various contexts. Wang Shi had attained a level sufficient for in-depth academic or business discourse in a Sangyu environment. Naturally, his spoken pronunciation retained a degree of stiffness, and he was unfamiliar with some local slang, yet he believed that once immersed in an authentic linguistic environment, he would swiftly master the nuances. While on the move, he also kept a vigilant eye on global public opinion. Although large-scale battles had yet to officially erupt, tensions worldwide were palpable, and the information warfare had long since commenced, though the flames of conflict had yet to ignite. No one could predict where the first sparks of war would flare, yet all understood that when true warfare broke out, it would be cataclysmic. After 10 days of elapsed time in the real world, Wang Shi finally reached the eastern coastline. He arrived at the seaside during a time stop. Given the current tense situation, the coastline of Longhua was heavily patrolled. Wang Shi believed that if he were to leave brazenly, he might very well encounter a 4th-level agent from the Bureau of Reincarnators. Eschewing conventional vessels, Wang Shi waded into the inky waters on a moonless night. The effects of the temporary adaptation evolution card activated, allowing him, despite his 3rd-level physique's relatively slower adaptation rate, to move effortlessly underwater. Like a fish, he glided through the water, which resumed its flow as he approached and observed, propelling him swiftly eastward. Another 10 days passed, and Wang Shi neared the maritime boundaries of Sanghua. He meticulously calculated his timing, synchronizing with a time stop to navigate through the underwater listening arrays established by Sanghua and the patrol zones of the reincarnators. Within the absolute stillness of the world, he became an invisible specter, silently traversing every defense line. Emerging from the frozen waters, Wang Shi hovered in midair, droplets cascading from his form, momentarily suspended before being caught in the time stop. Utilizing his mental power, he enveloped the droplets and gently returned them to the still surface of the sea, ensuring no trace remained. Without leaving footprints on the soft sand, he remained suspended, releasing a breath of relief. At last, he had arrived. With a mere thought, he summoned forth a surge of fiery energy within him, instantly evaporating the water clinging to his clothes and body. He swiftly crossed the beach and alighted at the edge of a dense grove nearby, his figure merging into the shadows. As the time stop concluded, time resumed its flow, and the waves crashed against the shore, as if nothing had transpired. Simultaneously, on the other side of the world, within the borders of Longhua, Preparations by the Bureau of Reincarnators had entered their final phase. The information and cyber warfare had quietly commenced. Mo Ningning awaited her departure at another reincarnator base. The reincarnator sect was mobilizing forces globally, a dark mist coalescing from all corners of the world to encircle Longhua, its shadows writhing. As the front line, Sanghua had become acutely aware of the impending conflict, heightening its vigilance, with naval vessels patrolling the waters and airborne reincarnators darting overhead, while the coastal defenses remained impenetrable. Yet no one was aware that a shadow traversing the currents of time had silently infiltrated this nation. Wang Shi stood in the shadows of a towering building, gazing upon the orderly yet tumultuous coastal city of Sanghua, inhaling deeply as a long-forgotten exhilaration surged within him. He even felt an urge to throw back his head and howl, releasing the myriad suppressions he had endured in Longhua. Did he not choose to become a reincarnator in pursuit of power and the freedom that accompanied it? Was it not to witness a broader, more fantastical world? However, within the land that had nurtured him, invisible rules and the ties of human sentiment, especially his concerns for his parents and Mo Ningning, often rendered him feeling constrained. At this moment, in a foreign land, concealed identity, wielding the absolute trump card of time stop, and possessing sufficient strength to confront most crises, a profound sense of freedom washed over him. Here, he could finally act according to his own will, unburdened by excessive reservations. He stifled the impulse to act immediately. At this moment, it is not a time of stasis. Rash actions could easily expose one to the peril of attracting the attention of multiple fourth-tier entities. Wang Shi patiently awaited the dawn, emerging from the shadows of a secluded alley like an unassuming traveler, seamlessly blending into the gradually bustling crowd. The rapid flow of the local language, Sangyu, filled his ears as he discreetly adjusted his slightly awkward pronunciation while swiftly organizing the classified information he had reviewed in his mind. The situation in Sanghua is quite unique. Its official Reincarnators organization and the Reincarnation True Sect are publicly at odds, yet privately intertwined with countless connections, even to the extent of mutual dependence. They are all cut from the same cloth, and given the historical transgressions of this land, Wang Shi need not worry about inadvertently harming the Sanghua authorities. With a clear objective for his current operation, Wang Shi resolved to create as much chaos as possible in this land, stirring the winds of turmoil without requiring a definitive plan. He was indifferent to how the ensuing chaos might unfold or whether it would impact the people of Sanghua. He simply needed to know that the murkier the waters became, the lesser the pressure on Mo Ningning on the front lines. As for whether this might inadvertently assist the officials of Longhua, it was of no concern to him. If the officials of Longhua were fortunate, so be it. This was what he could do and what he desired to accomplish. With this thought, a myriad of bold and cunning ideas began to emerge from the depths of his mind, and his eyes sparkled with determination. On his first day in Sanghua, Wang Shi experienced a tranquil yet extravagant existence, emboldened by his status as a foreigner. Nevertheless, he maintained a fundamental level of vigilance. Subtle adjustments to his muscles and bones allowed him to adopt an unremarkable visage, deliberately avoiding surveillance cameras at street corners. When evasion proved impossible, a gust of wind would fortuitously lift fallen leaves or debris, momentarily obscuring the camera's view or capturing only his disguised silhouette. In the morning, he made a point to experience the subway, one of the legendary underground iron tails. He mingled among the throngs of people, scanning faces marked by fatigue or apathy. Yet no daring souls emerged to perform for the public. Wang Shi discreetly utilized his telekinetic abilities to borrow some local currency from a few weary workers' wallets for potential emergencies. At midday, he entered a bustling restaurant, ordering a signature sushi and a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. After sampling a few bites, he grimaced internally, deeming the flavor mediocre and unworthy of its reputation. By mid-afternoon, he stealthily approached a high school, coinciding with the release of students. Observing clusters of high school girls in sailor uniforms chattering away as they exited the gates, Wang Shi felt a tinge of disappointment. The vibrant and youthful scene he had envisioned failed to materialize. Most girls appeared rather ordinary, short and stout, their skirts adhering to modest lengths, with only a few standing out. Realizing his Sangyu was too formal, he resolved to learn some local vernacular, perhaps even slang, for future use. Boldly initiating conversation, he leveraged his unique aura as a reincarnator, his striking appearance, and most importantly, the local currency to find a naive young girl in desperate need of money to serve as a temporary tutor. Utilizing this girl, he acquired some language skills. And once he confirmed that his speech bore no difference from that of the locals, he left her with ample cash, satisfied with his progress. In a foreign land, Coupled with the transformation afforded by unlocking his genetic potential, he felt liberated to act with far fewer reservations as long as he did not cross his inner moral boundaries. As night fell, the city illuminated with vibrant lights, Wang Shi curiously ventured into the unique red light district of Sanghua. The neon glow and the mingling sense of perfume and suggestiveness enveloped him. He discreetly scanned several women standing by the street with his telekinetic abilities, noting their physical conditions and any concealed health issues that registered clearly in his mind. Finding the environment unclean, he frowned slightly, despite his current resilience to ordinary ailments. His psychological aversion to filth rendered him disinterested in such women, regarding them as ill-fated. Having thoroughly learned the local Sangyu during the day, he no longer needed to roam for information. He turned and left the clamor behind. His day of wandering was not without purpose. He had silently noted several heavily guarded residences of high-ranking officials and areas explicitly marked as off-limits within the city, including the location of the local Reincarnata Management Agency's affairs office. He had thoroughly mapped the city's fundamental layout. When the clock struck midnight, the world abruptly froze in absolute stillness. The bustling night market and flickering neon lights were suspended in time. A figure adorned with a monkey mask leisurely appeared in the restricted port area outside the city. It was Wang Shi. Having experienced leisure, it was now time for him to engage in something genuinely intriguing. For his upcoming actions, he planned to don the monkey mask, adapting to it beforehand. Gazing upwards, he observed several sleek destroyers quietly docked in the port, their bridges adorned with the flag of the Free State. This was indeed an overseas military base of the Free State, situated adjacent to that coastal city, which was one of the reasons Wang Shi chose to land nearby. He had long been curious about the terrifying firepower of modern destroyers. The information available online was either outdated or vague, and now he had the opportunity to test it firsthand. With a graceful leap, Wang Shi soared into the base, directly penetrating the interior of one of the destroyers. He cautiously maintained a state of levitation, avoiding contact with any objects to prevent leaving traces. In the bridge command room, his telekinetic abilities acted like invisible puppet strings, manipulating the crew to swiftly peruse the manuals on the control panel. Having casually mastered the language of the Free State during his time in a bookstore, he quickly comprehended the general procedures for missile launches, particularly the emergency offline launch mode. In the officer's lounge, he located a target, a disheveled mid-ranking officer of the Free State, a second-tier reincarnator, currently entangled with a local woman. Wang Shi's expression remained unchanged as he summoned his telekinetic force, seizing control of the officer, hastily dressing him in a couple of garments, and maneuvering him like a marionette into the combat chamber. "You shall serve as the scapegoat," he thought with a cold smile. Following the instructions in the manual, he positioned the officer at the launch station, mentally calculating the trajectory. The target was precisely the Reincarnator Affairs Office and those several restricted zones he had marked earlier, among which lay the Reincarnation Sect stronghold he learned about from the Affairs Bureau of Longhua. Time stasis is not an entirely objective cessation. Wang Shi's thoughts stirred. This was his realization after extensive study. It resembled a domain influenced by his subjective perception, possessing its own logic of time stasis. Otherwise, light, air, and even gravity would become utterly frozen, rendering him incapable of sight, breath, or movement. At this moment, he adjusted the launch mode to offline, requiring that the initial electrical signals for missile launch flow within a minimal range. He concentrated, following the telekinetic pathways he sensed, carefully navigating along the circuit paths while cautiously lifting the time stasis in the corresponding area. A faint hum of electric current seemed to resonate within the frozen world, transmitting a signal outward. Wang Shi continued his operations, diligently controlling the brief suspension of time until it enveloped the launch site. Suddenly, several missiles howled forth from the vertical launch units, trailing blazing tails. Mere meters from the muzzle, they, along with the erupting flames and thick smoke, were once again suspended within the realm of time, creating a grotesque yet oppressive tableau in midair. Success. Wang Shi nodded in satisfaction. He replicated the process, turning his attention to two other destroyers in the port, similarly designating an officer from each to bear the blame. To his surprise, yet not entirely unexpected, these officers were all extracted from the beds of different women. Wang Shi couldn't help but inwardly scoff. The military discipline of the Free State truly lived up to its reputation. He chose not to massacre these soldiers and reincarnators during the time halt. Leaving them alive would allow them, along with the missiles launched, to become the spark igniting the suspicions between the Free State, Sanghua, and the Reincarnation Sect, making for a far more intriguing spectacle. Moreover, should he desire bloodshed, he could do so at any moment. With a flicker of his form, Wang Shi departed from the military base, heading towards the several forbidden areas of the coastal city he had noted earlier, before the missiles could wreak havoc. Chapter 61. Unexpected gains and paths to strength within the realm of time suspension. The world resembled a meticulously crafted, yet lifeless canvas. Previously, within the Free State military base, he had indeed encountered a high-ranking office, likely assigned to a fourth-tier adept. Alas, the principal was absent, allowing that fourth-tier individual to escape unscathed. Otherwise, Wang Shi would not have hesitated to eliminate him. Wang Shi first entered the stronghold of the reincarnation sect, contrary to the corruption and depravity witnessed at the military base. The reincarnation sect, though labeled a cult by the Longhua, was remarkably orderly and efficient within its stronghold. Members maintained a vigilant or work-oriented demeanor during the time suspension, showing no sign of laxity. In stark contrast to the madness of the third-tier priest he had encountered previously, the individuals here appeared exceptionally rational. As he ventured deeper into the stronghold, he came upon a space resembling a lounge. Wang Shi keenly observed several legendary female ninjas clad in form-fitting attire, their alluring figures on full display as they reclined or sat in repose. Curiosity piqued, Wang Shi approached, reaching out to examine and verify, only to curl his lip in disappointment. He had initially thought them real, only to discover they were entirely artificial, lacking in excitement. Ignoring the numerous members of the reincarnation sect, Wang Shi continued his exploration. In the biological laboratory, he observed a dozen researchers diligently engaged in some study. Upon inspection, it seemed related to an ultimate plan of the reincarnation sect, with this stronghold assigned specific research tasks. Perusing the documentation, he discovered that the laboratory pointed directly to the headquarters in Dongjing, which he meticulously noted. Continuing onward, he found the warehouse neatly organized, containing not only the peculiar items he had directly encountered, but also various strategic supplies. In a chapel designated for prayers, a third-tier priest was addressing the attendees about a plan referred to as the reincarnation world. The concept bore a striking resemblance to the infinite world of the system. Could there be a connection? At that moment, Wang Shi stood before a mural, softly reciting the prayer of the reincarnation sect. Praise the flesh and blood of reincarnation, a cage of the mundane world, transcendence and rebirth. The mural depicted not only the prayer, but also the origin of the reincarnation sect. 80 years prior, a fourth-tier reincarnator perished in a fifth-tier world. Yet, it seemed a divine miracle occurred, as a deity preserved his consciousness, allowing this foreign reincarnator to return, now possessing fifth-tier strength. In reverence for divine grace, he founded the true church of reincarnation, venerating the deity of reincarnation. Ultimately, the reincarnation sect's goal was to establish a divine realm, where all reincarnators could be reborn and collectively resist the enemies of the deity. Wang Shi understood that the narrative depicted on the mural undoubtedly contained exaggerations and elements of deification. Yet it also conveyed pertinent information. The current leader of the reincarnation sect had been a fifth-tier figure stirring up turmoil 80 years ago, with aspirations established then to create the reincarnation world and confront the enemies of the deity. Wang Shi pondered deeply. What he observed starkly contrasted with the domestic portrayal of the reincarnation sect as chaotic and fanatical, solely intent on sending individuals into reincarnation. Based on his observations here, the reincarnation sect possessed ambition and determination, not resembling a mindless cult bent on global destruction. However, the fact that they had sacrificed half the population of Longhua remained undeniable. This exploration not only failed to clarify Wang Shi's doubts, but instead intensified them. He had grasped the overt objectives of the reincarnation sect. Yet what role did the Longhua Affairs Bureau play? From Wang Shi's perspective, although the Bureau's actions against the reincarnation sect seemed justified, they appeared overly hasty. Moreover, given the Bureau's long-standing opposition to the reincarnation sect, was it truly possible they were unaware of the sacrificial activities occurring in his city? Could they genuinely allow a fourth-tier individual from the reincarnation sect to establish a formation within the city for an entire week? The more he contemplated, the more dubious the situation appeared. Ultimately, he shook his head, relinquishing his thoughts. Lacking sufficient information, any speculation would be futile. When time permitted, he could leverage the time suspension to visit both the headquarters of the Longhua Affairs Bureau and the reincarnation sect's headquarters in the Free State to uncover the truth. Having overlooked the mural, he proceeded with his activities. Beyond gathering information, the actual spoils of his endeavor were paramount. In the secret chamber of the reincarnation sect's stronghold, he discovered a substantial stack of world teleportation cards, along with various unbound equipment and item cards brought back from the infinite world. After thoroughly scouring the place, he then ventured to the Sanghua Affairs office, taking everything of importance, except for a needle and thread. Upon inventorying his findings, Wang Shi was astonished to find not only several unbound weapon and item cards, but also dozens of first-tier world teleportation cards, 10 second-tier world teleportation cards, both directional and random. Remarkably, he even secured 2 rather precious random third-tier world teleportation cards, though regrettably not directional, making it impossible to ascertain which world he would be transported to in advance. This newfound capability allowed him to enter the infinite world at any time, further augmenting his strength. To a significant extent, it addressed his ultimate privilege concerns, and Wang Shi felt satisfied as he tucked these cards away. Perhaps this was the true purpose of his excursion. The weapon and item cards he had no immediate use for, alongside the first and second-tier teleportation cards, could be exchanged for a considerable sum of reincarnation coins, far surpassing the meager earnings he would have garnered through tedious labor in the Longwa. This single venture could equate to more than a decade of grueling work on the Reincarnator's Forum. Indeed, one cannot attain wealth without unexpected fortune. He mused that working merely yields meager returns. Had he known, he would have ventured out sooner. Moreover, this was merely an ordinary coastal city. He had yet to explore the larger Dongjing and Sanghua and its surrounding areas. Coupled with the reincarnation sect's main base across the ocean, one could only imagine the treasures that awaited. Suddenly, the paths for enhancing his strength appeared remarkably clear. Viewing things in this light, his ultimate privilege did not seem so bad. He could embark on adventures whenever he desired and rest whenever he felt fatigued. Wang Shi had always identified as a citizen of Longwa. Although he lacked patriotic sentiment, it felt somewhat inappropriate to pilfer from the belongings of Longwa's reincarnators directly. However, borrowing a bit from the outside world felt entirely effortless. He had thoroughly explored what needed to be explored, observed what needed to be observed, and taken what needed to be taken. Wang Shi commenced his meticulous preparations to ensure that this fireworks display would be executed with utmost precision and devoid of any lingering chances of survival. He directly eliminated all formidable third-tier reincarnators within the missile strike zone who might possess special means of self-preservation. Ultimately, only those of lesser strength or those situated farther from the epicenter remained, as a few survivors were necessary to convey fear and chaos, were they not? Having accomplished this, he quietly departed the city, taking refuge in the branches of a tree on a hillside, patiently awaiting the grand spectacle to unfold. As the clock struck midnight, the effect of time suspension waned. The once stagnant world was suddenly infused with clamor and vitality. Almost simultaneously, a multitude of blinding trails of flame tore through the serene night sky, akin to harbingers of death, surpassing the speed of sound as they surged toward their predetermined targets. A fierce radiance erupted from the darkness, illuminating a significant portion of the night sky with its fiery glow. With a resounding whoosh, the sounds of missile launches and subsequent explosions gradually followed. The city was instantly transformed into a blossoming inferno. The office building of the Affairs Bureau was accurately struck, its upper portion reduced to mere ashes amidst the towering flames. The shockwave visibly distorted the air, akin to an invisible hammer, mercilessly shattering and flattening the structures and trees in its path. Soon after, the second and third impacts reverberated within a radius of hundreds of meters. Thick smoke billowed skyward, obscuring even the moonlight. Despite being at a considerable distance, Wang Shi could feel a slight tremor emanating from the ground beneath him. Observing the cataclysm he had orchestrated, a line of poetry spontaneously arose within Wang Shi's heart. The east wind releases flowers on 1,000 trees at night. It blows down the stars like rain. After this moment of reflection, he engaged in comparative assessment. The lethality of conventional missiles was comparable to the serious strike he had previously executed during his temporary experience as a fourth-tier being. However, the deterrent power of the fourth tier was on an entirely different scale than that of conventional missiles. Regardless, the destructive capability of modern weaponry was indeed not to be underestimated. The curtain had officially risen. The missile bombardment not only perfectly disrupted the situation, but also erased any traces he might have left behind, saving him both time and effort. Seeing the plan come to fruition, Wang Shi felt no lingering attachment to the fiery spectacle behind him. The flickering shadows of the flames consumed his memories of seemingly tranquil experiences from the day, subway rides, restaurants, and even schools. Casualties, chaos, and the plight of foreign citizens? I am merely a player in this world, inadvertently affecting you. What concern is it of yours? Beneath the monkey mask, Wang Shi turned with a satisfied smile, merging into the night as he soared toward the next coastal city. Public opinion required time to ferment, and the drama of dogs biting dogs needed groundwork. Before the grand performance fully commenced, he needed to seize the moment and create further disturbances. After all, a fireworks display cannot consist of just a single round. Chapter 62. Manipulating a Nation During the Day. Wang Shi, at a street corner in another coastal city, borrowed a mobile phone from random passers-by using telekinesis. He quickly scrolled through news websites and social media. On the surface, all appeared calm. Strangely, there was not a single mention of the shocking missile attack on vital facilities at the Free State military base from the previous night. As if the deafening explosions and towering flames had never occurred. How pathetic. Disappointed, he tossed the phone into a trash bin. The missiles of the Free State had inflicted substantial losses on Sangwa and the reincarnation sect. Yet the other side managed to swallow their grievances without even issuing a public condemnation? Was their relationship so stable? While the official channels remained eerily silent, changes on the streets were evident. The number of patrolling police officers and personnel from the Reincarnator Affairs Bureau clad in black uniforms had markedly increased. Their vigilant gazes scanning pedestrians, occasionally stopping suspicious individuals to check their identification. Clearly, the situation had yet to reach a boiling point. A cold smile crept across Wang Shi's face. He would escalate the chaos even further. In the days that followed, during non-time suspended periods, he disguised himself as an ordinary local, adeptly blending into various cities with muscle control and an acquired local accent, skillfully evading identification checks while memorizing the defensive arrangements of Reincarnator strongholds and official facilities. When the moment of stasis arrived, he infiltrated the ammunition depot of the Sangwa Self-Defense Force, detonating various explosives and missiles, and saturating the area with gasoline and other flammable materials. Upon the conclusion of time suspension, the violent explosions would launch soldiers and half the base into the sky, or perhaps even target a nuclear power plant. During the stillness of time, he meticulously adjusted various valves and knobs to exceed critical levels. Once time resumed, the system would inevitably spiral toward irreversible meltdown or trigger a catastrophic hydrogen explosion. He even infiltrated the underground drainage systems of the city, strategically placing dirty bombs at the intersections of several main roads using scavenged radioactive materials mixed with high explosives. The persistent pollution would slowly corrode the city's foundations and water supply. Should anyone attempt to dismantle them, they would detonate immediately. He even randomly invaded the homes of mid-level personnel from the Affairs Bureau, not for material gain, but rather to manipulate their hands with telekinesis to write confessions filled with remorse and accusations, exposing the dark dealings of their departments, and then arranging them in poses as if they had hanged themselves. From pure physical destruction to a complex strike interwoven with conspiracy and irreversible annihilation, chaos blossomed across the land. The Sangwa could no longer contain the public outcry. The entire nation was thrown into a state of alarm and unrest, with even the president resigning multiple times in disgrace. Yet, no matter how courageous the politicians, none dared to take on this disastrous mess. And Wang Shi only felt increasingly exhilarated. Were third-tier beings powerful? Yes, but their strength has its limits. However, with an additional 24 hours each day, in a certain sense, during those extra moments, Wang Shi had become a god among men. This intoxicating sense of control over everything filled him with elation and pride. Not only were his actions numerous, but his personal wealth also surged rapidly amidst the turmoil. Weapons and item cards from the infinite world filled his backpack. And most satisfying of all, his pockets were gradually swelling with teleportation cards. He had accumulated over 20 teleportation cards from the third-tier world, enough to support his future adventures for a considerable time. He consistently allocated a portion of his attention to global public opinion. As he relentlessly sowed discord while evading the Free State's influence, subtle shifts began to emerge within Sangwa's internal discourse. Initially characterized by shock and anger, these sentiments gradually morphed into a suffocating frustration that dared not express itself openly. Meanwhile, the actions from Longwo were decisive, taking advantage of this opportunity. They had begun mobilizing in the surrounding areas. Particularly along the southern border, large-scale skirmishes had erupted, including fourth-tier battles, yielding significant victories and generating a plethora of good news that bolstered domestic morale. Surely, a response from Sangwa was imminent, Wang Shi mused. They could not remain in a state of passive defense indefinitely. Reinforcements or strong individuals would undoubtedly be dispatched. He held no concern for Mo Ningning. At present, Sangwa's focus and pressure were primarily directed toward that elusive phantom of the Free State, and the stress on the front lines should be considerably alleviated. In Sangwa, Dongjing, this super metropolis had long since entered a state of war readiness. Concealed air defense positions lay hidden among the towering buildings. Temporary fortifications had been erected at major intersections. and the patrol teams on the streets were composed of fully armed self-defense forces and sharp-eyed reincarnators, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Time slowly approached midnight. All personnel stationed in various locations across Sangwa, whether soldiers or high-tier reincarnators, instinctively tightened their nerves and gripped their weapons. Based on the experiences of the past few days, that specter, suspected to belong to the Free State, was about to return. At the precise moment when the hour and minute hands overlapped, all things froze in time. The cold sweat of the soldiers hung in the air, while the advanced reincarnator's techniques abruptly ceased. After approximately 10 minutes, a figure stealthily emerged from a distant dark corner, effortlessly traversing layer upon layer of defenses to enter Dongjing. Alas, it was only at this moment that he could gain entry. Wang Shi gazed down at the immobile heavy soldiers stationed on the street, feeling a tinge of helplessness. The entire Sang nation had become a startled bird, its defenses alarmingly tight. Under normal circumstances, even if he could become invisible, infiltrating this den of dragons and tigers silently would be a nearly impossible task. Wang Shi's objective was clear: the headquarters of the Sang National Affairs Bureau and the Reincarnation Church's collection in Sang. Particularly the coveted 4th and even the legendary 5th-tier world teleportation cards he had yet to behold. With each successful acquisition, he found himself increasingly captivated by the thrill of zero-cost purchases. The paths to wealth and power lay directly before him, and gold farming had become his primary goal. He first headed toward the National Affairs Bureau headquarters. The deeper he delved into the core, the more formidable the defenses became. In front of a metal warehouse, 2 4th-tier reincarnators were stationed. Wang Shi glided silently between them, examined the door lock, and directly manipulated the iris and fingerprint of the 4th-tier powerhouse, employing a slight time recovery maneuver to unlock the door. Inside the warehouse, Wang Shi indeed discovered the 2 cards radiating a profound glow. Random 4th-tier world teleportation card, directional 4th-tier world teleportation card, end of magic era. The risks of the 4th-tier world were unknown. Wang Shi planned to first acquire more gold cards in the 3rd-tier world before exploring, which would be a more prudent and rewarding endeavor. He glanced at the 2 frozen 4th-tier guardians outside the warehouse. A fleeting thought crossed his mind. If he acted now, he could easily harvest them. However, such a move might alarm others, potentially alerting other 4th-tier or even 5th-tier beings to his presence, causing them to hide. It would be wiser to wait for them to gather more. While searching elsewhere in the headquarters, he discovered that many critical documents and resources seemed to have been preemptively relocated or secured, indicating that the Sang people had indeed learned caution. Wang Shi paid little mind to this, turning to leave, hovering in front of the National Affairs Bureau headquarters, gazing toward the landmark snow-capped mountain at the edge of the city. Fujisan. Information from multiple Reincarnation Church strongholds pointed there, and it was highly probable that it served as the headquarters of the Reincarnation Church in Sang, perhaps even a vital node in the entire Eastern War Zone. While Sang publicly lacked 5th-tier figures, the Reincarnation Church did possess them. Given the current tensions on the front lines, would the Reincarnation Church station a 5th-tier powerhouse in Sang? Wang Shi's heartbeat quickened slightly. A glimmer of curiosity and combat fervor flickered in his eyes. Could I eliminate a 5th-tier being in a time stop? This thought ignited like wildfire within him. He moved, soaring toward the snow-covered volcano, leaving the heavily guarded Dongjing behind. Chapter 63. 5th-tier? Wang Shi circled around Fujisan for quite some time, ultimately discovering the entrance to the Reincarnation Church behind a hot spring inn. Utilizing the fragmented information he had gathered from various strongholds, skipping past the similarly frozen guards, the headquarters of the Reincarnation Church in Sang came into view. Consistent with the style of the previously encountered strongholds, but larger in scale and more complex in structure, it radiated an aura of historical weight. This stronghold had likely existed for decades. He first visited the archive section within the stronghold. Indeed, here were numerous boxes of documents that had been urgently transferred from the Sang National Affairs Bureau. Wang Shi casually flipped through a few, examining them. One document contained the painstaking analysis of the Bureau's experts regarding a plan to counter the turmoil caused by the Imperial Spectres. They even speculated that the Spectre, or Wang Shi himself, was disguised as a 5th-tier extreme powerhouse from Longhua or the Free Federation, ultimately recommending the enhancement of energy shields and physical vigilance. Wang Shi thought. Truly expert analysis. Another document detailed encrypted communications between the upper echelons of Sang and the Free Federation. The Free Federation furiously denied any involvement in the attacks, sternly accusing Sang of inadequate oversight that allowed anti-free forces to commandeer their military assets. Sang's side, however, was submissive, apologizing profusely while desperately pleading with the Free Federation to uncover the truth and provide support. their words laced with a sense of helplessness and despair. It was truly a tale of filial piety. Wang Shi discarded the documents, losing interest in such pointless squabbling. His primary objective remained resources. In a fortified secret chamber, he discovered the tangible currency for his mission: 4 fourth-tier world teleportation cards, 2 of which were directional. Directional 4th-tier world teleportation card. Player 0. Directional 4th-tier world teleportation card. Mechanical immortality, sensing the malevolent chaos or icy order emanating from the cards. Wang Shi stowed them away with satisfaction. Including the 4th-tier world teleportation card he already possessed, End of Magic Era. He now had 3 directional 4th-tier cards and 3 random world cards, totaling 6. This was sufficient to navigate far along the path of the 4th tier, perhaps even to the very end. Continuing deeper, he paused in a large biological science laboratory at the heart of the stronghold. The atmosphere here was starkly different. Various bizarre biological tissues, evidently sourced from different infinite worlds, were immersed in containers, and complex instruments flickered with dim light. At the center of the laboratory stood a massive semi-transparent device encasing an oval shape, the most prominent feature resembling a gigantic amniotic sac. Within, a life form the size of an infant could be faintly seen pulsating, emitting powerful life waves. Wang Shi glanced at the label nearby: Artificial Reincarnation Sacred Fetus. The accompanying experimental records mentioned that this was a product brought back from some 5th-tier world, with each major division across the continents possessing one. What caused Wang Shi's pupils to constrict was a figure quietly standing before the amniotic sac. A middle-aged Caucasian researcher, clad in a white lab coat and wearing glasses, appeared unremarkable. Yet even in absolute time stop, Wang Shi could sense the distinctly different level of life within him. Far more terrifying than the island giant he had previously encountered. This must be a 5th-tier being. Without a doubt. Having experienced 4th-tier power, Wang Shi made an instantaneous judgment. But he felt no fear, only excitement. 5th tier, the universally acknowledged pinnacle. Could I kill it? Let us find out. With time stop at his command, I shall demonstrate my power against a 5th tier. After all, it was a 5th tier of the Reincarnation Church. Wang Shi summoned the flame blade bow, shooting an arrow directly at the figure, but as the flames dissipated, the figure remained unharmed, merely having his robe damaged and skin darkened. Wang Shi had anticipated this effect, so he was not surprised. Then, the arrow triggered, "Show your sword," and Wang Shi switched to blade form, directly aiming for the neck. The combat effects of Great Sage's Heir, incomplete, gradually manifested. Wang Shi grew stronger, progressing from being unable to breach defenses to breaking skin, then severing muscle. Ultimately, in a flash of blade light, the unknown 5th tier was beheaded, his face still bearing the expression of contemplation from before time stopped. Wang Shi, wary of any uncertainties, took advantage of the ongoing combat effects to slice the remains into dozens of pieces, even igniting the enhanced flames to reduce the body to ashes. With a mental sweep, the ashes scattered away. Perhaps in a non-time stop, this 5th tier being, capable of moving mountains and seas, had simply vanished. Staring at the empty floor, Wang Shi felt a surreal sensation. Did the most formidable force in the real world, the 5th tier reincarnator, perish so easily? Yet, shortly thereafter, an unprecedented surge of confidence surged within him. Time manipulation, which even the infinite system could partially evade. How could a mere 5th tier not be vanquished? The experiences of toying with an entire nation during this period greatly bolstered his mentality. After calming his emotions, Wang Shi redirected his focus to the artificial reincarnation sacred embryo. He discerned that this sacred embryo was nearing completion. Perhaps this was the reason why Sangwo was in utter chaos while the headquarters of the reincarnation sect in the Asia-Pacific remained remarkably silent. They were awaiting the birth of this sacred embryo. Upon locating the control apparatus and energy supply device for the embryonic sac, Wang Shi swiftly dismantled it with a few decisive strikes. Satisfied, he departed from the reincarnation sect's stronghold and commenced the final sweep of Dongjing City. The shrine, the broadcasting tower, the power grid hub, and the water supply center. He moved with the efficiency of a seasoned demolitions expert, strategically placing explosives brought by the city's defense forces at critical nodes before time manipulation ceased. As the time freeze neared its end, he retreated to the outskirts of Dongjing, preparing to admire his handiwork as usual. Time resumed its flow. However, a sense of foreboding suddenly enveloped Wang Shi. Within Dongjing City, the pre-placed explosive points erupted successively, flames and thick smoke once again engulfing the city. Simultaneously, the sky began to drizzle with crimson rain, carrying a faint metallic scent. Blood rain? Wang Shi looked up in astonishment, the ominous feeling intensifying. Yet to prevent any leakage of his presence due to movement, he remained still. Soon after, he beheld a colossal pillar of black light, composed of countless arcane runes, soaring into the sky from the direction of Mount Fuji. The pillar did not dissipate upon reaching its zenith. Instead, it rapidly contracted inward, transforming into a swirling black hole suspended in midair. The abruptly appearing blood rain flowed back into the heavens, coalescing towards the center of the black hole. A figure slowly emerged from within the black void. It was none other than the supreme fifth tier he had reduced to ashes, now resurrected. Suspended in the air, it cast a cold gaze upon the ravaged Dongjing city, seemingly searching for something. Wang Shi's heart trembled. How could one who had been turned to dust still live? The situation dictated his actions. He suppressed all his presence and averted his gaze to avoid detection. The fifth tier searched around, seemingly unaware, then gradually descended, retreating towards Mount Fuji. Wang Shi held his breath, motionless as a dead tree, while the dangerous premonition lingered, piercing his mind like a needle. As dawn approached, ushering in the darkest hour, and Dongjing City began to regain its basic order, signs of the military and administration searching outward became evident. He realized that he could not wait for the next time freeze to escape. Remaining in place would surely lead to discovery in daylight. The twilight before dawn was the optimal moment for retreat. Cautiously, Wang Shi levitated half an inch off the ground, gliding away from Dongjing City. However, scarcely had he moved 100 meters when a calm middle-aged voice suddenly resonated behind him. So close it felt as if it were whispering in his ear, "You destroyed my sacred embryo, annihilated my corporeal form, all in the blink of an eye. Young friend, do you know something?" Wang Shi's movements instantly froze, as if he were the one ensnared in time.